It's crazy because after a decade plus of fans wondering what would happen when all hope was lost, all of the insanity that led up to this very moment of Bleach, Thousand-Year Blood Wars return. It has been one heck of a time, people. It's been one heck of a time, but it finally happened. I just got done seeing the first episode of Bleach's Thousand-Year Blood War anime, and my, oh my. For starters, everything that they promised at the very least with this first episode, they delivered. The art, amazing. The animation, amazing. All around, it was just like, this is how you're gonna start things off. Okay, I see you, Piro. Okay, I see you, Shueisha. Okay, of course, I see you, Tite Kubo. I'm not gonna lie, I read this manga literally, I don't even know when these chapters came out. I want to say it started around like 2012, maybe 2011, 2012, somewhere around there, where the Fullbring arc ended and this arc began. And while watching this episode, it was the most strangest balance of nostalgia meets a new experience. Because, right, I read a lot of this stuff in the manga years ago, and I clearly remember some of my reviews where I was talking about like, oh, Ichigo screaming at Eburn to get off the bed, although I don't even know what translations we had at the time because I don't remember his name being Eburn. But either way, it was just like a crazy experience watching this episode from rip, where we start off with the new Shinigamis. I believe it was Ryunosuke and it might have been Shino. My memory is terrible. I just watched the episode too. That's crazy. But we had these new Shinigami, and I think at the time when Tite Kubo was trying to do similar to what he did, what he attempted with the Fullbring arc, was to give a little bit of a fresh experience, right? Because you're seeing these new Shinigami and you're probably like, what's going on? Who the hell are these characters? It's basically almost a reintroduction to Bleach. Like, hey, here's some new characters so that you could kind of feel like, hey, if you're a first time watcher, oh wow, you know, I don't gotta feel like I'm completely lost. These guys are brand new. But it also demonstrates as well who the real heroes are, because even though these dudes just came through, they're getting ready to patrol, they get bodied fairly quickly. And it was kind of, I ain't gonna lie, low-key a little embarrassing for homie, where it was like, dog, you just came through, you're already scared to death, you come to Karakura town, and with one hit, this dude Ryunosuke is out for the count. I was like, not Ichigo, couldn't be Ichigo, fam. And that introduction scene, I will say that they showed a lot of this episode in trailers. I felt like, oh, another 1,000th time of rewatching some of these scenes, because the trailers had, for starters, the first very big attack with Ichigo and them versus those hollows. Like, all of those moments, Ichigo using Getsuga Tensho, all of it, I've seen them like a bajillion times from the trailers that I've watched and whatnot. So unfortunately, it wasn't the most freshest experience for me, because between like editing and everything, I was like, well, I've seen this a million times, but I still was freaking enjoying it. Ichigo, Orihime, Uryu, Chad. It felt so classic hearing the #1 soundtrack. I was like, this is freaking epic, baby. And you could tell they spared no expense because it looked mighty pretty. Pretty much the first half of the episode, majority was them fighting those, you know, small time hollow. And then the second half of the episode was starting with this whole Eburn on the bed. And I just remember very vividly reviewing that chapter when it came out all those years ago and being like, Ichigo about to whip some tail, dog. Like, you better get off his bed, fam. Eburn, get off of that man's bed. And seeing how it was kind of like a little bit of confusion where Ichigo's like, are you in a wrong car? What do you want with me? Why are you attacking me? And kind of just the setups for the beginning of the Thousand-Year Blood War. But it really kicks into high gear following the scene of those hooded, white, masked up people, where they're basically there attacking the Soul Society, the Serite, and Genryu side is like, yo, what's going on with Sasakibe? And that's how you start off with impact. That's why this arc started off, I remember very vividly as well, thinking this is how you showcase that the next threat is not going to be like, you know, anything, a walk in the park. You got one of Yamamoto's key guys, I believe that's his vice captain if I'm not mistaken. You got Sasakibe getting bodied off rip, showing that this is a problem. This is something to very much so worry about, and the mystery intensifies of like, well, who are they? They don't even really give much info. The guy Eburn doesn't give much info despite him going at it with Ichigo, and then those dudes don't give much info either. But something very key to note that also makes it that, oh, this is really going to be bad for us, is the fact that seemingly they have some sort of ability to nullify the Bankai that for whatever reason doesn't work on Ichigo. It clearly worked on Sasuke. Homie got his goose coosed. Homie got dusted off into the wind, so to speak. But when it came to Ichigo, they couldn't do it. Could be a couple of reasons. Could be that, you know, he's a substitute Soul Reaper, so his Bankai isn't all that, you know, like similar to the other Bankai. Could be that, you know, he's mixed with a couple of different things there. He's not just the typical, you know, Soul Reaper. I mean, for crying out loud, he was just a Fullbringer an arc ago, so could be that. But there's definitely a mystery afoot. And when Genryusai got crazy there and freaking made an explosion with his flames while those dudes dipped out, dudes in the white cloaks and whatnot, or in white suits, very interesting of how epic this thing is gonna get. Honestly, the ending of the episode though, when we see the man himself, dog, I've waited a decade to see this man animated. I thought it would never happen. I gave up hope. I was like, no, it's not gonna happen. And to see the man himself, you watch Juhabak, however the hell you want to pronounce it, because I will say one thing, some of the pronunciations, I believe it was Eburn in particular, where he was speaking in German. I don't know much German. I know Nai, which means no. I know a couple of things, but homie was butchering the German. So that was one thing where I was like, I mean, I get it. Usually when they speak in English too, Japanese sound a little off. It's just like anybody else that is randomly thrusted into speaking lines in different languages that they're unfamiliar with. So there was something there to note of like, yeah, those German pronunciations. I'm wondering what the dub is gonna sound like when that gets to that point. That was a quite a butchers of a fest, so to speak. But seeing at the end, you watch, and I'm just so freaking excited. I'm not gonna lie, I'm so freaking pumped because he looked menacing. He was saying some foreboding stuff. And this is where it all kicks off, fam. This is going to be one hell of a time with Bleach's Thousand Year Blood War. I don't believe we got the opening or ending, or I want to say the ending song, because sometimes, you know, they switch it up. The ending will be the opening. I can't remember if that's the opening song or not, but they just had like a montage of basically, again, blasting you with nostalgia with clips from the previous, you know, 366 episodes of Bleach. The most iconic moments in that outro piece that they had. That song was really dope as well, and I can't say anything other than that it looked freaking incredible. The episode was incredible. The contents of it was incredible. A decade ago, I was screaming of how amazing this content was, and I'm here again to tell you that this content is amazing times 10 though, because the Bleach anime, it never looked this good. This is better than pretty much majority of the Bleach anime, if not all of the Bleach anime that we've had prior to this. The art and animation, I mean, if you even go back to, you know, the previous arc, right, and you look and you compare, you could definitely see how much anime itself has changed. Granted, there's more CG composites, like some of the hollows you could tell was clear CG, but you could see the difference of what anime looked like back then and what anime looks like now in terms of the best it could do, because I always used to say that Bleach's anime was some of the best looking stuff, especially amongst the big three, that had the best art, that had the best animation. And you see now where we're at in 2022 and still has some freaking incredible, if not 10 times better art and animation. And yeah, kudos to Bleach. Curious what you guys think. How did you feel for people that have read the manga? I gotta be very clear, I want to cater to you guys. For people that have read the manga and waited for this moment, whether it be a decade, 5 years, 3 years, whatever, how did you feel watching this first episode? Do you feel like Studio Pierrot, Shueisha, and everybody involved delivered the highest to their capability? Also, your thoughts and expectations of how this thing is going to play out. For people that are anime onlys, maybe you stopped back in the day because you were like, nah, I'm not reading manga. How did you feel about this first episode? Thoughts and predictions on Eburn, the guy with the giant mustache, you watch, what the hell is going on? How the hell are they stealing Bankais? And your overall thoughts and expectations. I ain't gonna lie, I can't believe it, dog. Bleach, whether you want to call it episode 367, whether you want to call it the Thousand Year Blood War episode 1, it's back, baby. It's back with a vengeance, because from the music to the art to the animation to the story, this was a perfect episode. I don't care. I'm not afraid to say this was a perfect episode in every sorts of form for something that is just starting up, setting up, and also a continuation to a monumental legacy of one of the highest selling manga of all time, one of the most iconic manga of all time, Tite Kubo's Bleach. I'm ForneverWorld, and as always, people, have an awesome day. subscribe and hit that bell. Something a little bit suspicious with Bleach 1000 Year Blood War episode 2. Something a little bit off. Yo, Uryu, I'm kind of looking at you a little bit funny after the shocking reveals in this episode, baby. I'm not even gonna lie. Bleach 1000 Year Blood War episode 2, aka Bleach episode 368. Definitely huge and monumental. Honestly, I'm not sure how many chapters this episode adapted of the Bleach manga, but I can assure you that it definitely felt like it packed a lot of content. I remember very vividly. In case you don't know, I reviewed the Bleach manga back in the day, which is why you should subscribe and hit that bell, because I know a lot about anime and manga, okay, people? So I'm 100% certain when I tell you that they definitely put a lot of content from the manga into this episode. I mean, alone, some of these moments like the Holly Bell moment, some of these moments like Nell, some of these moments like the introduction to Sternritter, Jay, a lot of these things felt like they were singular chapters in and of themselves back in the day in the manga, and it was just like, wham, here's what happened with Huecamundo, wham, here's what happened with Holly Bell's crew, wham, here's what happened with Holly Bell. And this episode, my gosh, if you are going to build up a ruthless tyrant of a leader and basically a big bad villain, especially to follow up one of the most grandiose villains of all time, Sosuke Aizen, which, yo, name dropping him, Sternritter J, keep Aizen's name out your mouth, you sucker, because I was like, dog, why you talking about Aizen for, dog? You got a little bit scared of the man, huh? Even though he's wherever the hell they got him locked up and chained up down there, you want to talk a little bit of smack. If Aizen was in your face, dog, you wouldn't be saying that same tune. I just gotta throw that out there. But kicking off the episode with your watch straight up and down, like mercilessly torturing his own peoples, I was like, that's how you do it, dog. That's how you build up the threat between last week's episode, where essentially they went through and they were slaughtering in the Soul Society. R.I.P. Sasakibe. They had to hold a wake for homie because, yeah, and if you're able to take down somebody at that caliber, right? Because this episode really just demonstrates, like, this ain't no walk in the park. Whoever we're facing right here, this Wandan Rake, so to speak, and this guy Bach, these are no jokes, because at the end of the day, if you're able to take out Sasakibe, if you're able to take out Holly Bell and her crew, if you're able to take out all of these very formidable, and I'm not using that loosely by any means, like, if anything, it's an understatement, so to speak. If you're able to take out these caliber of fighters and these caliber of basically competition, you're no joke by any means. And then on top of that, dog, between the dude that he had his legs chopped off and then eventually blew his head off, and then he's like, yeah, okay, yo, you didn't do anything to impress me. You didn't disappoint, I'm not gonna lie. Like, Eburn, you didn't disappoint me, but you also ain't really doing anything, like, impressive or anything like that. You gotta go. Thanks for the message. Pow! And I'm like, Juhabak, you watch, whatever you want to call yourself, dog. Like, fam, chill out, what you doing here? And it was like a mixture and a blend of just all around emotion with this episode, because it starts off kind of even depressing in a way, where they get the call from Soul Society of what just went down, and you see Ichigo, Orihime, everybody is just like down and out hearing this news, because it's like, probably, I'd imagine, first of all, damn, we just went through, all this stuff with Aizen, and then we had a little bit of a break, and then we had all this stuff with the Fullbring, and now, again, more drama for your mama, so to speak, and that'll be very much so referenced later on down the road. No spoilers, don't worry, but, yo, just so much chaos, and I'm there like, yo, dog, the background music in this episode, some of those guitars, some of those, it sounds like blues or jazz or whatever, I was like, yes, okay, yes, you're gonna bring a new OST into the Bleach franchise. Let's hear it and let it be at this caliber. I was loving it. The music in the background of this episode, mwah. And so far, I referenced a couple of different things, right? I referenced epicness, that, again, Bach blowing off the heads of some of his people that rock with him. You got the kind of depressing, sad music, the somber nature of hearing that Soul Society has been under attack and things is going wrong. There was people that showed up and just slaughtered Sasakibe. So there you got that information. Then also they threw in a little bit of comedy, which is again why I feel like it felt like so much content happening at the same time, but it didn't necessarily feel like, oh, they're rushing. It didn't necessarily feel like, oh, this is going way too quick. It kind of felt like they were cutting out some of the stuff that is not necessarily unnecessary, but at the same time it's like, yo, do you really need it when you want to pack a punch? Because then on top of that, they throw in the comedy of, you got Nell falling from the sky, bawling her eyes out. Ichigo. I was like, Oh, yo. It reminds you of Bleach is back, to be honest with you. It reminds you that, yo, these are all of the elements all wrapped in one of what Bleach would deliver back in the day. And in 2022, it's delivering it yet again in absolute pristine quality. And something that I referenced earlier regarding Holly Bell, which I ain't gonna lie, I was a little bit confused and maybe I'm just misremembering or whatnot, but I remember in the anime, I felt like there was a possibility that Stark didn't die. The way he was like defeated, it didn't showcase him necessarily dying, and I don't really remember this line in the manga, but I'm 100% sure it actually happened. I'm not saying, hey, they inserted this, whatever, but when they were referencing, basically Bach was like, oh, Huecamundo's mine already, dog, and he removes the sheet, and you see Holly Bell there, and I'm like, oh, Maria, no, Holly Bell, you so hot, stop it, take her down. But then it's also referenced that basically with the falling and death of not only Baragon, I clearly knew, yo, he got ripped, so to speak, but then Stark, I was a little bit like, wait, did Stark die? I guess he did, huh? Like, I was a little bit confused on that because, you know, in those battles, some of those fights didn't necessarily explicitly showcase, like, yo, dude is dead now. So I was a little bit shocked that, oh, wow, you know, like, Stark died. Not necessarily shocked because I remember that Holly Bell had basically taken over as, like, ruler of Huecamundo, but I was just like, damn, man, R.I.P. Stark. Maybe I just suppressed that memory because I was like, dog, Stark is so epic, especially if you ever played Bleach Soul Resurrection. Oh my god, he was freaking incredible in that game. But side note, Bach defeating and capturing the current ruler of Huecamundo, Holly Bell, and having her there, and I was like, god damn, if you want to demonstrate how, in a very quick manner at that, epic somebody is, look what he did. He's already conquered Huecamundo. He invaded and took out one of the Captain Commander's people in the Soul Society. He's running amok, and we're 2 episodes deep. Then following, of course, Nell showing up, we got Pesce there, and I was like, oh god, here we go with Pesce again. Like, again, a lot of these elements, it almost felt like, to a certain degree, now that I think about it, with this episode especially, it felt like a very much so faster paced version of the intro to Soul Society. Like, obviously Pesce wasn't in the intro to Soul Society, but just all of these elements, and then Kisuke Urahara showing up at just the right time, that always makes you question, like, who are you, fam? Who are you? How do you know these things, dog? And him basically creating the gateway, so to speak, for them to make it to Huecamundo. I was just like, this feels like Soul Society all over again, but in an epic way. And I'm not saying that they're retreading plot threads, because this is very different than a rescue Rukia arc, so to speak. It's just like, it gave you all of that you love. Like, Soul Society is one of my favorite arcs of Bleach. It's a classic arc of the series, and to see that same feeling all over again, it just felt good. And of course, having that funeral for Sasakibe, I feel like it also demonstrates just that now all of the Captain Commanders are gonna understand, like, this isn't any run-of-the-mill threat, right? This isn't that, hey, somebody was out in the world of the living and something bad happened, or hey, you know, it's nothing small time, and it's definitely a lot grander than a lot of the things that Bleach has delivered beforehand, where somebody legit invaded Soul Society, did what they did, dipped out, and there was no repercussions so far. Like, nothing bad has happened to the bad guys. Also, quick note of something we just talked about, the whole Bach conquering Huecamundo and defeating Holly Bell, that shot of him up in the air and stuff like that, like, makes you kind of wonder what type of powers this dude rocking with. And also the fact that they nabbed Don Don Chaka, I believe his name was, like, I forget, that was okay. Now Pesce, Don Don Chaka, and what was the worm dog thingy-majig was Bawa Bawa, I think, or something like that. Like, oh man, just all the nostalgia. But then, going back to what I referenced earlier in the very beginning of this video, something very fishy, dog. Something is a little bit afoot, so to speak, with Uryu, because Uryu basically tells them as they're planning, like, yo, Nell came for help, Pesce came for help, we gotta go help Huecamundo. Like, who else is gonna do it if not us? You know what I'm saying? And Chad is down for the cause, or the Hime, of course, with all of her loving, so to speak, is down for the cause. But then Uryu's there like, fam, I'm a Quincy, you know what I'm saying? Like, I can't really do this, dog. But you was a Quincy for a lot of other events in Bleach, and you was just fine partaking in all that stuff. But now, you know, Hollows. I just can't. I was just kind of like, okay, Uryu, all right. If that's how you want to play it, okay, fine. But then, when you go later on into the episode, and you find out that the Vanden Rake and all of these people are Quincy, kind of makes you look at, Uryu, what are you doing here, dog? I always wanted to do that. Like, really, dog? Why? I'm just saying, like, hey, you never know, dog. Maybe he might see his kinfolk and be like, yo, dog, I kind of like their swag. I might, partake, so to speak. Because he did reference the whole history of Quincies and, hollows and all that stuff. Anyways, he might have a little bit, when he was trying to warn Ichigo about these people, he's like, they might, and he gets cut off like, they might what, dog? They might what? They might be the type of people you want to rock with? Don't play with me, Uryu. Don't. We'll get your father, dog. Like, but then eventually we arrive to Huecamundo and we see that this dude Sternritter J, which it's a spoiler, I guess, but it's not a big deal. I think it was even shown, I'm not sure, but I remember in the manga his name was Kurge, and it'll probably be referenced later on, but this was straight up like referencing, essentially straight up like Nazi type of stuff. I ain't gonna lie, like it was straight up Nazi type of stuff. The brutality, everything, the design and whatnot, the way they were moving, it really felt like this was some Nazi stuff, and essentially that would make Bach, yeah, Adolf, hey, I don't even want to dive into that bag. Let's just leave that right there. But essentially, the Sternritter J guy has a whole bunch of prisoners that he has captured from Huecamundo, and he is essentially torturing them and saying, yo, if you come and lick my boots and beg, I might give you an opportunity to fight to be able to join up with us. And he just starts stabbing, and his own crew is like, he's not even planning on bringing none of these people back. Like, what are we doing here, dog? But then we get the big reveal of Loli and Manoli there. And honestly, I forgot who they were rocking with at the time. At first, I was like, wait a minute. That's not Holly Bell's crew, right? Was it Stark? Like, who was they rocking with? But either way, it was nice to see them again. It's been so freaking long. Like, how many years since we saw them, especially animated or whatnot. And yeah, they get bodied by Sternritter J. Like, Kurge just pakata down on the ground, boom. And then even further after all of that, because again it was kind of like weird, like first they're saying that everybody's dead in Huecamundo, can't feel nobody there, Ichigo's there, like, oh, can't feel nobody, but then the Tres Bestia, basically the three besties of Holly Bell's crew as well, show up, and their designs, wow. And that was one of the things that again reminded me, this is going by a bit quick, because I remember that was quite a few chapters into the Blood War before they actually made their appearance, and I was like, holy shit, that was a decent amount of chapters in. So yeah, again, I might be off on it. It might have only been like 2 or 3 chapters. That felt like a lot of chapters or a lot of content all the way into the Blood War. And granted, because we have like 204 chapters, I think, that need to be adapted into 52 episodes. I understand that things are going to feel a little bit fast, especially considering that it has been confirmed there's going to be extended scenes and whatnot that were originally supposed to be in the manga and battles and all that stuff. So yeah, probably in the beginning we're going to get this really blitz fast pacing, also to remind people just how epic Bleach is in a very quick moment. So I understand that that's how it's going to go at the very least in the beginning. I hope it does slow down to a little bit of a nicer groove as we continue, because yeah, while this was insane and all of these moments is like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, I do want to get to a point where it's like, okay, we're steady grooving, you know what I'm saying, steady grooving, we need a little bit of that groove. And again, referencing how Sternritter J was just talking down on Aizen, saying, yo, if he was rocking with people like Loli and Manoli and these people, like, Aizen was not all of that. And I was like, if he was here right now, you would be bowing down to him and licking his boots. Get out of here with that stuff, dog. Don't talk down on the guy, you know what I'm saying? I was like, yo. And the episode ends off with, as Ichigo just arrived, seeing Sternritter J and them, Holly Bell's crew, the Tres Bestia, the 3 besties have fallen, and god damn, dog, like, yo, again, a great and incredible way to, in a very fast time, showcase how epic this new threat is. And if this Sternritter J guy isn't even the leader and he's doing all of this, imagine what that Bach guy that popped freaking Eburn's head off, what is he capable of? I mean, it's just absolute madness. And again, I think like almost every week I'm going to come in and say, this was great. Very fast, but this was great. Let me know what you guys think. That's all I have on ForneverWorld. And as always, people, have an awesome day. Subscribe and hit that bell. Yeah. Okay, so I can't be alone in this opinion in saying that the Bleach style Xenoblade Blood War anime so far with 3 episodes deep is simply something else, to say the least. Because fam, where this episode picks up is basically from where the last one left off, with Ichigo getting ready to snap on this dude, Sternritter J, also known as Kurge. And similar to the way I felt with the manga, it seems as though this dude is absolutely ruthless and straight up a monster, because this episode was starting to unravel slowly but surely the mystery of the Quincies and the Bleach 1000 Year Blood War arc that we're getting into as a whole. We have Ishida in the back researching in his father's library. We also have that one Shinigami that coincidentally, very oddly, looks a little bit like Aizen talking to Ryunosuke, kind of monologuing, and I felt that that was done very well, to be honest with you, the way it was transitioning back and forth between monologue and Ishida researching in the library. Like, the transitional scenes between each scene throughout the episode was done very freaking well. But the action in this episode was definitely on point, with Ichigo charging with a Getsuga Tensho at Kurge, and I ain't gonna lie, considering it's been like a million freaking years since we've heard it, I don't get tired of hearing that Getsuga Tensho! But I did find it very interesting that some of those shots have been available for quite some time via trailers, which means that this thing has been somewhat ready, at the very least you could say, for quite some time, because I remember very vividly that first shot of him using Getsuga Tensho against Kurge was shown in a trailer months back. So they have been really just polishing and shining this thing up for a while now, because yeah, that was previously released, and that means usually a good thing when they have animation available months ahead, especially at that caliber. Although I will throw the argument that, especially with this episode, it's starting to become more apparent to me that they are definitely focusing in more on art than animation. Not that the animation is bad per se, but definitely I've noticed that the art, they're keeping it on 20 out of 10 in terms of the colors are vibrant, the beautiful digital composites that they were using, just in general, the character designs, all of the art for the most part, they have made look flawless. Granted, there's an argument to be had there on the filters that they use, in particular, like when they're in Huecomundo, it seems like there's this darker bluish tint, which I'm kind of fine with it, and it makes sense, and just in general, the entire anime should have a damn tint on it, considering we're at war. As this episode proclaims, we are at war, and a war that's been coming for a long time, because we got Captain Yamamoto declaring, dog, we're here for war, and we at the same time have Mayuri Kurosuchi pretty much going into the whole details of, yeah, dog, 1,000 years ago, probably should have killed that lad, you know, that guy Bach, which kind of all ties in and gives you a quick understanding of why this is called the Bleach 1000 Year Blood War. Essentially, back in the day, as previously established, but there's more to it than even that, the Quincies and the Soul Reapers, the Shinigami, were at each other's necks. They had problems, and essentially it was that the Shinigami kind of wiped them out, and basically it seems as though they're back for revenge. So you can't really throw the argument that one is the good guy and one is the bad guy, and that's honestly the truth about any war, pretty much. For the most part, there's good and bad in both sides, but at the end of the day, they're both fighting for a just cause. At the same time, the Quincies, you could throw the argument, hey, you're back for vengeance. They're just trying to survive. But then again, they did you dirty 1,000 years ago, dog. They should have never let you breathe. I love how Uryu's father, the entire time as he's looking through the library, keeps on just telling him, dog, it's not your problem. Why are you worried about it? And Uryu's there desperate, but no, you know, mom, and oh, what happened with the Quincy and stuff like that. And Ryuken's just there like, not your problem, fam. Why are you even doing this, dog? We don't care. I don't care. And the whole connection to Uryu and his father really comes in a major way, especially when Ichigo is fighting against Kurge, where Kurge is like, dog, this power is something that you ain't seen before. Like, yeah, that Uryu guy, yeah, Ryuken, you know, the Ishida, all of that cool stuff. They have that power. That shit is antiquated. He's been running with some power that has been antiquated for like 200 years now. The things that we're using is on another level, which is why Uryu doesn't transform into an ugly beast or anything like that when he uses his Quincy powers, but they do, because at the end of the day, they're pretty much using something that is a modified capability of what Uryu uses with the arrows and all of that good stuff, which kind of makes you think, okay, so wait a minute, this entire time Uryu is like a really powered down version of the true capability of the Quincies, so what the hell are we facing here? I mean, at the end of the day, you gotta think, Ichigo has been through hell and back from all the way in the beginning of Bleach till now, so he's definitely a billion times stronger than when he first started, and he's having problems with these people, which means that, yeah, if you're having problems against the grunts, because at the end of the day, you could clearly see why this dude is strong, ultimately the Sternritter J Kurge dude is nowhere near the boss. So if you're having problems with the underlings, what the the hell you think you're gonna be able to do against the boss? Then we had the resurgence of the Tres Bestia with their Ion monster, pretty much a monster created using, I believe it's the left arm of each one of the 3 girls, and it turns into this giant hulking thing, which I ain't gonna lie, I forgot all about Ion. And pretty much when they use Ion to go at Kurge, I was like, okay, yeah, let's take dude down, let's do this bad boy, let's go. Because at first when I saw it, I was like, wait a minute, is that a hollow? Like, is a random hollow just jumping in? How is a random hollow hurting Kurge? I was about to say, what are we doing here, fam? When did this happen in the manga? Where was I? What was I reading back in the day that I don't remember a random hollow just jumping in and hitting Kurge and managing to hurt him? But then I was like, oh, okay, it was, you know, Tres Bestia, they're not done yet. Shout out to Tres Bestia, like, they try their best, but yeah, Kurge was like, dog, come on, get your monster up out of here, fam. I'm the monster around here, because he uses a technique, I believe, called Volstandish, however the hell it was pronounced, and pretty much absorbs Ion and takes in all of that creaturistic feature that he has into his body, having those ugly eyeballs on his wings and his skullish, you know, Arankar, Espada, mouth-looking shit, like really gnarly design, or creepy design, I guess you would say. But ultimately, if Ichigo wasn't already having his hands full against Kurge beforehand, now he absorbed Ion, and Ion in and of itself was a creepy-ass, strong-ass monster, so now Ichigo really got some problems on his hands, and Tres Bestia had to run up out of there. I was like, god damn it, dog, the 3 besties ain't doing motherfucking thing, like, all you had to do was power dude up now, what's going on here? And a part of me really wonders exactly what Tite Kubo is going for with this whole new Shinigami, Ryunosuke, and that other chick, because they're definitely very prevalent. He used them to showcase the whole history as a narration back and forth between them and that one Aizen looking dude and Ishida and his father or whatnot. So is he just using them in terms of like to add narration throughout the story so that we don't have to have the same people like Orihime or Ishida or whatnot, or was there more to it? Again, I initially thought when I first seen it was, oh, this is Tite Kubo's way of kind of making it very inviting for newer fans to understand things, because pretty much if you think about it, anybody that just jumped into Bleach, they don't understand anything, are pretty much able to experience all of this for the first time via these 2 characters. I wonder if there was a possibility that even all the way back then, Kubo was on some Juha Box stuff, and he knew one day the Bleach anime would go off air for a long time, and he would have to inform new fans on what the hell is going on here, so he created these 2 dudes, because pretty much that's what it seems to be, like a great gateway into Bleach via these 2 characters that are also brand new, you know, newbie Shinigami essentially, because as they're getting the plot of a lot of this stuff with the Quincies, sure, there was some newer aspects like this man that he should have killed 1,000 years ago, which I don't think that was actually referenced by the Aizen looking dude, but also a lot of the history of the Quincies from 200 years ago, the back and forth with pretty much Yamamoto, Captain Commander, and them, and the Quincies and whatnot. That pretty much felt like, again, you're getting an invite into the lore of Bleach in case you missed it in the beginning when Ichigo first started, you know, having issues and eventually becoming comrades with Uryu. It also makes you wonder, what is Uryu's role going to be in all this? Because let's just say he finds out that hypothetically there is somebody that either on the Quincy side or the Shinigami side is really wrong. Like, let's just say that he finds out that no, the Shinigami did us really dirty. The truth is that it was even more evil than we ever could have anticipated. Is he going to rock with the Quincy full force and go against Ichigo and them? Or if he finds out the opposite, that no, we was actually very bad and they had to stop us, and that's why this war went down 1,000 years ago, is he gonna decide, alright, I gotta go help out my man's Ichigo, it's time I slaughter the rest of my kinfolk? Like, what will his decision be based on the true knowledge of everything that went down? Because we got a little glimpse of it, 1,000 years ago some shit happened, all of that good stuff. We find out more, especially considering something maybe to do with Uryu's mom. Things might get really quick with Ishida, Uryu, and Ryu can do something, dog. Why you keep telling your son there's nothing, you know, no involvement for you, fam? Why don't you get up, pick up a stick, do something, dog? What are you doing? But then the episode takes it to another level when explosions start going off in the Serite. We see pow, pow, pow. What the hell is about to go on, baby? Let's go. This was, I'm not even gonna lie, I'll tell you right now, when I read the manga, that part in particular with Kita, as things are exploding all around, we're like, what the heck is happening? We're seeing all of a sudden these freaking people are coming through the gates, and Kita just gets half of his body blasted away right there. I'll never forget, that was when I actually fell in love with this arc, the Bleach Thousand Blood War, because I was like, dog, they're doing so much more than even Sosuke Aizen, one of the Troll Kings, you know, the visionary of how to freaking do things himself, one of the greatest villains in shonen anime and manga history. Like, they're actually getting it done. They're invading the Serite. They're having Reishi exploding from the ground thanks to this Juha Bankai. And then on top of that, they blew through half of freaking Kita there, like just showcasing, no, there's carnage that is going to ensue. Like, this is not going to be a cakewalk. This is not going to be like, hey, stay out of our garden. Like, no, we're here. We're ready to conquer. And some of these character designs look awesome. If you don't know about them, you're about to know about them. I'm just going to say this. Asnod, I'm ready to see you throw down, baby. Oh my god. This episode of Bleach yet again, raising the stakes, expanding into the lore even further. This whole, battle that's been going on for basically 1,000 years ago between Captain Commander Yamamoto and this guy. Again, his name is Bach. Spoiler alert, Bach. It's not like it's going to unravel the plot like, hey, did you know that Bach means Aizen's father or some crazy shit? Like, don't worry, there's no spoilers. Imagine I was like doing some next level chess and he actually is Aizen's father and I'm just telling you this to throw you off. Maybe he is. He's not, I promise. I wouldn't be an asshole and spoil you like that. But yes, people, the Quincy invasion has begun with the Sternritters attacking, which kind of makes you wonder, okay, why are they calling themselves the Sternritters? Is there a difference between Sternritters and Quincy? Because wouldn't you just say the Quincy invasion has begun? Also makes you wonder what the hell the Captain Commander's plans are, because, oh dog, now it's getting real. Not only is Ichigo basically the special force as categorized by Kurge and them is occupied, he's over there at Huecamundo with his people. Then on top of that, the Serite, the inner, Ryukan guy is actually freaking being destroyed. Did I say Ryukan guy right? Is it Ryukango? I don't know. But pretty much the Serite itself getting invaded, the good parts too, not just, the slums or whatnot. The inner citadel, so to speak, is being destroyed. Yeah, this is going to be very bad, and I'm not even gonna lie, this is probably the highest the stakes have been in Bleach thus far. And we've had the stakes very high. We had Aizen walking through towns of Karakura town, pretty much that you get next to him, you're gonna evaporate and stuff like that. But this hits a little different because we always had the idea of, hey, we still got Soul Reapers to send out. They may not be able to do much against Aizen, but we're waiting for Ichigo. He's going to be able to get it done. Not only is Ichigo right now not getting bested necessarily, but definitely in trouble against this Kurge guy, but all of the people that you would expect, send Renji out, send, Ikaku out, they're all right now occupied with the invasion of the Serite. They're going to have to battle at their own home, and it's going to get deadly and violent, and this was a freaking awesome episode. If there was any criticisms I would have, it would definitely be that maybe the animation isn't as 20 out of 10 as I thought it would be. It's pretty much like, again, because some people can't differentiate the difference. The art is 20 out of 10. The animation, the movement and whatnot, sometimes feels like there's a little bit of weight lacking to some of the movements and the impact and whatnot. So I could definitely see that at the end of the day, Studio Pierrot is still like, hey, we're not MAPPA, we're Studio Pierrot, and we're going to show you that by letting you down in some aspect or another, but still amazing episode, still awesome action. The story itself, like, this is a Bleach Styles in Your Blood War, and at the very least for a long while into it, there's damn near nothing to complain about. Kita, dog, Kita, what are we doing here? Let me know what you guys thought about this episode though. What do you think about this whole war that's been going on between the Quincy and the Captain Commander and the Serite and Shinigami? What are your thoughts on them invading the Serite in general, and how do you think this is all going to go down? Ichigo versus Kurge. Again, Ichigo, you really gotta take this dude down, dog. They kind of need you right now back at, the Serite. I was gonna say at home, but that's not his home. They need you at the Serite, dog. Get your ass back there immediately. ForneverWorld, and as always, people, have an awesome day. Subscribe and hit that bell. Okay, people, let's be honest about Bleach Styles in Your Blood War episode 4, with the wrath of the Sternritter continuing, the battle of Ichigo versus Quilge, Byakuya versus Asnod alongside with Renji, like all of the absolute chaos that has gone on in the Serite within this episode. There's a underlining feeling that at the very least I got, and I know a lot of people felt the same way based off of the reaction I'm seeing so far regarding this episode, and I guess a little bit of a worry. It feels like it's time to worry just a smidge when it comes to Bleach Styles in Your Blood War. Not condemning it, because I know a lot of people are going to take it like, oh my god, you're just trying to spread hate, get out of here with that. Trust, if I wanted to spread hate, I would spread hate, but this isn't hate, because there was a lot of things I liked about this episode, despite the fact that, again, there's that thing that the elephant in the room we're gonna talk about, because this episode picks up from where the last one left off. Again, Ichigo versus Kurge. I thought it was Kurge, but a lot of people are saying it's like Quilge, whatever his name is. Sternritter J versus Ichigo, and Ichigo is thrown down for the most part, and even that battle kind of felt a little bit awkward to a certain degree in comparison to its manga counterpart at the very least, because all of this stuff that we saw in this episode in the manga manga was just back to back, straight up shocking moment after shocking moment. And I guess let's get off rip to say that one of the things about this episode that kind of has me just a smidge of worried regarding the Bleach Styles and Blood War anime is the fact that it felt extremely fast paced. Now granted, we know for sure that the Bleach Styles and Blood War has 200 plus chapters, and they're condensing all of that content into roughly 52 episodes, so there's a lot to get through, and they may very well be rushing through stuff. But one of the things about that's problematic of them rushing through things is that this right here is some of the best content of this war. I'll never forget the build up and lead up to everything that comes even after this and whatnot. It was just like, oh my god, Tite Kubo is snapping, let's go. A lot of people had doubts about the previous arc with the Fullbringers or whatever. This arc is straight up fuego, and this episode kind of felt like it didn't have that same flair per se that the manga had, because it starts introducing again more of the Sternritter and their battles that they got going on with the Soul Society and the Shinigami. We got Rose versus Na, and I was just kind of like, okay, let's go. I always loved his design in the manga, Na, or however the hell you pronounce his name. I think it's Na, whatever. I always liked his design in the manga, and it's cool to see him. He feels very menacing in the anime, and that one, for the most part, there's nothing really to complain about. The bout just got started. They didn't really get to kick off that much, but that was okay. Then we got Renji bossing up and going towards Asnot, and I was like, okay, I kind of forgot this in the manga, but I'm actually extremely hyped right now. Let's freaking go. Renji shooting off his Zanpakuto. I'm like, that's what I want to see, baby. Renji, let's go. Let's bring Renji back to the days of when Renji was my favorite character in Bleach. Like, that's what I want to see again. So seeing Renji there showing up for the Asnot battle, I was like, oh baby, let's go, let's go. And another one, which arguably was one of my favorite moments in the Bleach manga, it hasn't come up yet, but it's starting to set up the embers for it, was Komamura facing off against Bombietta Bastaban. And I was just there like, oh baby, let's go. Because Bombietta, for starters, she reminds me of another character from a series called Akame ga Kill as Death, but in general, she's just a freaking ruthless monster, so to speak. The way she's talking to Komamura, I was like, excuse me, little girl, who you think you calling doggy, alright? Who you calling doggy is the first thing that was coming to my mind every time she kept on calling Komamura out of his name. I was like, you gonna find out about old doggy, alright? You gonna find out why he's the big bad wolf, you know what I'm saying? But seriously, just seeing these moments at first, at the very least, while they were being set up or whatnot, just had me through the roof. If you're a manga reader and you understand how epic all of this was in the manga, then you know what I'm talking about when I say that seeing these matchups begin just felt like, oh my god, dog, it's been like a decade plus, it's finally happening, let's go. Because it just feels like a 1v1 bonanza. You got Toshiro Hitsugaya there with Masamoto throwing down. Like, there's just so many people that are going with 1v1s, which is classic in Bleach case and something that Shonen oftentimes nowadays try to subvert, because that was kind of a standard of 1v1s. But seeing it here, I ain't mad at it. Seeing all of these people getting ready to get bopped by them Quincies, I'm like, okay, well, let's get to the 1v1s then. Like, let's get to them, because, dog, this pacing. We even get, as Renji is about to throw down with Asnot, suddenly some masked luchador looking dude attacking Renji, and spoiler alert, his name, like, do you mind if I say his name? I don't think you're gonna feel spoiled. Mask, they're masculine. I was here like, let the jokes begin, fam. One of the most hilarious characters of the Sternritter has arrived, and then it gets even more serious, folks, because as Renji's there trying to throw down, we got Byakuya Kuchiki arriving on the scene. And pretty much one of the big mysteries that not only we got, Mayuri Kotosuchi trying to figure out what the hell is going on over here as he's doing his research, then you got Byakuya there like, okay, we're gonna have to throw down, so to speak, against this Asnot and Master Masculine guy. And one of the things that Renji warns him is, dog, don't use the Bankai. And I really wish some people, sometimes will use their common sense of like, okay, maybe there's a point there. Why would I want my thing sealed? Like, you know what I'm saying? But Renji warns him, do not use your Bankai, and he's basically like, well, how are we gonna know how to unseal them if we don't figure it out? So yeah, I'm gonna go Bankai, and dun, 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 the big, massive, insanely, oh my god, reveal that the Quincy are seemingly able to steal the Bankai, because his Bankai looks like it's inside, which it reminded me of like that little pass that the Fullbringers had or whatever, like kind of reminded me of that. But essentially they're able to steal the Bankai and absorb it into what looks like some sort of medallion of sorts. And I was just there like, yeah, Byakuya, should listen to your lieutenant. You know what I'm saying? Like, Renji might know a thing or two. You know what I'm saying? He might be the dude to figure it out. You know what? Okay, Renji's not that smart. But either way, it's like, come on. If you would have just listened, fam. Like, it's not about unsealing it. It's about unstealing it, dog. Because they don't rob you. You know what I'm saying? You got jukes. Although I got to commend Byakuya for that little bit of sealing that mask, dude. The way Master asking, I was like, yeah, get him out the picture. Come on, dog. We don't need that right now. Also, you got to note that even besides that, if I'm not mistaken, Asuna took a straight up swipe from Senban Sakura to the face and was Gucci. So not only is certain people here from the Quincies like just straight up stealing the Bankai, which already kind of makes you think like, yo, y'all some cowards. So yeah, no, y'all can't take these people 1v1 at full max strength. So y'all doing some dirty, shady stuff. So you could throw that argument in there as well. But just in general, the fact that Asuna was able to take quite a beating kind of speaks volumes on what we're really facing here. Like, these are already damn near invulnerable, really freaking strong dudes, but then on top of that, they play dirty and they're willing to steal your power so that you can't really go at max against them either. Like, it's worse than you could possibly imagine. And again, we just being honest here that the impact when certain scenes, I was like, man, this would have been so much more impactful if like this was spread out amongst 2 episodes or an episode and a half, or probably 2 episodes, which makes me question what director is in charge of the Bleach anime as of now, because back in the day, Bleach kind of used, you know, the blueprint of straight up, hey, this is the manga, boom, okay, we're translating it to anime, manga to anime, and then of course, you know, they have million pounds of filler or whatnot. But it feels like this director is taking somewhat liberties, I guess you would say, and kind of piecing things in a very fast-paced manner, which again, you kind of got to be creative when you're trying to squeeze 200 plus chapters into 52 episodes. Like, again, I've said before, it's usually about 2.5 chapters per episode. We're doing like 4 or 5 an episode, which is a lot. And it means a lot gotta be rushed and a lot gotta be cut. Also was really hyped to see not only Toshido throwing down, but Soifon as well. I was like, that's my girl. I've been a Soifon fanboy for a long time. Oh my god. So when she got cut and just smiled at Shao, I was like, let's go, baby. Blood War is here and Soifon is getting ready to go nuts. But again, amongst all of this thing, like, I feel like they kind of captured for the most part the Byakuya Bankai stolen part, okay? Like, that actually had its, you know, ring. It felt like, holy shit. I was shocked even while watching, even though, you know, I read this a million years ago, whatever, but I was kind of shocked by certain scenes. But then there was other scenes that I felt didn't have the impact that I thought they would have. For example, when Kyoraku got shot in his eye, initially I'm thinking like, yo, that scene, that's a very important scene, to be honest with you. That's something that should have a lot of impact. And it was just kind of like, yo, he's fighting this dude, I think his name was Robert or something, and like he gets shot in the eye, and I'm like, god damn, like that could have been a little bit of a stretch moment. Like, it's times like this that it almost makes you miss Studio Pierrot doing the whole traditional, like, hey, we're gonna get 100 episodes out of 3 chapters type of approach, because there is a lot of room for expansion on a lot of these scenes, and it's starting to make me question if the whole 52 episode thing isn't a mistake in terms of adaptation, because we could really use a few more episodes to flesh out some of this material. Like, I mean, I guess it's an even trade, so to speak, because just in general, seeing all of this on my freaking screen has me going, yo! Because we cut back to Ichigo versus Kyuuge, and of course the Serite and whatnot are starting to figure out that they're not stealing Bankais, they're stealing Bankais. Like, we're in a very, very delicate predicament right now. However, Kyuuge is not able to rob Ichigo's Bankai, which off rip, ask you guys a question if you're an anime only, what do you think is going on? Why can't they steal Ichigo's Bankai, but they're seemingly able to steal all of the other captains? Is it because he's a substitute Soul Reaper? Is it because he has all of these different things? You know, he's a Fullbringer, he's a Power Ranger. Like, why is Kyuuge not able to steal Ichigo's Bankai, similar to everything that happened in the Serite, again, against people like Toshido and Byakuya, which, Byakuya, you should have listened to Renji, man. Why didn't you listen to Renji? And then, probably one of the most anticlimactic moments for me from the episode, again, considering how amazing and epic it was in the manga, was Urahara blasting down Kyuuge. I remember in the manga that feeling very impactful, and it just kind of like happened for a moment. Ichigo tried to leave already because he hears everything that's going on in the Serite or whatnot, and as he's going through the portal, boom, all of a sudden we get Kyuuge back up shooting arrows through Urahara's back, and going off against Ichigo, even sealing him within the portal. And I'm just there like, okay, this was very, very fast paced. And that's really the biggest thing about this episode, because all of this content is absolutely amazing. Seeing Komamura on screen clashing with Bombietta, freaking amazing. Seeing Asnar going up and taking a Senbon Sakura to the head and still continuing on and robbing the Bankai, freaking epic. Like, there's just so much great material here, and it's unreal almost to even say, to see it on screen for so many years waiting for it. But a part of me does feel like, wow, this is going by really, really quick, and I'm hoping what a lot of people say that they predicting is true, that they're rushing the beginning of the war, because a lot of it is set up to get to really some of the big battles, because right now these aren't the big battles. These are basically the setups, the precursors to what's to come, because it's about to get a lot more real, and maybe that's what they're going for. But still, part of me feels like, man, we're starting to see what fast pacing, you know, putting 4 chapters in an episode looks like, and it's not hitting the same way. Also makes you wonder what the hell Chad and Orihime about to do. Is Chad, Orihime, and Uryu versus Kyuuge, this monstrosity of a monster at this particular point. Ichigo can't help you no more. How y'all gonna get it done right now? So definitely leaves you wondering there. But as a whole, the episode, I ain't gonna lie, enjoyment wise, I had a blast. I really freaking had a blast. It was just like, yo, one thing after another, all of the captains throwing down after so many years. Anybody that says that they wasn't feeling hype as hell when they saw Byakuya Kuchiki there using his Bankai are flat out liars, because it was epic as hell to see and made me go like, yo, let's freaking go. I'm so hyped for it. But again, I cannot ignore the elephant in the room. Let's be honest here, people. It is definitely blitzing speed fast straight through a lot of this content. And I want to pass the question up to you guys, yay or nay, in terms of the pacing and how things are moving. Like, if the Bleach Thousand Year Blood War anime continues in this fashion of like really rushing through a lot of events, is it going to ruin the experience for you and ruin the in general anime? Or you feel like, it's cutting out useless things, it's getting straight to it? Because there's also that aspect that you could have, and that perspective you could have on the situation, as well as like, come on dog, like a lot of this is just set up anyways, like let's just cut out the fat and get straight to the root of this situation. That could be a take too, and I'm totally fine with it. I'm just personally feeling like, while I'm enjoying it, yes, while a lot of this shit is hype, absolutely, it's flying by and not in the greatest way. So yeah, that's all I have for this one. I'm ForneverWorld, and as always, people, have an awesome day. Subscribe and hit that bell to get all notifications. Yo dog, like Ichigo, please, like now he's sealed away too, dog. Like the amount of fuckery, like, hey, they were stealing the Bankais and sealing the Shinigami. That's the actual accurate account of what went down. Have an awesome one. Okay people, flat out, if you're not watching the Bleach Thousand Year Blood War anime at this point, you're missing out. You're doing yourself a disservice. You're just all over the place right now. You're dropping the ball big time, people, because Bleach right now is, I'm gonna say it fam, I gotta say it, straight up and down on some absolute peak and greatness. Because this episode, I don't care, we're not going into none of that pacing stuff, because this episode, despite the fact that so many things happened, despite the fact that it did feel fast paced, it worked for it so freaking well. It had me on the edge of my chair from start to finish. It had some of my favorite moments from when I read this back in the days 10 years ago. It was just mwah. Honestly, this was, in my opinion, the best episode of the Bleach Thousand Year Blood War, and a lot of people have been saying that here and there with the last few episodes, but bar none, this episode of Bleach Thousand Year Blood War was insane. So many things happened, progressing this war in a major way, and chef's kiss to whoever put this together in terms of adding so much epicness, so much just oomph to all of what this episode entailed, down to the freaking music. There was cues in particular with the Asnod and Byakuya situation that I was like, yo, this feels nerve-wracking, this feels menacing, this feels like what I should feel like during this battle, during this war. And yeah, they're executing it properly, because people, from fight to fight that we had a lot of fights going on, and all of them had some major relevance to moving things along. Because off rip, you got the continuing of the Serite falling apart, you got Gotei Jidambo looking like, I don't know if he's under control of the Sternritters. Maybe one of them have some sort of power to control, or maybe Jidambo himself is a Bankai. No, but you see Jidambo's tearing up the headquarters. You got Ichigo raging, straight up mad, so to speak, because he is stuck in the Garganta. He can't get out. At the very least, it looked like Urahara put down Sternritter J. It looked like Kyuuge was pretty much down for the count at this point, which, again, I don't know how I feel about how Kyuuge was done in the anime and the manga. He just felt so, I don't know, strong, like you can't mess with him in the anime. He's kind of been hit or miss, but that's pretty much the only downside, if you want to call it that I would say about this episode, because once you get to everything happening in the Serite, everything going down is like, Kyuuge who? Like, don't get me wrong, it's messed up, and I want Ichigo to get out of there because you could tell that he is in despair. One of Ichigo's core character traits is, I want to protect my friends, and the fact that he knows Rukia, Renji, everybody is going through it in the Serite, and he is stuck in there. That's like what would have happened when the whole Aizen situation went down. If he would have been stuck in the Garganta, dude would have lost his freaking mind, come out of there bald or something, you know what I'm saying? Like, it would have been catastrophic. So I feel Ichigo's pain, because your people's is getting absolutely wrecked, because we cut off to one of the most key fights so far that we got in this 1,000-year blood war, with Byakuya versus Asnod. And Asnod, not only is he a fearsome foe, not only is he a creepy foe, not only did he just rob Byakuya's Bankai, making him kind of, you know, a lot more power down and a little bit skeptical, he is playing mind games with him and showcasing, yo, dog, what you're feeling right now, it ain't poison. Like, how menacing you gotta be to make Byakuya Kuchiki think that he's poisoned because he's so scared of you? Like, just take that into account for a second. Like, this is a dude, Byakuya Kuchiki, that he ain't never scared. What? He ain't never scared. What? He ain't never scared. He is a rational thinker. He is somebody that is calculated. He is somebody that has been a captain for 100 million years. Okay, not 100 million years, but he's been a captain for a good minute. He is somebody that people look up to. They look to for guidance and whatnot. So to see him get scared is one hell of a feat. And then on top of that, dog, you gotta, I gotta give props to Asnod, dog, because not only is it Byakuya there, but you also got Renji. And for a moment there, they think they're gonna try to jump Asnod and, you know, use Zabimaru and shit like that, and it was not happening because Asnod is an absolute monster. And yeah, this part in the manga, I'm gonna tell you straight up and down, a lot of people are very extremely upset to a certain degree, because following, you know, their little dibble dabbling in combat and whatnot, you see of course that Asnod has Byakuya essentially pinned, smashed into a wall, and you see his Zanpakuto break. And one of the big things about the Zanpakuto has always been that, hey, if that thing breaks, it's over. So right now, Byakuya is essentially supposed to be dead. Will he be dead? Will he not? In the next episode, we will find out. But that is definitely something that fans was like, oh my god, his Zanpakuto shattered. That's it. It's over. And to see a foe do such damage, you could throw the argument maybe you wanted a whole episode for this, because I could have taken a whole episode for this. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, the fight itself, just, it was raw. This whole war right now, it feels freaking raw. So you got all of this going on. You got Asnod toying with him. You got Byakuya on the ropes, so to speak, essentially trying to fight his Bankai with his Shikai that Asnod points out. How's that working out for you there, buddy? Like, not too good, right? So you got all of that going on, and then on top of that, you got Byakuya taking the L, and then Renji thinking that he's about to do something. Then you got this masked freak that freaking drop kicks him all the way through the damn Serite, and it's madness. Now, granted, you can see the intellectual differences between some of these Sternritters, so to speak, as Asnod points out to Master Masculine, dog, why did you do that? He was just about to use his Bankai. You could have stolen it. What are you doing? And the luchador idiot says, oh, I thought it was only the captains. And he made sure to break it down, which again shows the level of strategy that you watch or Juha
Bach or Yuha-Baha. I heard when Genryusai was referring to him, he said something like Yuha-Baha. So we're going to go with Yuha-Baha? No, we're going to go with whatever comes to mind, because I've been reading so many different translations and pronunciations of this freaking name for how many years now. You watch. Essentially, they had a plan, because he's like, you didn't read the data book good enough, you know what I'm saying? You didn't read the manifesto that would have told you that who has the Bankais or whatnot. So again, this is why the Serite and everybody is getting their asses handed to them. They came with the utmost strategy down to who has what ability in order to counter them, in order to take them down. Like, this is a strategic war, and again, I gotta give it to the Sternritter, dog. Like, look what's going on. And of course, amongst all of this stuff, you got Zaraki Kenpachi dibbling and dabbling, and we'll get to a little more of that Zaraki greatness, because Zaraki was putting in work too. What was it? He put down 2-3 Sternritter or something like that. Hold on. Gotta give it to the boy Zaraki, even though he needs a golden calculator. I'm sorry, I'm having a bit too much fun talking about this incredible episode. Also want to quickly note that when everything was going on with Byakuya, it looked like Rukia took some sort of fatal blow. She was turning around in the middle of fighting one of the Sternritter to go help out Byakuya, and then suddenly that foe was like, yo, oh, you turning around during a battle, right? Oh, you think she's sweet around here? Let me show you something. And we just see blood spatter go while Rukia is running, so Rukia might have taken a fatal blow. But then we cut to Captain Yamamoto versus another one of the Sternritter that apparently stole Sasakibe's Bankai. And considering we kind of skated over, like, you know, the whole funeral and everything that was supposed to happen with Sasakibe, I was a little bit skeptical how this part was going to play out, but another clap, because they made a character that I even forgot about for so many years, to be honest with you. Sasakibe coming back around to Bleach and whatnot. They made this moment that much more special, despite the fact that they didn't really focus in on his death or like that in the previous episodes. Because this dude that stole Sasakibe's Bankai, he's straight up going into it, and the Bankai looks like very, very hacked, you would say. Apparently it hadn't been used in like 2,000 freaking years or so, and it looked like it could control weather or something. And we get the flashback of Yamamoto in his younger days before his hair turned all white, and how basically Sasakibe was trying to essentially be his right-hand man, even all the way so many years. This has to be, what, 2,000 years plus back of when he first tried to, like, yo, dog, I want to rock with you or whatnot. He wasn't even Yamamoto's student. He wasn't anything to him, but he saw how epic he was. And I love, you know, it's a little bit more intricate. Maybe some people ain't going to understand about the Japanese letters on his forehead and whatnot, but essentially because of the characteristics of it, it would have Yamamoto having a certain nickname. I think it was A, and then ultimately because, and this is why Sasakibe left such a mark on Yamamoto, not only looking at him like, yo, you're a great warrior, I gotta be your right-hand man, but he literally changed his whole nickname that he really freaking hated by hitting him with that Bankai. He told him, yo, you'd be my right-hand man. Like, yeah, show me that Bankai then. I told you. Which props to Sasakibe obtaining a Bankai only 1 month after Yamamoto said, you want to rock me, go find a Bankai. Go get a Bankai. Come back when you got a Bankai there, buddy. And it took him a month, and he comes back with a godly Bankai that gotta make you wonder, wait, so Genryusai, which he even got that name after the fact as well, fought against this god tier Bankai, whipped its ass, called it a baby Bankai basically. What type of powers is Genryusai looking at? Like, what type of powers is Genryusai rocking with if he was able to do all of that to Sasakibe? And yeah, that whole flashback was just beautifully done. Art, animation, the story about it, the relationship between Genryusai and Sasakibe only that much more amplifies why in the current timeline Genryusai is angry. He is upset. He is pissed off. So much so that he pretty much straight away melts, burns to death this Sternritter right in front of us. Like, yo, that was my man's stuff. Like, no, we're not playing like that. And I was just like, yes, this is easily the most epic moment of Genryusai, and this is easily going into some of the most epic stuff with the Captain Commander of the entirety of Bleach. Like, dog, he's melting the enemy out of anger. What makes you think, like, you know what I'm saying, is going to be anything less than when he goes up against the head person that calculated and choreographed this whole freaking invasion of the Serite that led to Sasakibe's death, okay? And Genryusai's rage is clearly shown to a lot lot of the captains that were feeling a little bit down, like, dog, they stealing our bankais, they're kicking our asses, like, what can we do? So much so he inspires them to get up and like, nah, dog, Toshiro Hisugaya is telling Masamoto, like, yo, tuck your breasts in a little bit more, we got some more battling to do, let's freaking go. Or maybe that was me that said she should tuck. Well, no, I don't want her to tuck them in. I want to. Anyway, following all of that epicness, I thought the episode was over. I was like, oh wow, what an incredible freaking episode. Then we cut to the end because prior to all of that, it looked like Kenpachi, Zaraki Kenpachi, was getting ready to go up against the head of the Quincy invasion army. It looked like it was about to be Bach versus Kenpachi. After Kenpachi already slayed a couple of people, he ripped one's throat out. The other one turned into Zaraki, and he had to fight him for a little bit. He was like, oh, I just had to be better than me. Yo, Zaraki Kenpachi, so fucking epic. So we had that aspect. And then you cut to the end, and Zaraki Kenpachi has seemingly been defeated by this guy, Bach. This arc, shall I say, this whole war, shall I say, is phenomenal, dog. Genryusai rushing in there in a rage, looking like we just got the biggest setup in the world for Genryusai versus the leader of the Quincies, of the Sternritter and all that. I ain't gonna lie, this is the best episode. Fuck that shit. I'm repeating myself throughout this whole thing of what I've been thinking since I watched this episode. Best episode of Bleach, Thousand and Blood War thus far. Episode 5. The amount of action with some sort of consequences and changing things, right? It's not just like punching for the sake of punching. It's not just slashing for the sake of slashing. Major game-changing things are happening in this whole battle. It's changing a lot of the whole structure of the Serite. I mean, for crying out loud, down to Jidambo stomping motherfuckers out. Poor Akon. Now he's gonna really be locked up. This was amazing. Honestly, if you're not watching the Bleach, Thousand and Blood War, and you've seen all of Bleach up until that point, shame on you. Go rectify that situation. Go watch this show, because this episode, I can't stress enough, dog. So much nostalgia, but with a fresh, beautiful coat of paint, art, animation. The music, again, I gotta stress, phenomenal. Like, that's all I have for this one. I'm ForneverWorld, and as always, people, have an awesome day. Subscribe and hit that bell to get all notifications. Bleach, Thousand and Blood War, baby. This is so epic. So I can't believe we finally seen it. After all this time, we finally got to see the strongest Bankai in all of Bleach showcased for the first time in anime with Bleach's 1,000-Year Blood War Episode 6, Captain Commander Yamamoto versus, well, do we say oh, I forgot how to pronounce his name. Yuhabaha. Is it really Yuhabaha? This episode in general was easily the most action-packed episode, easily the most epic episode, and probably yet again the best episode of Bleach's 1,000-Year Blood War. I've already said that a couple of different times, but 6 episodes deep, and they didn't come here to mess around at all by any means. Between the art and indeed with episode 6, the animation, it was freaking incredible. And it's kind of crazy to think that, dog, with every episode of the original Bleach anime, 366, is it 60? I want to say 66, 360 plus episodes of Bleach, and yet it took for the 1,000-Year Blood War for us to finally see what the Captain Commander Yamamoto is made of. And God, talk about psychological warfare, talk about tricking your opponent, talk about just all of the above. And a part of me is even torn, to be honest with you. A part of me is even torn. As amazing and epic as this episode was, as awesome, all of that good stuff, a part of me feels like, man, I wish this episode would have gone for like 2 episodes straight or something, just getting full-on war and mayhem from the Bankai, from all sides of the Bankai, because fam, this episode, it's kind of crazy how it feels like, yeah, to a certain degree, I guess it's going fast, but more so that it's like, yo, I remember vividly experiencing all of these moments in the manga, and in my mind, it's hard to separate the fact that, dog, this moment right here alone should have been a whole episode, this moment, because it's already ingrained in my mind of how epic it is. But the anime took it to just new heights that I've never seen before in Bleach, in terms of, yo, dog, that's a power you don't want to mess with. Like, I've seen, you know, so many powers throughout the years or whatever, but this right here demonstrated that when Kubo wanted to show exactly what the strongest can do, he made sure that you had no doubts in your mind. oh, that's the strongest, okay? And it kind of makes me wonder, dog, why ain't Captain Commander go up against Aizen with this ferocity? You could throw the argument, Aizen's Shikai was something ridiculous back in those days, or even now. But yeah, it makes me question, like, dog, this is the type of power that we don't need no final Getsuga, nothing. You hit Aizen or you hit anybody with this level of ferocity that this Bankai Zanko no Tachi can do. And yeah, I don't see anybody surviving. But honestly, if it wasn't for the massive ploy that went down in this episode, there wouldn't be any more of a war. Like, legit, this was, the gauntlet is dropped. This is no jokes, no games, because talking about it, let's talk about it. The Bankai, there's first of all multiple layers to this Bankai. There's east, south, west, and I believe there was north as well, but we definitely saw Captain Yamamoto's Bankai is a cocktail of nothing but mayhem. One of them is it conceals all of the flames, which is like, just imagine a volcano pretty much all within one singular sword. Another one is this dude goes 15 million degrees Celsius to the point that if you even touch him, you're gonna just evaporate. Pretty much Yuhabaha has to use the Bloop Vein in order just not to disintegrate right there. He's basically constantly healing his entire body as this whole thing is going on, just so that he don't turn to ash. And then on top of that, you got, he can create the Walking Dead with his Bankai, creating all of these corpses of fallen soldiers, and also psychologically mess with you because he's recreating some of the people that Bach was cool with initially to begin with. Like, if this isn't the most broke, hacks, but yet epic Bankai in all of Bleach, what is? Like, dog, yo, Aizen Shikai was fire, tricking people, all of that good stuff. We've seen so many different Bankais, but this is top tier. This is why Captain Commander Yamamoto got the right to be Captain Commander. Ain't nobody in the Serite even close to what he displayed in this episode, and it's just kind of jarring to a certain degree that somebody at the caliber of Captain Yamamoto was duped, even with all of the tenacity and ferocity that he threw forth, because that also kind of leads into as well that Zaraki was duped, because pretty much the entire battle, it's almost a Fox battle. And I remember in the manga maybe not feeling as like holy cow, but still kind of shocked at the same time that yeah, we really didn't get a Captain Commander Yamamoto versus Yuhabaha battle, nor did we get Zaraki versus him as well. Essentially this Lloyd Sternritter, what was it, Y, is able to exactly replicate Bach to the point so much so that not only Zaraki but even the Captain Commander didn't realize these last two episodes, oh, we wasn't fighting him. Like, that wasn't the actual leader of the Quincies all along. And this dude Royd played it very well, if you think about it, because there's parts in this episode that you can throw the argument, wait a minute, hold on, something is not right here. This doesn't make much sense, because if that is indeed not Bach that is fighting the Captain Commander when the south part of the Bankai and all of the zombies is attacking or whatnot, he shouldn't even be either knowing who these people are or as freaked out about these people coming back, because that's not Bach himself. You could throw the argument, well, maybe this Sternritter was around during Bach's era, so he remembers these people. Or you could throw the argument as well that maybe he's become such a great replica and clone, taking up the likeness so much so that it even takes in memories. So he was feeling like Bach's memories there when he was experiencing those corpses or whatnot, because that right there could be a little bit of a misfire. But my god, dog, let's talk about Sakuga. How many people have been screaming, hey, the fluidity of the animation. You got it in this one, dog. When Yamamoto is maneuvering, going at it with Bach, breaking his sword and everything, like, yeah, this is top of the line animation. This is pretty much the peak of power that we've seen throughout the entirety of Bleach. And it's just so freaking badass. Like, I can't stress enough. Dog took like 15 million degrees of flames, put it in his sword, then put it in his body, then rose a freaking army of the dead, so to speak, to attack. Like, this honestly could have even been 2 episodes. These are those moments where I'm not even gonna cap. I would have been okay with like the old Studio Pierrot, like, yo, it's gonna be like an episode and a half of the Army of the Dead alone or something like that. Like, you know how back in the days certain aspects like this would be massively long. I wouldn't have been mad at it at all, because this was, I can't stress enough, just like damn near the epitome of epicness. Like, this is absolute epicness. Although you got to throw the question is, how much epic is any of this if that really wasn't Bach? If that really wasn't the Quincy leader that Yamamoto was slaying this entire time, if that was the Quincy leader and he wasn't down there trying to politic with Aizen, you bozo trying to politic with Aizen, what's wrong with you though, you crazy. But if that was the Quincy leader, would he have fared the same? Would Captain Yamamoto's flames have been able to really get him down? Would he have won a straight up one-on-one battle between the two? Or it's only because that wasn't Bach, or it's only because Bach manipulated and played Captain Yamamoto that they were able to get the job done? Because remember, nobody tried to steal the Bankai, and Bach pretty much explains that the reason why nobody else tried to do it is because nobody could contain the epic and insane strength that this Bankai has, which rightfully so. And also getting the history of the Quincy, like that's what makes it even more so meaningful with this episode, understanding that 1,000 years ago pretty much the Serete slaughtered the Quincy, and it was 200 years ago, like, yo, they're gonna rise up again, that they attacked more so people that like are linked closely anyway to Uryu, because basically this has been an ongoing problem of these two type of people that have issues with one another that has been spanning again for over 1,000 years now. And even the cutbacks between Yamamoto in his prime and Yamamoto now, like, this was absolutely epic. But again, it makes me question, like, how are people feeling out there? I want to know. Personally, I absolutely love the episode. I thought it was very, very, I guess you would say, a break away from typical storytelling. The fact that you thinking this entire time, like, yo, this is bro mano a mano, you know what I'm saying? The top of the good, the top of the bad, going at it. You got Captain Commander, you got Yuha Baha, you got everything needed for it to be epic. But when you find out that that wasn't him all along, he maneuvered and tricked Captain Commander Yamamoto, does that change how you feel about it? Again, it doesn't do it for me. I'll just be honest with you. It's just straight up, there's nothing changing. This was freaking epic from top to bottom, and also proves something that maybe some people was feeling. Maybe some people weren't feeling, like, this dude right here, this Quincy leader is the guy. This is the main villain. This is the one that surpasses Aizen. Maybe some people were feeling like, yo, dog, we just came from like one of the greatest villains and we got this guy. This episode right here should put you on that. Yeah, maybe you spent a lot of time with Aizen, but look what this dude is capable of. Look what him and his crew did in this short amount of time. We've 6 episodes deep into this new arc, and they've already decimated the Serete, outmaneuvered the Captain Commander, and seemingly killed him. He looked like he was chopped in half at the end of this episode. What's going on here? And honestly, my favorite moment, well, no, I don't even want to say my favorite moment, because I really appreciated and adored the action pieces. But I did love, and I was very, I guess, intrigued, so to speak, when we see the scene that Bach basically went down there to politic with Aizen to see if he could potentially recruit him, realizing that, dog, yo, I beat Captain Commander Yamamoto. That's going to be great. And, you know, we're sealing away Ichigo. We're covering all of our tracks. There's one dude I don't want to tango with. There's one dude that he pretty much has the same type of hatred I got for these motherfuckers anyway. Let me see if I can recruit him, Sosuke Aizen. And pretty much it was worthless banter, because it ain't really accomplished much. Now I'm wondering, there's something from the manga that I'm hoping wasn't cut. I'm hoping it's supposed to happen after. I didn't check to double check that they didn't miss the scene or whatever. But Aizen, as he's there tied up down there, pretty much does something to Bach. Aizen actually has made a move already, and I'm not sure if they skipped out on that. I hope they didn't. Not that I'm spoiling, because I'm telling you, hey, Aizen's gonna do something, but he does manage to do something even while being tied up there, and I hope that they're not skipping out on that, because that is key. But that is freaking epic that the new villain tried to recruit the old villain, and basically is like, yeah, get the fuck out of here, dog. Like, they got me tied up here right now. I don't got time for you. Just move. Out with your lad. But that scene was awesome. Probably should have gave better art and animation. Well, not animation because he doesn't move, but they should have made Aizen look mystical or something because, dog, it's Aizen and Bach. And this whole episode was everything that fans have been screaming about for the last decade of why Bleach's Thousand Year Blood War is epic, why it needs to be animated, why it's going to look awesome. This episode entailed, from stealing the Bankai, seeing the Bankai, going to visit Aizen, them two and their hatred, the history of the Shinigami and the Quincy from 1,000 years ago. Again, the art and animation, like the music, everything about this episode, even the freaking sound effects for the fire as Captain Yamamoto is walking all engulfed in flames and whatnot. All of that was just perfect. Like, even the sound effects of the flames was like, yo, it sounds like this shit is really hot. I'm not gonna lie. But I'm definitely curious as to what a lot of you guys think. How are you feeling about Bleach's Thousand Year Blood War? What do you think about this guy? Do you feel like it's fair? Like, I guess that's one of the big questions I want to ask. Do you feel like it's fair to give the W, to showcase Bach as like, yo, dog, he's a top villain because he defeated Captain Commander Yamamoto, or considering the fact that he tricked him into showing his Bankai to everybody, fighting against Lloyd, and ultimately that's the only reason why Bach was able to catch the W, simply because he tricked them. And does that make him a good villain? Does that make him on par with Aizen? The fact that he was able to maneuver, be down there with Aizen, have a battle with Zaraki and Captain Yamamoto, and not even be present for none of it until just now? Or does that make him a coward and a weakling? You could throw the argument that there's some cowardly aspects on maybe both sides, I guess you could say, like the whole thing of, you know, creating the loved ones out of the skeletons and shit like that, Walking Dead type of deal. Like, that was probably a little bit of a low blow, but look at everything that this dude did, tricking him and maneuvering through. Like, yeah, there's dirty stuff on both sides, but you could throw the argument that, dog, yeah, you watch Yabaha, he pulled one of the most biggest scams of all time, dog. He defeated the Serite and wasn't even present just by maneuvering. And your thoughts and expectations, is this the best episode of Bleach's Thousand Year Blood War thus far? And do you think they're going too quick, too slow? Like, your overall thoughts. Honestly, this felt like this is going to be going down as like a classic Bleach episode to me. Maybe that's just me. That's all I have for this one. I'm ForneverWorld, and as always, people, have an awesome day. Subscribe and hit that bell to get more. Yeah. Okay, I think it's okay if we say it. After 7 episodes of Bleach's Thousand Year Blood War, I think it's okay to finally put the word out that this has not missed one time with any episode thus far. Bleach's Thousand Year Blood War has just been non-stop, straight up and down, knuckles to the face, sword to the gut, absolute crazy insanity. And this episode in particular blew out the plot twist. Now, for me personally, as a manga reader, I wasn't like blown away like, whoa, because I obviously experienced this many years ago. But the twists and turns of this episode of Bleach Thousand Year Blood War, between Ichigo going up against Yhwach, everything that is happening right now, it is absolutely insane. And of course, yet again, the demise, the death of the great Captain Commander Yamamoto. Man, oh man, I will tell you right now, hands down, the anime did a way better job of evoking emotion from me with his passing, because I remember in the manga, it was shocking, it was like, holy cow, but in terms of, from an emotional aspect, I wasn't really broken up too much per se about the Captain Commander, because he was always kind of, you know, just like the Captain Commander. We never got true emotional scenes or whatnot, but the way the anime, even like last episode when we got the flashback between Yamamoto and Sasakibe, a lot of those little episodes, a lot of those little moments really helped to make me even more so feel emotional towards the Captain Commander and his passing. Like, this episode, especially the way they did everything from top to bottom, it actually hit. And then of course you had the Byakuya stuff, because the way the episode opens up, which I can't remember if this was in the manga, I almost feel like it wasn't, or it was very quick, so to speak. We get to see the original Gotei 13 back in the days going up against Bach and the Sternritter before, you know, the 1,000-year blood war, so to speak, the initial war. And man, oh man, stuff like that legitimately, between the fact that Kubo already kind of teased all of their designs with that big poster that he released last week, but then just seeing it here animated and stuff like that, part of me wishes, yo dog, I I would totally be down for a Bleach prequel that leads into even the 1,000-Year Blood War, the original 1,000-Year Blood War. I would totally be fine with that, getting introduced to all these new captains and stuff like that. I'd be okay, don't get me wrong, the cast of Bleach is awesome and stuff like that, but the lore and everything from the past, especially considering even Bach himself had to refer to those 13 court squad guards as they're not guards or anything like that, dog. They're absolute savage killers. So yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing the insanity of that in a full-on series, but either way, the episode opening off with that, showing the very first defeat of Bach and how it was done. And shout outs to Sasakibe, because I don't remember in the manga that scene, but maybe it did happen, of Sasakibe being the one to stab Bach, giving the opening for Yamamoto to finish him off in the past. And again, it just shows that this has been very brutal. You know what I mean? That's why these past 7 episodes are arguably some of the most action-packed, despair-filled episodes of Bleach, because even with this episode, you look at it from what it is, yeah, it's a major loss for the Serite. This is arguably the biggest loss that the Serite, the Soul Society as a whole, has taken in its history, because again, even back in the day, that 1,000-Year Blood War, they won. This time, there's no wins. In fact, the Captain Commander, when they actually show his body sliding off, it was just like, oh my god, nightmare fuel, just because it's like, dog, what? 370 something episodes later, seeing this, it's madness. And with Ichigo finally breaking out of Kurge's little jail, so to speak, I was like, here we go, baby, here we go. Let's talk about following that event of, again, seeing Captain Commander Yamamoto dying and Byakuya's speech to Ichigo. That right there hit me, I don't even want to say harder than everything else, because this episode was just all the way around on 10. But that moment in general, to see somebody that has been presented through and through for 370 plus episodes of, I'm a prideful guy, dog, like, you know, I play by the books. That was the reason why when the whole, you know, rescue Rukia thing was happening, he was dead set on, yo, Rukia gotta go, even though at the last minute he probably would have done something just because of the whole connection, whatever. But nevertheless, Byakuya being a by the book, prideful kind of guy, to see him have to admit, yo, dog, I know I shouldn't even be asking you this. Ichigo, I know you don't belong here. I know you're a human. This is a Soul Society. This is our fight. Who am I? But I gotta ask, please protect the Soul Society. Oh my god, just saying it and envisioning it in my head right now, that whole scene was amazing. Again, this right here, I'm gonna throw it out here, I'm gonna say it, I have to say it, better than the manga. And it's tough because the first part of the Bleach 1,000-Year Blood War alone is amazing. The manga just did it so well. This is why fans have been screaming for so many years, please animate this final arc. And somehow, some way, Studio Pierrot came and delivered something even better than the manga. Because fam, oh fam, the action between Ichigo and Bach throwing down, definitely a light show. I was like, holy cow, anybody that suffers from seizures, be careful, because it's flashing like a mofo. But also the big reveals, because as they're clashing, Ichigo breaks out of Kurge's sphere, whatnot, Bach and him are going at it, and Bach is having the upper hand. Bach is clearly giving Ichigo more than just a run for his money. He's stomping the butthole, so to speak. Okay, pause. Well, but Ichigo is basically on the ropes, and we get the revelation that he starts using a blue vein, which basically that is seemingly a technique that is exclusive to Quincy. We seen, in fact, last episode, it kept on activating as Yamamoto was going up against Bach. We saw Bach's blue vein was the only thing that was keeping him from disintegrating in front of Captain Yamamoto's Bankai. So to see Ichigo now using that, part of me at first was like, wait a minute, because I couldn't remember this. It's been many years. How the hell did he randomly get blue vein now? And he never got it, you know, fighting some of the most strongest atrocities of the world, Aizen and such. But once Bach explains that basically being in Kurge's jail, he absorbed some of, I guess you would say, the Reiatsu, so to speak, that was inside of that also had basically Kurge's Quincy Reiatsu, and that awoke something in Ichigo. And yeah, what did it awake, fam? What are we doing here? This is that part where everybody starts screaming like they did with the manga. Oh my god, Ichigo is like 5 million different things. He's a Fullbring, he's a Quincy, he's a Sternritter, he's a Fullbring, he's a Shinigami, he's a human, now he's a Quincy. What is all of this madness? And yeah, Ichigo is seemingly one hell of a hybrid, and it goes into the whole history, and I love it that, yeah, jumping into Bleach, if you're trying to just jump into the Thousand Blood War and you think you're gonna skip 366 episodes, you're out of your mind. Maybe you could argue you could get away with skipping about 200 something that are straight canon, but you cannot skip out on everything because this episode alone connects into Ichigo's mother, something from early on in the series we found out, of course, that Ichigo's mother was killed. Ichigo's mother's dead. So the fact that it's starting to rummage into the ideas of Ichigo's mom having some sort of connections to Bak, very, very big deal. Also noted that, wait a minute, why did Bak want to take Ichigo with him so badly? Like, why didn't he just want to kill him right there? Because he has the opportunity, but he clearly says, no, we're going to take him back with us and I'm going to re-educate him. I'm going to make him a loyal servant of mine. So why you want to go through all that trouble? We get it, Ichigo's strong as hell, but he kind of also wanted to do the same thing with Aizen now that I think about it, but maybe in a little different approach because Aizen, hey, if he's down for the dastardly, he's down for it. And speaking of Aizen, the man did it again. I referenced it in my last review, but in case you missed it, something that I wanted to see, a line that I was desperate to witness, was Bak saying, holy shit, while I was standing there with Aizen, he did something. He made a move already. He messed with my perception of time because apparently there's some reason why Bak has to immediately retreat back to the Vonden Rake, so to speak, and it makes you question, okay, is there like some sort of timer on him that if he leaves, he'll die or something like that? Makes you question a little bit why he was so concerned to go back, but again, that has to be stressed that Aizen messed with his mind, all while being tied up and imprisoned. Imagine what Aizen could do if he was free, dog. Just imagine. And yeah, this episode, honestly, the art, the animation, very dark. Oh, and something I absolutely have to stress. I told myself I'm gonna tell you guys. I have to point it out. I have to give it praise. The OST, from the moment that Bak starts trying to grab up Ichigo and he's like slamming those boulders into him, the OST was just god tier, reusing one of the classic Bleach OSTs, and I think it was remixed if I'm not mistaken, unless that was an extended version. It just sounded so fantastic, adding to the mood and the despair of Ichigo was just asked by Byakuya, please protect the Soul Society. He goes to try, he can't protect the Soul Society, so much so that not only he gets whooped by Bak, also gets his sword broken by Haschwald. And speaking of broken swords, yo, we can't negate the fact that Byakuya's sword shattered. What does that mean for Byakuya? You know, if a Shinigami Zanpakuto shatters, they're supposed to be dead. So we might have gotten 2 deaths in one episode. I'll leave that up to anime onlys to figure that one out. But honestly, incredible episode. 11 out of 10 episode again. This is one of those episodes and 7 episodes deep that makes me want to say that Bleach is probably the most hype and epic anime of the fall 2022 season of anime. It's just so freaking good. Every episode I'm coming here to tell you guys, oh, yet again, Bleach done did it. Bleach is on that peak, and this episode was just that. Although it definitely is going to make a lot of fans wonder Bak's last lines to Ichigo as he's leaving: my son born in darkness. Now we already know Ichigo's father is Ishin, and we of course seen his mother at the beginning of Bleach as well. Why would he refer to Ichigo as his son? You know what I'm saying? It makes you question, like, what was Ichigo's mom's connection to Bak all along? If you know what I'm saying, like, could she have some Quincy ties, so to speak? And also another aspect is, what is this all going to mean with Ichigo's relationship and just in general the future of Bleach when it comes to Uryu? How is Uryu gonna take in, wait a minute, Ichigo has some sort of connections to the Quincy? What's going on here? And you could throw the argument, maybe some people might feel like, damn, all this way in and now we're finding out Ichigo's a Quincy. It would have been very interesting if that would have popped up sooner, but hey, it's the 1,000 Year Blood War, and that excuse of Kurge's jail and the Reiatsu being absorbed in, waking things up with Ichigo, you can let it slide. It's not the most perfect, but hey, I'll take it because it's a crazy twist. And at the end of the day, we still don't have all the info on Ichigo's mom, but it's safe to say that this episode of Bleach absolutely slapped times 10. From Captain Commander's past fight against Bach, the Captain Commander passing Byakuya's speech to Ichigo, begging for him, seemingly passing away with the Zanpakuto shattering, Ichigo versus Bach, Bach being tricked by Aizen with the perception of time, the mysteries of what Ichigo actually is. I just mentioned how many different things. Amazing episode. Let me know again your overall thoughts and expectations for Bleach's Thousand Year Blood War, episode 8 and beyond. I gotta stress, this might be the most epic and maybe even the best anime of the fall 2022 season. It's nothing bad to say at all in any means of any episode. It's pretty much peak. So all I have for this one, I'm ForneverWorld, and as always, people, have an awesome day. Subscribe and hit that bell to get more. Yeah! It's kind of crazy how this episode, while it was yet again Bleach Thousand Year Blood War dropping straight fire, there was also a moment that happened that was glossed over, that I remember the manga made it to the point where Tite Kubo, the creator of Bleach, was receiving some very disturbing messages, and people were very angry with Bleach because of that one moment that, again, the anime kind of just seamlessly went through, and we're gonna dive into it because through and through, I gotta be honest with you, Bleach's Thousand Year Blood War right now is just unstoppable. Episode 8 episodes deep, not a single flop of an episode, not a single episode that felt like it was out of place, slow, anything like that. Even when Bleach was kind of driving it to the point, to the needle, with basically going really, really fast, nevertheless, it still has just been absolutely kicking major tail. And honestly, it makes me feel like, damn, I wish some of my other favorite shonen manga and anime out there had similar treatments when it comes to that final arc's adaptation. I wish Naruto's Fourth Great Shinobi War would have this type of adaptation, or would have had this type of adaptation. Sometimes it kind of teaches you a lesson that being patient pays off, because yeah, Naruto may have had its adaptation go on many years ago first, but Bleach is showing, dog, look, waiting, and every episode you're going to just be blown away. And it's kind of also showcasing that the seasonal approach, when done right, especially for the final arc, can really bring it home, because this feels like the best that Bleach has ever been. It feels like this is right here the pinnacle of what this series has to offer, because it's just been freaking incredible. From this episode even being an aftermath episode, right? Like this episode, we're following up some of the biggest and most iconic moments of the series. Captain Yamamoto's death, Captain Yamamoto using his Bankai for the first time, everything that we had with the Sternritter and the Quincy King, so to speak. We're following up from that, so you're ideally expecting like, alright, this episode is going to be a little bit slower, this ain't going to be one of the big ones, but no, Bleach yet again delivers from top to bottom, even starting off with one of my favorite scenes of the episode, to be honest with you, was Ichigo's conversation with Rukia. I feel like the base of Bleach, to a certain degree, always goes back to the very beginning of their friendship, their camaraderie, everything that they've experienced together. I know some people like to ship them, but yeah, I guess we won't even dive into that. Leave the shipping alone. But just seeing them reunited there, and Rukia saying, yo, you really went to the Soul Society and you really was trying to protect us, huh? Like, yo, I just really appreciated that moment. It kind of brings it all full circle, also demonstrating that while, yeah, there's this big war and whatnot, Ichigo is the main character. Ichigo's life and who's important to him are also going to get showcased and focused in on, and not just the grandiose problem of the Thousand Year Blood War, because it's still Bleach. Also even adding more to just like, yo, Rukia really knows her guy. She knows that Ichigo is really going through something, because hello, after everything that Bach told him at the end of last episode, I would be a little traumatized too, like, wait, my son born in darkness, like, what do you mean, Dad? And I mean, there was just a ton of stuff in this episode, yet again, diving into Ichigo's Bankai is destroyed and broken, and pretty much there's no way to remake a Bankai. Like a Shikai, you could throw the argument that with time and all of this stuff, you can manage to put it back together, but a Bankai destroyed can never be put back the way it was. And yeah, it's kind of cool that Squad 0 Division 0 is a cheat code that was already implemented and already established well before. We've heard about the Squad 0 Division, all of that stuff. We've heard about them for a long time, so seeing them come and essentially making miracles miracles happen to a certain degree is par for the course. We've heard how incredible they are. There's so much so, and I love that little tie-in when they brought it back to when Ichigo and them first tried to invade the Soul Society all the way back then, of those giant gates that fell down. Those gates initially only are used for emergencies in the Serite because they're protecting the palace up there. They're protecting the big dog, the Soul King himself. And we finally see the animated version of the Zero Division Squad Zero, and I don't know, I thought it was freaking sick, awesome, everything that I expected a decade ago when I was reading these chapters and seeing them for the first time. I was like, okay, yeah, they're pretty freaking awesome. They're a little wonky, a little wacky with some of them, but nevertheless, it's just really freaking fascinating. And a moment to mention, as I stated in the beginning of this video, that there was something in this episode that when it dropped in the manga, fans were going crazy, so much so that Kubo, Tite Kubo, the creator of Bleach, was getting death threats. They were threatening him. We spoke about it briefly on a couple of episodes now, but this one in particular is the moment where fans realized, wait a minute, Byakuya is still alive? Byakuya is still alive? Because we see the Zero Division have a couple of pods with them, and they're basically taking these people to the royal palace, and that's Rukia, Renji, and Byakuya. And a lot of fans were like, wait a minute, when they first saw Byakuya being healed, how, Sway, when your Zanpakuto is completely shattered, when everything is broken, when your sword is done, it has been said that you are supposed to die. However, you could throw the argument that maybe it's not so cut and dry. Also, the fact that the Zero Division, who have already been previously established as they're a thing in the series, are basically kind of on another level, so to speak. Their healing is a lot more advanced. Maybe those people before them that have had their Zanpakuto shattered have probably not been able to have help from the Zero Division. Hell, the Zero Division only came down because the Serite was decimated and the captain commander of the Serite was killed. Like, if not, maybe they probably wouldn't have come down. I mean, look, for Aizen, did they ever come down? They didn't even come down for that shit, which, let's talk about it. I loved the mention from one of the captains of the Zero Division when she basically was like mentioning Aizen and how he thought he was coming up here, and basically how he was trying to create the Oaken. Like, I'm not even gonna lie, this episode of Bleach, there's just so much to talk about. Like, I could literally make easily a 40-45 minute, even hour long video diving into each and every detail because so much happened, but at the same time, I don't know, it didn't feel overbearing, it didn't feel jarring, it didn't feel like, whoa, the pacing is fast. Like, yeah, as a manga reader, I could definitely tell, like, oh, they added a lot of stuff. I remember that being a moment for a full week. I remember that being a moment, and yeah, it was kind of like, here you go, here's like 20 moments in one. But again, it just felt like, okay, considering we just came from a very big moment, so that way we don't get a slow episode, here's everything exposition wise that would have been spread out realistically over 5-10 episodes in the previous adaptation. Here's what we're doing nowadays, here you go. Because I mean, for crying out loud, dog, we saw the Fullbringers return. They're training over there with Kukaku. We saw Ganju yet again. We just had so much stuff. The Zero Division, as I said, the Soul King, it was just absolute madness with this episode, but in such a freaking awesome way. Like, yeah, sometimes I don't mind getting all this exposition thrown at me if it's tied to things that have already been previously established, characters that I know and care about, and just in general this world that have been around for some time. Like, yeah, an exposition dump in this format with all of it being exciting and interesting, do that. Like, I don't mind it at all. But the Zero Division also tell Ichigo that they're gonna take him with them to the royal palace. They're gonna basically train him up, and this was, I believe, the first episode that really harbored a lot of comedy. From the time of seeing Kon involved, to Urahara speaking to everybody and Orihime and them from Kon's head. Like, there was just a lot of comedy. Ichigo being shocked at some of the stuff with the Zero Division when he's first about to start training and stuff like that. The fact that he's about to get shot off into the distance to train with one of them. Like, there was a lot of comedic moments, and I ain't gonna lie, I'm not mad at that either. I feel like this is definitely the most appropriate place to have it. Like, this was essentially a downtime part of the story right now, right? From epic action and stuff like that. So if you don't want to have a joke cracking while Captain Yamamoto is being sliced in half and destroyed, then maybe, you know, the aftermath where they're trying to heal and get back together so that they could go for round 2, maybe you could throw the argument this would be where the jokes go. And I loved it. Ichigo's funny faces and shit. It was like, oh, haven't seen that in a few freaking years. I'm alright with it. Let's not forget though that another thing that was kind of showcased was definitely, I mean, you gotta be like blind if you didn't realize who that was behind Urahara. Grim Joe. Grimjo, you was there with Kilgay, right? Like, in the manga, again, a lot of these moments were just way bigger than, like, what they're doing in the anime. In terms of the anime, is just compiling so much together that is like, I don't know what do I want to fan out over. I don't know if I want to go crazy over the Zero Division. I don't know if I want to be like, oh, snap, the Fullbringers. Or if I want to scream, holy shit, Grimjo is back. Let's freaking go. One of the most epic guys that have one of the best fights in all of Bleach with Ichigo. That was freaking cool as well to see Ichigo's reaction. Like, what are you doing with that guy there? Why is that guy there? Last time I saw him, he was pummeling my face in. Like, what? So definitely a very interesting thing to note. And going back to the whole thing of essentially, yeah, Byakuya survived death at the hands of Asna and whatnot, and he's being healed up now because they're at the Zero Division. They have these spas, so to speak, that essentially heal you up if you stay in there long enough. So Byakuya is going to be back on his feet, but considering the fact that, one, he doesn't have a Bankai anymore, and two, he was completely destroyed, his Zanpakuto was completely incinerated, how is he going to fight moving forward, I guess, would be a big question, right? Like, yo, he should be, for all intents and purposes, not here anymore. He should be donezo. Where do you go from here? Is he going to get a new Zanpakuto? Are they going to be able to create a new one for him at the Zero Division? Or is he going to depend on, I don't know, Mayuri Kodasuchi to make it? Like, what's going on there? But either way, I'm glad that seemingly for right now, I don't see people going crazy, bugging out, screaming about inconsistencies when it comes to,
yo, no, Byakuya's still alive. What the hell? Like,
I don't see people stressing out over that like they were with the manga. And I'm grateful because, dog, the fact that Kubo was getting death threats over this and in the anime it just kind of glosses over, it definitely says something that, manga readers, relax, bro. That's like if right now I was to just start screaming like, yo, dog, why is Kon in the Soul Society? He's a stuffed animal. He shouldn't be able to be blah, 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 blah. Like, yeah, we could go there. And I believe his name was Ichibe, if I'm not mistaken. One of the, he seems like the leader, the founder, the bald guy with the beads around his neck. He definitely was very interesting out of the entire Zero Division. I mean, for crying out loud, Zero Division, pretty freaking hacks. And again, it makes me wonder, like, damn, it takes the Captain Commander getting sliced in half and destroyed for you dudes to come down. Like, did y'all come down for the original? Oh, they didn't even come down for the original war, right? Like, yo, they really don't care. I guess their primary objective is and will remain regarding the Soul King, which, let's talk about the Soul King. Again, it was referenced about Aizen wanting to get up there and become a god and replace him, but it almost feels like the Royal Guard, the, you know, Zero Division, so to speak, so much so realized, like, dog, we're so freaking strong that they didn't see Aizen as a concern. They didn't see him as, yo, why don't we just send one of them down there to go take him out? Because why didn't they? You know what I'm saying? Like, if their main objective, their primary target is we have to be bodyguards to the Soul King, and somebody was down there destroying and causing havoc, and all your guards down there couldn't do anything, was it just that y'all realized this Ichigo Kurosaki guy is that dude and he'll handle it? Or was it that y'all just felt very confident that even as strong as Aizen was, that, you know, it took the final Getsuga Tensho to take him down, they didn't really like feel like, like if he tries to get up here, we're gonna stop him, dog. Or maybe they were so confident about the whole Oaken situation, about that being their bones. That was kind of a crazy reveal, and I forgot about that from the manga when they were like, we are essentially the Oaken. The Soul King redoes our bones, so to speak, to become the Oaken, and that's how we're able to come and go through the Royal Palace, because we're that. And again, it was just kind of mind-boggling. And I hope everybody watched the entire episode. I hope you watched every freaking minute of it, including the extra scene after the ending of the episode, because something very huge. Ichibe, again, one of the Zero Division, was speaking to the Soul King. He said, looks like you're awake. And the Soul King, again, is just very weird. You see his design. He almost just looks like a torso and a head inside of ice, and his eyes light up. Really makes you wonder what the heck that thing is, because ideally you would think, okay, the Soul King would be something like the Captain Commander of the entirety of things, right? You would think it would be like some Yamamoto looking dude. So the fact that it's just a torso in what appears to be ice makes you wonder again what that is, and also kind of confirms why Aizen said that thing when he referred to the Soul King all those years ago. He was referring to that thing. So what is the Soul King? Massive questions. But overall, this episode, it provided so freaking much, from Grimjo, the Fullbringers, and Ganju, Kukaku, the Zero Division being introduced for the first time, finding out more about the Oaken, Bones, and Aizen. Like, this was a huge episode with so much to talk about, and yeah, Bleach did it again. Thousand Blood War, even on exposition-filled episodes, manages to just be peak. Your overall thoughts and expectations for the future of Bleach's Thousand Blood War and beyond. I have to stress yet again that this is the type of adaptation any shonen anime fan could hope for their final arc, because It's so good. It's compacting so much information very quickly, not too quickly, and art and animation been absolute fire. Dog, the Zero Division. Oh my god, which one was the coolest for you? Let me know. That's all I have for this one on ForneverWorld, and as always, people, have an awesome day. Subscribe and hit that bell to get more videos. Yeah. I would throw the argument that this is the most change the Bleach series has seen in the entirety of the story, even including the time skip after Aizen's defeat that led into the Fullbring arc. I would throw the argument that right now, these last handful of episodes, especially episode 9, demonstrated the biggest change, at the very least, you could throw in the Serate's history, because we got a new Captain Commander, we got Kenpachi's throwing down. I mean, for crying out loud, though, we got somebody from the real world, from the human world, from the world of the living, over there up in the Soul Palace. Like, if this isn't the biggest changes, stuff that has never happened in the history of Bleach, I don't know what is. Because the episode opens up with seeing Ichigo and Renji at the hot springs with the Zero Division captain, and they're basically trying to get better. And a big chunk of this episode, or at the very least a portion of the episode, the stuff with Ichigo and Renji, in my opinion, maybe I'm totally off on this, let me know if you agree or whatnot, but it kind of gave me Dragon Ball Z, Goten and Trunks training for Boo type of vibes. Just think about it for a second. Goten and Trunks, they got in the bath, they got, you know, relaxed or whatnot. Goten and Trunks was eating in Kami's lookout. Like, it kind of gave me those vibes, except on another level, because, dog, you're at the Soul Palace, and for starters, that hot springs alone is no ordinary bath. As it was stated last week and demonstrated this week, this is some next tier, like, yo, average people can't jump in there, especially if you're not damaged, if you're not hurt or injured or anything like that. Yeah, we've seen from dudes peoples that it will do damage to you. They had to wear special suits to be in the hot springs with Ichigo and Renji because it was unbearable. So that right there alone shows you that, okay, if the Zero Division's cronies pretty much can't hack with that, at the very least Ichigo and them are surpassing some people over there in the Royal Palace. But nevertheless, again, it just gave you a great idea that this is nothing ordinary. This is also going back to last week's whole debacle of what was happening with Byakuya back even in the manga days, of people being mad at Byakuya healing. Dog, look at where he's healing at. Look at where he's being treated. The Royal Palace with this freaking spa water that is something that is unreal. So it gives a little bit more leeway, and I feel the anime also really helps to demonstrate, like, this is like top tier. There's remove a sensu bean, remove anything you could think of, this spa is where it's at. But also even more so demonstrating Ichigo's power, because the captain of the Zero Division, one of the things that he said was that guy in particular is the one. So much so that when he hit them, because one of the tests basically to see if they were healed or whatnot is, beat your ass a little bit. And when dude hits Ichigo, instinctively Ichigo hits him back and was able to fracture his hand without us even realizing it. He had to let us know, dog, yo, he done did me dirty, he is ready. Which, again, okay, if you're able to fracture his hand, is Ichigo on squad 0 power level at this particular point? Just think about it, dog. He wasn't even trying and he fractured his hand. Imagine if they went full blown. That'd be interesting to think about. But then they travel on to the second part of, I guess, this whole thing, which initially I thought, okay, wait, we're going through this way too quick, dog. We're going through how many of these captains and whatnot, but realistically, we only went through a couple. We went through the spa one, and then we went through Big Mama's house, where Ichigo and Renji, which it kind of feels a little weird that Renji's here. I mean, I guess they threw it to add, you know, back in the day, especially like some comedic relief, also keep people that Ichigo know entangled in the story. But realistically, I feel like Ichigo 100% ready. And don't get me wrong, I know Renji took that punch as well, but Renji is like, dog, what are you doing in the Soul Palace, fam? Like, Byakuya, I get it. Rukia, Renji, I guess we gotta live with it. Renji is back on that greatness, because I used to be a big Renji fan, and now I'm looking at him like, you in the Soul Palace? Oh, get out of here. But I guess he earned this place. And it was also a nice little gag to see that Zero Division captain, you know, losing weight with the food and everything. Like, honestly, it's just so many great memories from the manga. But then somewhere within the midst of this insanely awesome episode with so much happening, we find out that the new Captain Commander, with the death of Captain Commander Yamamoto coming in, has been appointed, and it is Kyoraku, which you can tell he's like a Shikamaru type of dude, like, oh my god, I don't want this is a headache, why me, so much so he had to tell his vice captain, like, yo dog, yeah, we might be saying goodbye. I will argue that maybe that felt a little quick. It was like, wait, hey, he's the new Captain Commander, okay, he's in charge, he's going to make his first, announcement, so to speak. That felt a little bit fast. In fact, again, a lot of this feels fast, but it's just weird that it's working. Like, it's hard to describe of getting the manga and putting it side by side with the anime, and the anime is blitzing through it, but it doesn't feel bad either, because it's so many great things, and it's giving you everything you need to know for the most part about these scenes. It's not cutting out important details, it's cutting out the fluff, and here, straight. That's what's making this adaptation just so much more like it's gliding, so to speak, because you're getting so much, and it's so good, and it's still understandable. Then we cut to probably one of the most important, iconic, epic, everything above scenes, where Kyoraku, as his first commandment, so to speak, the first order that he's making is that he wants Unohana to go and essentially train Kenpachi, Zaraki Kenpachi, which is a bad idea, because apparently back in the day, Captain Commander Yamamoto was told by the higher-ups, even higher than him, stop training him immediately. Like, we can't rock with him, because again, the Kenpachi are all criminals that were basically reformed. Like, okay, yo dog, you really freaking strong and you're a criminal, how about you rock with us? You get to live with all the perks of living, luxury and stuff like that, and you also get to fight non-stop, and you do some good. So essentially, yeah, these two that are going at it in this episode, Zaraki and Unohana, is two nut jobs to a certain degree, two criminals, so to speak. And I will say that their battle, once it began, there was a lot to it. For starters, art and animation, it looked great. It was very dark, I will say that. And I think that that was appropriate, because these are the darkest people in all of Bleach. You know what I'm saying? In terms of, these are the criminal, crazy nut jobs, the Kenpachi, that they're so strong that they just give them roles in the Serite because they're freaking strong, but they're dangerous. So that right there with the lighting and everything, it felt like it was kind of symbolic of, yeah, this is a dark one. On top of that, the fact that Kyoraku said when they battle, one of them won't come back. One of them dies in this fight between Unohana and Kenpachi. That also adds to the atmosphere. Maybe it needs to be dark, because there's so much contextualization between the two. The fact that we find out in this one that, holy shit, for starters again, Unohana was the original Kenpachi that fought against Bak and them back in the days. Like, that's how ridiculously strong she is and how long she's been around. I feel like the manga had more, and maybe the anime in the next episode will add it into there, of just understanding Unohana's change from being this crazy violent criminal to then calming down and becoming this healer all this time, and then you seeing her snap back into it, being paired with Zaraki. And then you also get the flip side of it, that Unohana changed Zaraki's life when he was a young punk that was just a savage, killing birds and shit like that. That was his first real enjoyment. Essentially, Unohana was the gateway to his addiction, that is fighting, which also something interesting to note, and we did see the character in the episode as well. Apparently, I believe Unohana's name before she became this Unohana, healing person, whatever, was Yachiru. And I'm like, wait a minute, isn't that the name of Zaraki's little companion friend, the little girl, whatever? What's up with that? We saw her in the episode alongside Isane, again, seeing everything that the Kenpachis have to lose, the connections that they've made throughout all this. It feels like, again, I mean, it's the final arc anyway, this is coming full circle for all of their character arcs. The fact that Unohana has been hiding that scar on her chest all this time, and those eyes morphing into this dark, sinister look. Zaraki coming to this point of, apparently even though he's the most dangerous dude, he did what he did all throughout the series, he's still weak considered to Unohana, and there's more to him that I'm imagining within the next episode or so will unlock. It's, again, so bizarre to say, because I feel like while this episode felt fast-paced, it also felt perfectly paced, because we only got a couple of the Zero Division members of seeing, what they're about so far. We got this battle going on that didn't end in this episode. It's seemingly continuing into the next episode. You got Zaraki taking off his eye patch. That was kind of crazy. Like, yo, dog, it's all over. I would throw the argument that this episode 9 of Bleach Thousand Year Blood War, probably one of the more slower episodes in a way, in terms of contextually giving us, you know, exposition and all that. Good job. In terms of showcasing, okay, how we're gonna get the get back and stuff, good job. But in terms of training so far, realistically, we've only been in the healing part of training. They even warned the Ichigo and Renji, next up you're gonna be fighting against this Nimaya Oetsu dude. Probably gonna have a tough time. So the training is still incoming, and despite the fact that the training right now, realistically, it's only that they took a bath and ate, Renji also throws in, which, again, shoutouts to Renji. It feels like the return. It's a Renji renaissance, so to speak, of his epicness that he once had, where he has to break down to Ichigo, we were injured, we had to heal, we're hungry, we gotta eat. Like, relax, chill, I get it, Serita's destroyed Bach, all that cool stuff. Like, come on, dog, like, this is what we're supposed to be doing. You have to heal when you come back from battle. They were freaking beaten to an inch of their life. Did Ichigo forget the ass whipping he just took, like, 2 episodes ago against Bach, you know what I'm saying? Chill. But overall, again, fantastic episode with a lot going on. Curious what you guys think. For starters, let's talk a little bit about this whole situation of the new Captain Commander Kyoraku. Do you feel like Kyoraku, rightfully so, deserves that role? Is there somebody else you would have given it to? I'll be honest with you. If it wasn't going to be Kyoraku, which he has a little more age than the other person I'm about to say, I would have said Byakuya. But then there's also the fact that, yeah, Byakuya just almost died. I don't know if he would want that position and that responsibility at this particular time. Probably not feeling too hot about himself. Also, I believe, again, Byakuya is quite a bit younger than Kyoraku, so probably would be the best to go with him. I mean, who else are you gonna go with? You gonna pick Zaraki? You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a couple of other ones. Mayuri, you're not gonna pick Mayuri. I would throw the argument Urahara might have, but 1, his absence from the Serite, 2, his unpredictability, and 3, the fact that his allegiance seemingly lies with Soul Society and Serite, but there's still always that question mark on, dog. Who is he? What's up with him? What's going on, dog? Urahara. You know what I'm saying? But he would have made a great Captain Commander, in my opinion, as well. But even if he was offered the job, he probably would have said Kyoraku, give it to him. Go ahead. Your thoughts on the Zero Division thus far? Are they living up to the hype? Are they disappointing? Again, the manga fleshes them out more. I would throw the argument that the manga will show you more about the Zero Division, about what's going on with them, and it'll feel a little more fleshed out nicely. But in terms of just blitzing through it and shit like that, it doesn't feel bad. It's weird to say, because I'm somebody that pacing is an issue. Pacing is a big deal, but it's fast pacing that works. Who do you think is going to win in this battle between Zaraki and Unohana? You think Zaraki's going to take it and become the ultimate Kenpachi and awaken something else? Your thoughts on her having the same name as Yachiro? What's up with that? Is she Yachiro's mom? I read the manga, so I know. So please don't take me for a fool. And your overall thoughts and expectations for Bleach's Thousand Year Blood War episode 10 and beyond. Damn, I can't believe we only have 3 episodes left. Is it 3 or 4? I forget if it's 12 or 13, but we only got a few episodes left, and this has just been shocking to a certain degree, because I didn't expect Studio Pierrot to live up to this hype, to live up to the art and animation. There was a couple of little wonky shots of Ichigo and Renji in particular. Not many, but there was a few little art shots. I was like, that could have been a little bit better, but Studio Pierrot as a whole, man, stuff. I'm ForneverWorld, and as always, people, have an awesome day. Subscribe and hit that bell to get more content from me. Please do. Have an awesome one. Okay, can we just be honest here for a minute? Can we just keep it all the way real when it comes to Bleach's Thousand Year Blood War, especially after these 10 episodes? Episode 10 just dropped a little bit ago, and wow, oh wow, let's keep it real about Bleach's Thousand Year Blood War, dog. Once again, it outdoes the manga. In fact, so much so that I ain't gonna lie, this episode of the anime, not only did it have me teary-eyed, not only did it have me screaming, holy cow, just in general, it's another reminder of Bleach's Thousand Year Blood War was worth the wait. A lot of people coming into this bad boy were skeptical. A lot of people were like, is Studio Pierrot really gonna bring that heat when you got studios like Mappa and Ufotable and all of these conglomerates that are bringing you Jujutsu Kaisen, Chainsaw Man, all of these very big freaking titles? Can they do it? Could they? Studio Pierrot did it, dog. Studio Pierrot did it, because episode 10 of Bleach's Thousand Year Blood War, with the battle of the Kenpachi, Unohana versus Zaraki, alongside Ichigo and Renji continuing on their journey in the Soul Palace to make their way up in order to be able to, come back and give Bach a little bit of a lashing, so to speak. But ultimately, I'm not gonna lie, this episode, wow, oh wow. From jump, it was a very dark episode, because for the majority of the episode, about maybe over half of the episode, was Zaraki versus Unohana, and really getting the depths of this battle and what it really means to the Serite. Because I've seen a lot of people say, well, dog, what's the reason? Why does somebody gotta die? Especially when Kyoraku said that in last week's episode of Bleach. A lot of people were like, but why? Why? And it's kind of like when a volcano meets a tornado. They love each other too much to walk away, though. No. Legitimately, it almost feels like it's a part of the process. It's like a ritual, so to speak, that in order to be truly a Kenpachi, you gotta slay the previous one. There's more to it than that. It's obviously two freaks of nature that are massively strong, because the Kenpachi is basically, from what it seems to be, the strongest in the Serite, and essentially whenever another strong person that's even stronger than them come along, then they become a potential candidate to be the next Kenpachi. So we get a lot of that flashback, which I loved it. I feel like, and don't quote me on this, but I'm almost certain that a lot of the flashbacks and in general this whole part with Zaraki and Unohana was extended. And I might be totally misremembering or forgetting some stuff, but it definitely felt like it was extended and it hit in a major way, because you want to understand the relationship between the two of these, right? Like, these are characters that have been around for a long time. We never really got to get them doing like a lot together. Of course, I believe we've seen them interact or whatnot, but we never really seen this whole side of the argument, even though it's been foreshadowed for a long time, with Unohana covering the scar on her chest and a lot of really weird things about her. Now we're getting the unraveling and seeing her at her prime, which is kind of crazy. I would love to see well, some might argue that, yo, she's still in her prime right now. She's a Kenpachi. She's been the real Kenpachi all along. Even though Zaraki been putting in work throughout the entirety of Bleach, technically Unohana was still kind of the Kenpachi, because Zaraki never took her out. And I ain't gonna lie, seeing the depths of a character like Zaraki, right? Because you could easily play him one way. You could play him that he is a mindless brute with that messed up sword. He's no, you know what I'm saying? You could play that there's not much depth to him. But when you find out the tragic and strange nature of Zaraki Kenpachi, of when he ran into Unohana all those years ago, for starters, Zaraki, you could throw the argument, was stronger than he is right now. Because all the way back then, when he ran into, mind you, this is the first Kenpachi, this is the first of the Court Guard 13 squads and whatnot. Like, this is him, you know what I'm saying? This is Unohana Kenpachi, you know what I'm saying? And Zaraki coming across her, and basically because he was never met with such a challenge, like fighting somebody like Unohana, it showed him something and it awakened something in him of a beast that loves fighting. However, because Zaraki was so broken, even then as a kid, as a little guppy, so to speak, shout out to young Zaraki, I'd love that manga, dog. Give me that spinoff as well. As Zaraki, from the days of him being young and running into Unohana, let me get that spinoff now. But essentially, because he loved fighting so much, and because he seemingly was getting the best of Unohana back in those days, he instinctively locked away a lot of that beast-like power. Essentially, back in the day, Zaraki couldn't get the W over Unohana, but because he realized how weak she was internally, so to speak, like think sensing, he powered himself down. And throughout all of Bleach, you could throw the argument that Zaraki has kind of been like an MC as well, that's been unlocking the barriers that he put in his mind since way back when he first ran into Unohana and had that battle and damn near killed her. So every fight you've seen in Bleach has been little by little him peeling back the layers, and it all goes so perfectly with Zaraki's character, because think about it, the whole complex situation with his Shikai. Doesn't even know the name of his Shikai, let alone his Bankai. I forget, I think he learned the name of his Shikai, but then he didn't know his Bankai, something along the lines of that. But again, it all hints at Zaraki having this hazy type of past and this hazy type of, you know, adventure that he's had from the beginning of Bleach till now. This was all undoing what he did in that moment when he fought against Unohana. Now, of course, there's been experience and so much stuff that's happened to Zaraki from that point on, but if this dude was that dude that potentially could have taken out Unohana back then, the same person that helped in the original Thousand Year Blood War, Zaraki probably back then would have slaughtered damn near everybody we've seen throughout the story of Bleach up until now. Because again, Unohana was broken. We even see right now that she's, pulling out her true inner Kenpachi, so to speak. She is a monster that is literally killing Zaraki, fighting him, killing him, and healing him up until he gets to the point of unlocking that ferocity and that overall power that he had when he fought Unohana all those years ago. Like, this is a twisted, dark, very intimate, scary in a weird way, but just in general, a beautiful scene and an amazing episode that, I loved it in the manga. I was fanboying in the manga. I'm fanboying harder with the anime. Again, it was very, very dark. Their setting where they're fighting at it, whatnot, very dark. The art was very dark, but it's fitting. This is extremely freaking dark. Somebody dies at the end of all this. And when we get to that point, as Zaraki is finally starting to come to, and he's understanding, like, dog, I keep blacking out. What the hell is going on? And he actually gets the best of Unohana and starts to bawl out, crying and shit like that. Oh boy, dog, when Unohana's bleeding out right there and Zaraki's like, no, don't die, don't die. It kind of brings me back, and I'm even getting goosebumps talking about it, to moments like, I don't know, Yu Yu Hakusho, when Kuwabara, episode 1, thought that Yusuke was dead for good, and he was crying and shit like that. It gave me that, but even more than that, because this is really long history, dog. This is basically the person that gave him hope that he can enjoy something that he loved so much in his life, and that's fighting. That everybody isn't going to be weaker, that there's stronger people out there. That's damn near the Master Roshi to Zaraki's Goku to a certain degree, because it's like, oh shit, yo, I'm really that guy, huh? And there's so many other people that are even stronger out there than that. Wow. Gave Zaraki a purpose, essentially. And towards the end of their whole situation, with Unohana essentially getting murked and giving everything that she's had, everything she learned and whatnot, to Zaraki, it was sad, man. I'm not gonna lie. It felt very strange. If you were a manga reader of this and you read this a decade ago, you might be feeling a little bit like me right now. It almost felt like, wow, I'm closing a chapter in my life, as small as it may be, of, talking about this manga or whatever and talking about this anime, but it feels very strange to finally see this 10 years later come to fruition in terms of being animated. And when you see Unohana there dying and the blood, oh my god, it was just so fucking sad. It was sad, man. Yet again, dog, call me a broken record if you want to, if you've been following these Bleach reviews over the last couple of months, because it's just been phenomenal. And right there, that in and of itself could have been an entire episode. Just Zaraki and Unohana, the succession of the Kenpachi, all of that stuff was fantastic in and of itself. But then you also have the other side of things, with Ichigo and Renji continuing on their journey in the Soul Palace, this time being with Nimaya Oetsu. And I'm not even gonna lie, they definitely pulled a Killer Bee with Nimaya Oetsu. I remember in the manga I thought he was similar, but not, no. He straight up gave me them Killer Bee vibes, so could do without the stereotypical stuff, especially when they bring in a really dope black character like Nimaya Oetsu, dog. He's the dude that created the Zanpakuto. This motherfucker got Ichigo and Renji hallucinating, thinking that he got a whole bunch of baddies around, and it's just that he got a sword. Dog, yes, I love all of that, okay? Like, right now, Nimaya Oetsu, granted, I'm not a fan per se of them sticking, that Killer Bee-esque character stuff on top of him, but he's still really freaking cool. And I'm not gonna lie, out of all of the Zero Division that we've seen them with so far, probably my favorite, again, from the ones that they've actually visited their place in the palace. So that would be Big Mama, is it Rikido? Kirio? I forget the name, but Big Mama, and of course, the original one, because this being the third one that they went to so far. And this dude, he's pretty freaking cool. I don't know, he just gives me vibes of Killer Bee, but I like him. I don't want to say more than Killer Bee. I've spent way more time with Killer Bee, but I don't know, he just seems kind of badass, and at the same time, everything just feels a little bit like, what the hell is going on? Because Ichigo and Renji basically go off to train with these Asauchis that are basically the core of a Zanpakuto. In order to get your Zanpakuto and, the spirit of it and all that stuff, you got to start with the basics of an Asauchi. But considering the fact that we know with Ichigo's journey, he's not the, typical Soul Reaper. In fact, he's not really even a Soul Reaper, as pointed out by Nimaya Oetsu, because after they go up against all of the Asauchi, Ichigo and Renji's there damn near tired, Ichigo's out on the floor, Nimaya's like, Renji, you passed, you're getting your new Zanpakuto. Ichigo, you failed. Dog, you failed. They didn't want you because you're bootleg, you're not a real, you're not authentic, you're not one of us. And I was like, Goddamn. Again, more stuff that it's been so long that I did not remember per se that portion of things. But Nemaya's like, I bet, yo, dog, you ain't get picked. And he sends him off. He even makes it really sad. And oh my God, let's talk about a couple of pieces of music in this one. For starters, some of that jazz and blues that they have for Nemaya Oetsu soundtrack. Oh my God, so freaking good. I loved it. But then when they play some of those classic Bleach OSTs, the little very humming sound, it almost sounds like, I think that's like when Ichigo usually talks to Zangetsu, that background OST, you know what I'm talking about. When they played that as Nemaya's telling Ichigo, no, you're no good, dog. You can't help us. Go home. Like, yeah, whatever. You gotta get back to your roots. That's what I love, though. When Nemaya's like, you gotta get back to your roots, dog. All around, really, really cool stuff for a training session in a way. It's been interesting, very fast paced. And in terms of training, it's like, goddamn, they were fighting these zombie looking things, the basically core, so to speak, of Zanpakuto for 3 freaking days. So shout outs to them after all they've been through, going through that. But yeah, I know based off the manga what's about to happen with Ichigo, but we're just going into even more greatness. We're going into more greatness, people. Bleach Style Xenoblade, oh my God, from Zaraki and Unohana's battle, and then Ichigo and Renji training up to be able to go and to fight back against Bak. It's been one hell of a show. Oh, I'm sorry. Yuha Baha. We gotta, it's official now, okay? There's no more nothing. It's officially Yuha Baha. But all things considered, again, amazing episode. Curious what you guys think. For starters, what are your thoughts on Unohana versus Zaraki? In particular, the fact that somebody had to die in the Battle of the Kenpachi. Like, did you cry? Did you feel sad? It really is sad that Unohana is like, all of these years, if you really think about it, she's been suppressing that Kenpachi, suppressing all of that. And in a weird way, maybe you could throw that as not even as sad. It's more so a relief that Unohana's like, all of it is gone now. I no longer bear the name Kenpachi. Everything is just, I'm passing it on to you now. It's almost like it's a relief for Unohana to finally be done with this, because you can imagine, like, she has cognizantly the mind of, yo, be good, heal, be a good person, but the instincts, the Kenpachi of what she is what she's probably been in hell all this time, having to heal and suppress all of that stuff when she really want to bug out and fight and hurt people. Shout outs to Unohana. And your thoughts on the second half of the episode with Ichigo and Renji with Nemaya Oetsu. Your thoughts on Nemaya Oetsu as one of the Zero Division captains thus far. Do you like him? Does he remind you of Killer Bee? Are you not kind of okay with, again, they got some stereotypical stuff that I'm like, oh, come on, dog. He's such a cool character, and I like a lot about him. Like, And your overall thoughts and expectations for Bleach Styles and Blood War. Only a few episodes left, and it's been hitting, dog. I can't even imagine what we're left in store for with the final few episodes. So after this one, I'm ForneverWorld, and as always, people, have an awesome day. Subscribe and hit that bell to get more, because Bleach, it's been hitting, lads. Subscribe. Okay, people, let's be honest. After the shocking revelations that we got in Bleach Styles Year Blood War episode 11, when you look at this episode and the contents within it, between the stuff of Masaki Kurosaki, Ichigo's mom, Ichigo slowly but surely delving into finding out his true heritage, everything with Ishin in the past, Aizen thinking he's like Notorious B.I.G., you know, bad boys moving silence and violence. Like, yo, this episode, it makes me think back to one of my favorite points of the Bleach story, and of course it's connected in a way as well because of Aizen and Tozen and Gin Ichimaru's basically involvement, and that's that it brings me to the Turn Back the Pendulum arc, where we got to find out a little more about the past of the Serite, what happened with Aizen and all of that debacle, everything that led up until this point. So when I see this arc, I'm like, okay, immediately making comparisons to Turn Back the Pendulum, because that is one of my favorite and personally one of the best written stories out of the Bleach series thus far, in my opinion. I absolutely love finding out the history of the Serite and how Aizen maneuvered and everything that went down. So when I get this, I'm like, oh baby, Turn Back the Pendulum part 2, but it's not quite Turn Back the Pendulum. Of course, it's called Everything But the Rain, similar to the same titles that the manga chapters had. And yeah, these episodes, first of all, Studio Pierrot yet again, dog. They are 11
for 11. Every single episode of Bleach's 1000 Year Blood War thus far has just been knocked out the park. Studio Pierrot, we see you. We understand that when y'all want to put in work, y'all are more than capable, because episode 11, yet again, the art and animation alone was freaking gorgeous. I love that they've been keeping the color palette dark for this stuff, because it's a war arc, you know what I'm saying? And this flashback in particular is very dark because it is revealing and diving further and further into Ichigo, the main character, and his backstory and what came to be. How did his parents get together to begin with? I love stories like this. I think back to Minato and Kuchina from Naruto, Kubo's, I guess, take of, well, what happened to the MC's parents, or at the very least his mom, because up until this point in Bleach, we've already established that Ichigo's mom died. I believe it was Grand Fisher. We've seen that. So how does this all connect to Ichigo's mom, aside from the major bombshell fact that, yeah, she was a Quincy? Dog, this episode, it provides so much, because it also dives into, in a weird way, some sort of, not necessarily love triangle, but you definitely get to see why Ryukin is the way he is. Honestly, I think he looks with regret. I think the reason why he's such a mean dude and he raised Ishida the way he did was because he ultimately wanted to end up with that Masaki Kurosaki, and because things went left and Masaki ended up with Ishin, that's probably why every time we've ever seen dude, he looks like he's just pissed off, like, this isn't the life I wanted, fam. Why the damn Quincy? Because it also ties in so perfectly well the fact that, hey, there was some inner turmoil based on the 1000 Year Blood War, even then, between the Quincy and the Shinigami. You see that everybody in this household, because basically Ichigo's mom, Masaki Kurosaki, was essentially taken in by them. She didn't have nobody else. A lot of bad stuff happened, and she was essentially going to be raised up with them to marry Uryu's dad. So basically, it was already a prearranged marriage. But again, we see ultimately that prearranged marriage ain't do nothing, and it ties again, like I said, into the whole 1000 Year Blood War, because the Quincy's there, it's almost think like Romeo and Juliet, you know what I'm saying? These two families that hate each other so much, but one of them, again, Ishin, he's a Shinigami, and Masaki is a Quincy. And just because Ishin, because we've seen throughout the entirety of Bleach that just because Ishin is a really cool dude, funny guy, good guy, no bad vibes whatsoever, that is a totally different story when it comes to some of the people from the Soul Society and the Shinigami again. This episode, just from start to finish, I just keep remembering so many different amazing and awesome little tidbits and scenes, like Ishin talking with Masamoto and Hitsugaya and talking about him potentially becoming the next captain. Again, this predates Ichigo's, journeys into the Soul Society. This is back in the day. And while we're on it about Ishin and Masamoto, I ain't gonna lie, I wonder why Ishin never tried to get them G's, you know what I'm saying? He went to the human world and he just got completely thrown off track, dog. I would have been like, yo, that Masaki Kurosaki, she's alright, dog, but you got that Masamoto back in the Serite, dog. I'm going back home, dog. I need me some Masamoto Rangiku, you know what I'm saying? I guess that also makes me question what was his power like, you know what I mean? If Ishin back then, rummaging and he was already a captain, how strong was he? If he fought Aizen right then, if he noticed, oh shit, and attacked Aizen, do we get a big battle where Aizen would have been defeated? Or how strong was Ishin back in those days when he was palling around with Hitsugaya and Masamoto? Questions. Again, just all of the little scenes that they added in here, it feels like Bleach's 1000 Year Blood War was made to be fast in anime adaptation, because it just worked so well. I don't know if I would be screaming and this freaking hype about the Bleach 1000 Year Blood War anime if it was the traditional way that the Bleach anime and Studio Pierrot was doing things back in the day, where you spread out contents of a chapter amongst multiple episodes. It seems like with this, it's just everything, there's so much to talk about. You could podcast an hour podcast off these episodes, because we also get introduced to understanding this hollow that we see clearly looks very similar to Ichigo when he starts bugging out, and the Vasto Lord and all of that stuff. So it makes you wonder, because this was essentially an experiment. Aizen was still
in the shadows, experimenting, doing his dastardly deeds, of course, until he outs himself in the Soul Society arc later on in time. But nevertheless, it seems as though that hollow that looks very eerily similar to Ichigo when he bugs the hell out was seemingly created, an amalgamation, so to speak, an experiment by Aizen. And if you connect the dots, okay, well, why does that look like when Ichigo bugs out, it also did attack Masaki Kurosaki? Maybe there's something more there. And again, this all ties back into a line that a lot of people had a problem with. This line, a lot of people really hated one major thing in Bleach, but this right here clarifies it. And that's a line that Aizen told Ichigo arcs ago, and that's that he was responsible for everything, and he's been watching him even since before he was born. And technically, you know, Ishin and Masaki are just now meeting. This is before he was born. Aizen was in the sky watching, so Aizen technically wasn't BSing, and it doesn't feel like contrived or, hey, Kubo pulled one out. Like, it all connects so perfectly. Even if Kubo was just connecting the dots as he was going along writing, and he didn't have this grand vision and broke it down, it still transitions so well, works so well, it ties up. It doesn't feel like there's two stories going on at one, because this is an extension. The aftermath of Yamamoto, the Captain Commander's battle against the Quincy King Yuhabaha all those years ago, you're seeing this is the remnants, you know what I'm saying? This is their essentially descendants dealing with those issues from way back then. Shoutouts to Ryukin, even though he can't clearly see right there that his maid wants him, you know what I'm saying? Although, yeah, I'm trying my best not to spoil shit for people, okay? Like, this is so freaking good. And it seems as though the story is also leading to where we could find out, okay, exactly everything that happened, what happened, why did it happen, of Ishin leaving the Soul Society. Because remember, at the start of Bleach, Ishin is just a house father. We don't even find out that he is a Shinigami until well into the story. So you gotta wonder, well, did he put all of that aside so that he could live in harmony with the Quincy, you know what I'm saying, with Masaki, or just for his family in general, or he was ran out of there? Like, everything that happened is now starting to get explained, and even though it's deep into the story, I love it. I think Kubo did his thing back in the day with this. This is some of the peak Bleach stuff when it comes to the flashbacks. Like I said, the Turn Back the Pendulum arc, one of my favorite and one of the best arcs in Bleach, and this, Everything But the Rain, might even just top that. Art, animation, beautiful. The story is amazing. It's very reminiscent again of a Romeo and Juliet story, so to speak, because Ishin is cool with Quincy and doesn't really care about all of that because Masaki saved him from that hollow. Doesn't mean that Shinokuni Yamamoto is not going to have a problem with, yo, dog, I fought, you know what I'm saying, somebody that probably could have been her father 200 million generations ago. What are you doing? Get away from her before I hurt her. You know what I'm saying? Captain Commander might whip out his Bankai, because dude was a little heartless back in them days. And I guess it also makes you question, okay, well, if we're seeing Aizen's involvement even back then and everything is tying in, well, what role would Aizen play at this juncture? Because remember, Aizen's dastardly plans and everything have already been foiled. Like, the flashback that we're seeing right now was Aizen's agenda back before Ichigo beat him several years later. So how is Aizen's role going to be played in all of this situation? And again, if I was Ichigo, I'm not even going to lie, I would go down to where Aizen is locked up and just start beating the living dog turds out of homie. Like, dog, you've been playing with my family since before I was born. Yeah, let me go up in there and hit you with a final Gesuga attention while you tied to that chair, dog. Like, you played too much. But also why Aizen is one of the most epic and badass villains of all time, dog. Bad boys moving silence and violence, and Aizen was doing both. And it was also a nice touch to just see the return of those three and, you know, up-to-date 2022 beautiful art and animation. It looked really good. And it didn't wrap itself up, so it seems as though with the finale, in case you don't know, Bleach Thousand Blood War episodes 12 and 13 will be a joint finale for this first Cour, and there's still many more episodes to go after that, and the arc is far from done. But yeah, it seems as though we're going to wrap all this up, which honestly sounds like one of the most fantastic finales for a Cour for Bleach Thousand Blood War, because again, I mean, did you watch the episode? It's a great episode, great story, diving into Ichigo's past, because remember, we're on the finale. We got to wrap up every question that Bleach fans had. We got to try our best to answer them, and this one right here is slowly answering them. Look at Ichigo's mom in her prime, and yo, her Quincy powers, dog. What? The way she blew away, homie, that, what's his name, Whitey? I forget which one was Whitey, but yeah, she blew homie away. And your overall thoughts and expectations for the finale of Bleach 1000 Year Blood War. Dog, it seems like we've been yelling for a decade. Oh my god, I want this anime to come, and we're already almost done with the first Cour. Like, this is absolute madness, but I'm not mad, and I gotta just continue to stress. Thank you, Studio Pierrot, for taking this serious, for putting the talents behind it, for getting the right prep time so that people could get, you know, pre-production going. Like, everything is just, the T's have been crossed, the I's have been dotted, and Bleach 1000 Year Blood War episode 11, yet again another prime example of it pays to be patient. But that's all I have for this one. I'm ForneverWorld, and as always, people, have an awesome day. Subscribe and hit that bell to get more, because, yo, dog, we going into the finale next week. I can't freaking believe it. It's already here. No! I can't believe it, folks. It finally happened. We've reached the day of the finale of the first Cour of the Bleach 1000 Year Blood War, and wow, oh wow, I was first of all just shocked alone to see that they gave us a double whammy, because essentially they called it an hour-long special, but it was really just 2 episodes that aired back-to-back, because the way I watched it on Hulu was 2 separate episodes. I was like, wait a minute, day after Christmas I get 2 episodes of Bleach? Nani so there? This is amazing! And considering the fact that Bleach's 1000 Year Blood War up until this point has been a grand slam, with every episode delivering to the utmost capacity, I had no doubt in my mind for high expectations when it came to this finale. And of course, yet again, Studio Pierrot, with this new wave they're coming with thanks to Bleach's 1000 Year Blood War, absolutely brought all their A game with these episodes. And I feel like it was so appropriate, right? Because remember, this is 4 Cours. It's going to be 52 episodes divided up into 13 episode blocks, and then you'll get the next set of episodes and so on and so forth until all 52 are released. And wow, the fact that the finale of the first Cour alone really wraps up Ichigo's character arc, understanding everything about Ichigo from beginning to end. I love it. These last, I want to say, even 3 episodes, because last week's episode as well included, really dove into Ichigo and understanding who he truly is. Because, you know, we've seen a lot about Ichigo, and of course Ichigo is definitely a lot of different things. We've seen him be a visor to full bring, like, he's a lot of different things, but this is what he was before all the madness, and this is how he came to be. Like, I feel like Kubo made sure to cross every T and dot every I on his way out with Bleach's 1000 Year Blood War, because in particular, especially the first Cour, it really gives you like, okay, this is Ichigo Kurosaki, and this is also the utmost character development for Ichigo Kurosaki. I love the fact that I get to see this with like a hindsight vision of, yo, well, 10 years ago, how did I look at this? And then 10 years later, how do I look at it with the anime adaptation? And I love the fact that this is the utmost character development that you could possibly give for a character that is so split and so divided like Ichigo Kurosaki. He fought the Hollow off time and time again throughout the series, like, no, you ain't driving the boat. Likewise with Zangetsu, it was like, hey, thanks for guidance, yo, can you give me something. But this episode, it really puts into perspective Ichigo understanding and letting go of possibly some fears, some resentments, and just in general coming into his own. This is the moment where the main character really mans up, and that's something that I love. The fact that, yeah, you could argue, wow, it took so long to get to this point, but we got it nonetheless, and in such an epic way, because again, I don't need to keep on stressing about the art and animation. It just looked great. Like, there was maybe a couple of little simple moments, nothing bad at all, but simple moments here and there throughout these 2 episodes, more so like in the midst of the second episode, but as a whole, it was just phenomenal. Damn near every scene, from Nimayo Uetsu when he's talking with Ichigo and everything, it was just freaking brilliant. But, you know, diving into characters as well that we really got little glimpses of throughout the series, and I'm speaking of Isshin and Masaki, and even the whole Ryuken scenario. You never would have thought in the beginning of Bleach, yo, there's some crazy dramatic love triangle that went down in a weird way between Ryuken, Masaki, and Isshin, although in retrospect, that's what I initially had thought, that it was just that, you know, at surface level. But if you really dig deep, this thing even gives you into Ryuken's character and why he's so miserable. It wasn't necessarily like, I am so heartbroken, I wanted Masaki. Like, he really was, you know, more so like family-ish, like, hey, I'm just supposed to be protecting my family. Ryuken's heartbreak is the fact that he feels like a failure, while a Shinigami, you know, they've always been at war and at odds with one another, was able to, at the drop of a hat, okay, I'll give up everything, you know, all of these circumstances that are bad in order to save this girl's life. Isshin looks back and he just stood beside, while Isshin and Masaki went through and fought that hollow. So it kind of broke him, it crushed him, it made him feel like, wow, you know, the one of the representatives from the other squad, so to speak, the Shinigamis, did it at the drop of a hat. I'm supposed to be the protector of this family, and I couldn't get it done, and I couldn't, you know, push myself to get involved, and look at what happened to her. I wasn't able to protect her. Ultimately, a Shinigami had to. That is probably the core of Ryuken's pain, and then everything else that ensued that led him to say, you know what, hey, maid, you're mine now. And that's how, yeah, Uryu was born. Hey! But it was just fascinating to dive more into the Quincy whole, you know, bloodline and all these family ties and whatnot, because that was one of the pivotal things from the moment that you get Uryu involved into the story way in the beginning of Bleach, is that, yo, there is an issue between the Quincy and the Shinigami. Why is that? And finding all of this out throughout these episodes, and then especially leading into this one, yeah, Ichigo and Uryu are pretty much like, what, cousins or some shit? Like, they're kind of related, which is wild, but yeah. And then I gotta say that Kubo really made sure to cross everything out of possible plot holes or complaints that fans could have regarding Isshin, because, you know, it was a little bit muddy and unclear for a very long time. You start off the series, oh, he's just a regular human. Then you find out, wait a minute, he's a Shinigami. Then you find out, oh, okay, he used to be a Shinigami and something happened. Now with these 2 episodes in this finale is like, oh, we know exactly what happened. He was a selfless man, and that's why he lived life the way he did, and all the connections with Urahara, like, everything just went full circle and tied in very nicely. And I gotta give props, of course, to Kubo on the writing of making sure that this time around there's no questions to ask when you walk away about, well, what was that about Isshin being a shit? It ties in so beautifully with this whole story. And it almost makes me personally look at it like, imagine if Bleach went a lot longer, because there is the whole thing that Kubo was, you know, ill, and that's why arguably the ending of Bleach was rushed and whatnot. Imagine Bleach could have gone a lot longer. I wonder if people would have really taken in and accepted Bach as, nah, he was really meant to be the villain all along of this whole thing. Like, there was a 999 year preparation for this whole thing. And I'm not gonna lie, it definitely felt like Kubo grabbed a lot of influence from different historical figures and historical aspects with Bach and everything that the lore brings forth from the Sternritter and the Quincy tale and all of that stuff. Like, those are all based on things that Kubo was influenced by, and he just brought it to life so well and made it make sense. Because again, you go into this 1,000-year blood war and you're like, okay, well, we had Aizen was really the villain for like a good majority of the series. We had Genjo and the Fullbringers try to pull a fast one, previous Shinigami substitute. What's next? You know, where do you go from here to be even more grandiose than a big villain that took up majority of the series, and then Genjo? And it's like, oh, this dude is really the guy, and we've seen it all throughout, and this finale yet again ties in as well. And then, you know, diving something that, man, oh man, it's hard to say that because the manga really, of course, you know, rationed this portion of the story out. These episodes are taking like 4 to 5 chapters and putting them in, but I gotta say, even for this finale, it didn't really feel like, oh man, this is, you know, speeding through. Like, I feel like this is a present to Bleach fans. Like, granted, you couldn't probably just jump into the 1,000-year blood war and really understand almost anything. You're gonna be so confused. You gotta watch all 306, well, not all 300, you could skip the filler, but you gotta watch all the canon of Bleach to really appreciate what's being brought forth. If you don't know anything about Bleach, this isn't gonna be meaningful for you. This isn't gonna be tying all together. It's just gonna be like this sad story in the rain. But when you understand what the meaning of this whole thing is and what it means to the foundation of even the series and the beginnings of the Serite, it's just impactful, and how it all lands so nicely into Ichigo being the one that brings this whole tale to life in form of his family tree and the connections is awesome as well, making the main character truly essential, because oftentimes you would look at Ichigo throughout Bleach and be like, well, of course he's the main character, but he's not really main to the thing because he's just reacting to, well, Soul Society's on some bullshit, well, Aizen's on some bullshit. This time around, yeah, Aizen was still on some bullshit that led to the creation of that hollow and stuff like that, but this is really, oh, this is a problem from Ichigo's family bloodline. This is an Ichigo problem. This is why you get Cour 1 being so pivotal and important to things, because this is a problem from well before any of the things that Ichigo had to face. This is this time around not, hey, I'm a substitute Shinigami. This is this time around, oh, I'm part Quincy and my mother went through some shit. Some really bad stuff happened that I didn't even know, unbeknownst to me. Yeah, I gotta face this stuff. I gotta understand what's going on here. Finding out the truth about how Masaki Kurosaki was really killed, that essentially the day Grand Fisher was there, she could have blipped him away like nothing. Masaki was really freaking strong. It was the fact that that just so happened to be the day of the arise and the ripping of the Quincy powers from people like her. And it makes you wonder, wait a minute, what happened with it? Was Katagiri also a victim of that? Like, what happened? Is Katagiri still alive? Maybe she is, I don't know. Or maybe I'm thinking of Ryuken's mom. Either way, yeah, a lot of Quincies died, which I guess I feel like the anime probably skipped over that aspect as well, of explaining like, yo, Masaki wasn't the only victim of this situation, you know, like Bach did some really horrible things. He sacrificed a lot of Quincies and a lot of people to get that revival. And one of the most important, impactful, and craziest moments of it all is the revelations about Zangetsu and the hollow, so to speak, within Ichigo, that basically, yeah, the hollow pretty much was like the real Ichigo in a way, and even not so. Like, Ichigo is Ichigo, I felt like was the main message of this whole thing. Like, you know, going above all of what we got, I feel like Ichigo's like, no, I'm me. Those were assets that helped me. You know, that hollow side helped me. Zangetsu, even though he was a fraud, and it was really the Quincy within me trying to protect me, because it looks like at some given point, and even possibly till now, throwing in a bag of revenge, of course, in that, Bach really wanted to help his people. Like, the sad part of this whole thing is that, and I don't think we'll ever get it, is the true reason why this war really kicked off. And, you know, getting like, imagine we had a spinoff that just explained how the war even began to begin with, because it sounds like if this is based off of the Quincy, right? If this is based off the Quincy King Yuhabaha, and he is supposedly there all throughout Bleach protecting Ichigo just because you are Quincy, lending powers to something that has Shinigami involved just because you are my son born in darkness, that means that more than likely Bach was a righteous, caring person about his people, and that's what led to war with the Shinigami. I mean, obviously there's more to it of how to handle the hollows and whatnot, but yeah, that was still an integral part, and again, just something amazing that this finale is doing. Honestly, I forgot how long the 1,000 Year Blood War is, because I feel like we're damn near halfway through the arc already, and again, there's still 3/4 of the way through to go. I want to add that initially I felt like the first episode was the better finale. Like, if we would have just had a 12 episode one, okay, boom, Ichigo understands everything from the past. I felt like that was really strong up until the end of the second episode, because there was a bunch of cool stuff. We got Hitsugaya training up, we're seeing everyone in the Serite, like, we're getting a lot of cool stuff, like, okay, this is the get back. That part with Komamura and the giant dog, oh my god, I cannot wait. I forgot there's a very, very hype moment that's incoming with Komamura. Oh my god, yes, that was a great moment too. But really what solidified in terms of this narrative, in terms of the finale being a telling of Ichigo Kurosaki, how this story really came to be, his life, who he is seeing the forging of the Zangetsu with Nimayo Uetsu getting it done and whatnot, and seeing him dual wielding Bankai, baby. That's where Asta from Black Clover, he was inspired by that. I know, like, definitely, because it looked awesome, it looked epic. I thought they were gonna do something a little bit different in terms of giving us like a 360 angle of it. They didn't go that route. That would have been really awesome. But either way, Ichigo has evolved and accepted again who he is. He's like, yo, dog, Zangetsu, whoever you are, if you're really just Baka, whatever you did, helped me a lot, and you got me to this point, even though you didn't have to do none of that. I rock with you. I don't need you, you know, I don't need to use you. I don't need to fight alongside you. Likewise with the Hollow, you know, I kind of kept pushing you off. You're not me, blah, blah, blah. It's like, nah, dog, I got this now, thank you for everything. And then boom, dual wielding Bankai. It was honestly an amazing finale, man, and I can't freaking wait for it to return. Bleach, Thousand Blood War. This was anime of the year. Like, easily the most triumphant return, the most fitting expression for all the Bleach fans out there that patiently waited, that screamed, we want it, but we understand, please bring it back, that was hoping and anxious for it. Your patience has paid off, because this was incredible and fitting of a fandom that waited 10 years. And again, we still got like a bajillion episodes to go, 3 more quarters. But yeah, until the next one, people, Bleach, Thousand Blood War, Cour 1, and thanks for watching and enjoying this experience with me. I hope to catch you on the next set of episodes. I'm ForneverWorld, and as always, people, have an awesome day. Subscribe and hit that bell. I talk about a whole bunch of other anime and manga related stuff, and I think you'll have a great time with me. Have an awesome one. Thank you, Kubo and Piro, for really putting in the works for this finale. This season was very big. There was a lot of very key moments from the Thousand Blood War that happened in this season of Bleach. I would say that the second half of this core, of Cour 2, of this season, essentially, of the Bleach Thousand Blood War, was far superior to the first half of the Thousand Blood War. Not that it was necessarily bad, but I said it before and I'll say it again. The Komamura fight, Komamura versus Bombietta, I felt like it rushed through it, and I don't know if it was because of a popularity thing. At the end of the day, Komamura is not the most popular character, although in my opinion Bombietta was one of the most popular Sternritter, especially back in the day. People loved talking about Bombietta, but I felt like they purposefully rushed through that fight. That, for me, was one of, and it still is, as far as the Bleach manga goes, Komamura versus Bombietta is one of my all-time favorite fights in all of the Bleach manga. So you could say that I'm being a little fanboyism, whatever the case may be. Ultimately, I know that I was wanting that to be an 11 out of 10. Like, I wanted that to be everything and then some. Like, I would have been fine with them extending parts of the Komamura versus Bombietta fight, because I loved that so much in the manga. It was so freaking good. And the fact that it felt like they sped through it kind of was disappointing to me. I was disappointed in that factor. Not that it was bad, but it's just like, oh, I want, because the art looked really good, especially when Komamura went into his human form for a minute. Like, it looked really, really dope. I was just like, man, bro, I want it, you know what I'm saying? So that's where I felt with that. A lot of the first half of the season as well was Ichigo still training, getting ready to head back to the Serite, which it kind of got a little confusing, and I think that this is personally in the manga where Kubo probably thought that he was going to be physically capable of doing a lot more than he ultimately could have, because remember, in case you don't know, Tite Kubo had to rush towards the end of the Bleach manga because his health, like, he was dealing with a lot of health issues as well. I covered it in an old video. If you look it up, it's like I think it got like 1 million or 1.5 million views on it, me talking about the truth of why he had to end Bleach the way he did. But ultimately, he had to rush through things, and I feel like a part of that is truly reflected on Ichigo's travels from the Soul Society, or from the Soul Palace to the Serite, and then having to go right back. It kind of felt a little bit off, because like it was this big, the preparation, like, oh snap, Ichigo's on his way back. It almost felt too like Goku on Snake Way, when he had to make it in time to for the Saiyan's arrival and whatnot. And Ichigo's speeding through, and then he kind of gets there. He fights with those Melody and all those cats and whatnot, kind of gives them a little bit of the beats, and then because Bach whisks away to the the Soul Palace and whatnot, he kind of has to go right back, and it kind of felt a little bit like, yo, he just got here. He literally just got here. We're talking about all these plans of how can he get back and all the, like, he just got here. And again, I think that was, it's nothing that, at the end of the day, Kubo had health issues. Bottom line, point blank, period. There's nothing you can say other than, damn, man, it's a shame that happened. But you can't necessarily go in and say like, yo, you should have done 50 more chapters so the pacing of Ichigo could have felt better, him arriving from the Soul Palace and whatnot. So I'm not gonna go in that light, but I will say that it did feel a little bit strange of like, yo, he just got here and he already has to go back, you know what I'm saying? So there was that. Uryu's betrayal, it's okay, I ain't gonna lie. Part of me, I'd be looking at it like, especially towards the end, I'm like, does Uryu really have any business? And I get it that he got more Bach's powers or whatnot, because he was on his knees with Bach, pause. But I felt like Uryu really had no business there with the Squad Zero. So I guess those are just some gripes or whatnot that I wanted to throw out from the beginning, because after a certain point, it just was up and away. like I've said it before and I'll say it again, Rukia's Bankai, up until that point, that was one of my favorite moments of the Bleach Thousand Year Blood War anime. It probably still is, really. Like, I'd have to think for a second, but it gotta be at least top 3 for me. Like, Rukia, Bankai versus Asnod, avenging her brother, kind of finally showcasing her having a Bankai, the design looking so cool, reminded me of Shorty from, was it her Bankai? I forget what it was, but Shorty from movie 2, and I think that was actually her Bankai itself. I might be mistaken, it's been a little minute, but reminded me of, you know, the Shorty from movie 2. Like, the Bankai looked great, the art and animation was dope, everything about it. Like, I started noticing, like, oh, they upping the animation. Like, this is a very, you know, Rukia is one of the most popular characters in Bleach, so they understood the assignment of, we can't play around right now. We gotta make sure Rukia's Bankai is A1 to the day ones, you dig? And they delivered, very much so. And as a Rukia fan, from whether it be back in the day, if you watch my videos back when I was living in my old place, where I had the big Rukia poster, whatnot, you would know that as a Rukia fan, I was extremely happy to see my girl finally achieve Bankai, helping out Byakuya, even though in the end it kind of felt like Byakuya could have kind of maybe taken Asnod after his return from the Soul Palace. But either way, I was like, let's go, Studio Pierrot. You understood the assignment that you couldn't play with that one. So that was hype. Kenpachi versus Gremmy. Now, in the manga, I remember, including myself, a lot of people didn't really care for it simply because we didn't care for Gremmy. And the main reason why a lot of people didn't care for Gremmy in the manga was the fact that it just felt like, yo, you have literally the greatest ability in all of Bleach. Like, I think it's safe to say that that is the most hacks ability in Bleach, period. Anything you think of becomes reality. It's literally instant manifestation. That's Gremmy's ability. And I remember the manga, again, including me, I'm going to just keep it real, during the Gremmy battle, a lot of people were like, but how do you lose? Like, we get it. It's Zaraki Kenpachi, baby, but how do you lose when you have the most hacks ability? I feel like the way the anime approached it, they made it so freaking epic and really put the focus in on Zaraki so much, and Kenpachi, you know, just everything of what his character entails up until this point, him going into his advanced Shikai, that was like his true Shikai form, right? That wasn't Bankai, I think that was like his true Shikai, like that giant butcher blade or whatnot. And he kicked Gremmy's behind, and I hope I'm not misremembering. I'm pretty sure he had the big butcher knife. I'm not trying to spoil anybody, but yeah. And, you know, Gremmy at the end of the day took the L, but the way the anime approached it, it didn't really feel like, I don't know. In the manga, a lot of us felt like it was nonsensical, and in the anime, while yeah, still it's like, damn, dog, you literally have like a god ability. Like, nobody could beat you with this ability. But they emphasized so strongly on the reason why he lost was not because he was necessarily incompetent, but it's that Zaraki Kenpachi is just so badass that he literally scared this kid to death. Because we also got to keep in mind that the Sternritter were people in their previous lives that, like, you know, like, I think, what was it? Was it Asnod that was, like, in a hospital? And I forget, was Gremmy also a little kid that was sick or something? But either way, their previous lives, they weren't, like, the most toughest or biggest or baddest of them all or whatnot. So they're still carrying over as, like, those type of people. But the Zaraki versus Gremmy battle, the outcome still makes you think, like, a little salty of, like, damn, Gremmy, that, you know how many people with that ability would have waxed the living lights out of Zaraki? But ultimately, I feel like they did their best to make it just like, yo, it's just because Zaraki's that dude. Like, he lost because Zaraki's him. That's pretty much it. And I rocked with it. I ain't gonna lie. I rocked with it heavy. I wasn't mad at it at all. I thought it was dope. Art and animation looked good. It even gave a little bit of emotion with the whole thing with Yachiru, of her, like, disappearing and him saying, yo, find her, whatnot. Especially considering that last speech that Gremmy said, like, I think he said something like, you taking the L as well, or you lost in the end, something along the lines of that. You could see the worry on Zaraki's face, and great fight. Awesome stuff. Renji versus Master Masculine, it was cool. I didn't really care for it in the manga or like that, because Master Masculine was a little bit silly, but I was enjoying watching just Renji throw down. As somebody that I used to be a Renji fan, like I used to be a big Renji fan back in the day, I was just happy to see Renji throwing down. I was like, okay, let's go. So I really wasn't mad at it. The superstar stuff, Mayuri Kurosuchi, I don't know what happened to me over the years, but I've become like a super fan for Mayuri. Mayuri. So when Mayuri shows up and he's in like this golden sun uniform and he just has everything figured out pretty much, and he's on like some boss stuff, I'm like, yo, this is crazy. Like, granted, he's still selfish. Like, even though, you know, the Serite has fallen and whatnot, he's still being selfish and like worrying about his science project, so to speak, with this whole zombie situation, fighting what's homie's name, the one with that turned Bombietta into a zombie. And I was kind of like, bro, it was so hard to see Bombietta like go from Bombietta Buster bind the, you know, god tier, like, yo, don't play with me, to begging, I think it's Giselle, begging Giselle like, please, you know. It was just like, what the hell happened here, bro? What happened here? But Mayuri was just like pretty freaking dope. Like, I ain't gonna lie, I was hype as hell when Mayuri showed up. Seeing a lot of his calculations, seeing him throwing down a little bit. The Quincies and them zombie stuff, I was like, alright, it's cool. Again, there's like, in the Thousand Year Blood War, there was so much that happened that some of it was really, really hype, some of it was okay, some of it was a little bit of misses or whatnot. But I feel like in almost every instance, minus maybe the Komamura stuff, I would say that, it felt like the anime really was superseding above and beyond with a lot of the stuff from the manga. I'll be honest with you, a lot of it. And then this grandiose finale, bro. We gotta talk about the finale episodes. What would it be? 24 through 26, I think, right? Like, well, there was last week and then there was the 2 episodes this week. Let's start off with last week. The fact that we're starting to see, which I think there's already been cases of it, but last week especially was a big eye-opening view into Kubo adding in ideas that he felt should have been in there to begin with the manga, basically extending certain scenes or adding things that weren't in the manga, like that scene of Ichigo from Squad Zero from the past sitting with Yuhabaha with Juhabak, and sitting down, and pretty much when Bak was trying to get, you know, a little lippy with him and him shutting him all the way down. I was like, oh my god, between the art and animation, direction, all of that, just fantastic choreography and everything. But I will say between that and this 2-part finale of this Cour with Squad Zero versus the Royal Guards and Bak, bro, they improved, like, bar none. The anime of all of that just dumps on the manga, and the manga wasn't necessarily bad, but one of the biggest things that the anime did that I'm going to be, as a fan of this stuff, forever grateful, is that they redeemed Squad Zero in so many ways. Because in the manga, Squad Zero, I ain't gonna lie, a lot of people left saying like, yo, they kind of look a little fraudulent, bro, what happened here? But the anime has just made them, they feel like monsters, homie. Every ounce of these guys just feel like straight up beasts. From Ichigo to Nimaya Uetsu, I don't remember all the names, but I remember their names. Squad Zero was just fantastic, dog. And I love it from, you know, Bak escaping the tree and fighting Ichigo one-on-one, and all of Squad Zero. Like, it feels like it's a little bit of a back and forth, but for the most part, Squad Zero looks like they're really living up to the name of Squad Zero. Despite the fact that Bak, you know, basically sacrificed a good chunk of the other Sternritter to power everyone up. Despite the fact that they've been, you know, using tricks and everything they possibly can to defeat Squad Zero, to get to the Soul King and whatnot, Squad Zero has just been putting in work, bro. My favorites are bar none. I like Shorty with the arms. I forget what's her name. Is it Mecha? I was gonna say Mekamaru. This ain't Jujutsu Kaisen, but Shorty with the arms is cool. But Ichigo and Nimaya Uetsu are my guys, bro. And then Shorty with the arms in 3rd place. Like, she's just freaking dope as well. And just every ounce of the action, the animation, the art, bro. I was just like, this was the Squad Zero that the Bleach series promised us many moons ago. When Squad Zero was first mentioned, and we were like, yo, if they're above the, you know, the 13 courts guards and whatnot, they gotta be just elite. You know what I'm saying? They gotta be like basically a group of, whatchamacallit, Mecharachnid, I'm done with you. they gotta be like basically a bunch of Yamamotos. Like that was when I first heard about these guys. I was like, okay, so if they're like just these gods here, it's just like a bunch of Yamamotos, and that's why I still feel a little sus about Uryu being in the fray with the Royal Guards fighting against them, because I'm like, yo, come on, fam, come on. But they have the excuse that he drank the blood of Bach or something like, I forget what it was, but so I guess that's supposed to help, but I don't know, it feels weird seeing him going up against these god tier monsters. And then some of the Bach's Royal Guards, like Askin, he's kind of interesting. He reminds me of like, well, he has the character design of, he kind of looks a little like Aizen, but he feels like a JoJo's character. He reminds me of like a Joseph Joestar or whatever. He's kind of like a troll in a way. Then you got the dude that looks like Hawkman. Also, what else? He reminds me of something else, man. I can't think of it. But he kind of looks like Hawkman from DC or whatnot. He's alright. I like the strength-wise. Like, he doesn't look like a fraud. He looks like, with everything that's happening, even though he took the L the first time around, he looks like he's still credible, whatnot. And that's another thing that the anime did for, the Royal Guards and Squad Zero and everybody. It boosted everybody up so much. Everybody looks like they're real legit. The fight between Ichibe and Bach, and how Ichibe at every turn is getting more mad, like this little kid, bro. This little kid ain't listening, dog. I just was like, get him, Ichi-san. Get him, Ichi-sama. Let's go. When he's swiping the brush and he's just waxing that ass, and Bach is going and he's cutting his name in half and making him like, for a moment I was thinking of when Hiruzen fought against Orochimaru and Orochimaru couldn't use his arm for a minute. I was like, god damn, it's reminding me of that. And then he was like, yo, you're not even Yuha Baha no more. You're just Yuha. I cut that in half too, homie. And then he blacked out his thing. Like, it was just like, oh my god. And I gotta stress the art again. The Bleach anime for this Cour, I gotta say, outdid. Like, I'm kind of already nostalgic for Cour 1, because it was like the big return of the Bleach the Bleach anime, and the 1,000-Year Blood War finally after a decade getting animated and whatnot. But I could say, even with some of the slow starts of this season, the Bleach 1,000 Blood War Cour 2 is definitely the peak of it so far. And it's only gonna be up from here because Kyoraku went to go have a drink. And if you're a manga reader, because I'm not gonna spoil for anime onlys, don't worry, no spoilers from me. But if you know where Kyoraku went to get that drink at, you know that next season is gonna be crazy. You know that next season is not gonna be nothing to play around with, even more so than this season. But I gotta stress again, shout outs to Tite Kubo, because Kubo easily could have been like, yo bro, I'm sitting back on my millions, I don't care, do whatever you want, just give me the check for licensing my stuff, dog. But he's been very much so, and if you follow Forever News, I talked about this as well. Forever News is always a good go-to for if you need any updates on a lot of this stuff. Kubo has been heavily involved. He was heavily involved in episode 24, and he was heavily involved in the finale as well. So a lot of those anime-only scenes, those are from the mangaka. It's not from Studio Pierrot just farting stuff out their ass. That is Tite Kubo getting to work. That is Tite Kubo, the creator of Bleach, saying, no, this is what needs to be in there. This is what was supposed to be in there. And that's why Squad Zero looking so beautiful out here, baby. Give it up for Squad Zero. Give it up for Squad Zero, baby. Give it up. Give it up for Ichibe. Give it up for Nimaya Owesu, dog. It kind of even felt like Troll meets Troll when he's fighting Askin, and the whole thing with the blood flying out of his neck and him saying, oh, so I just got to go past the threshold of death. Okay. Like, I'm just like... It's crazy. It's crazy, dog. Like, this is an amazing season. Again, there was some complaints I had early on. Like, I like to keep it honest. I know some people don't understand, opinions with different layers to it or whatnot. They think, oh, if you hated one episode of the season, you're supposed to hate everything else, and that's it. Or if you didn't like this, you don't like any, like, go away. I mean, you don't understand layered opinions and in-depth analysis and whatnot. I don't know what to tell you, fam, because that finale was just like, oh, this gives me high hopes. Like, I ain't even gonna lie, Bleach 1,000-Year Blood War makes me say, no, yeah, please, as much as I would love Boruto's anime to return ASAP, leave it alone, let it sit for a while, if we can get this quality for its return. If we can get this type of quality that Bleach is getting for the Boruto anime return, and it could come back seasonally or whatnot, stay away, I'm okay with it. Don't get me wrong, I love having some new Boruto, and you know, whenever it would go canon, it'd be great. But a seasonal return at the magnitude of what we got at the levels of Ichigo versus Yuha, of the Squad Zero versus the Royal Guards, just everything was just fantastic, man. Just fantastic. I love all the trickery, the plot twists one after another. You think they're down, oh, they're getting back up. You think Squad Zero's down. Nimaya's like, yo, let's get up. Let's show them why we really Squad Zero. And then all of them cutting themselves so that Shorty could use her arms. And it's just like, it's just great, man. It's just great stuff, especially compared to the manga, that I believe the manga breezed through a lot of all of the last 2 episodes. I think the manga breezed through that and didn't show a good majority of it. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I'm like 90% sure that it was, they have a battle and then it pretty much goes off screen and then you see the results after the fact. And the anime was like, no, we need to show you guys something, and they delivered. Everything about it just delivered. This season of Bleach was fantastic. I hope Kubo gets back on the manga stuff, I'm gonna be honest with you. I hope Kubo gets back on the No Breaths from Hell. I thought he would have been dropping at least 1 chapter every Cour. That would have been great promo. Every Cour we get a new chapter of the Bleach style, or the Bleach No Breaths from Hell. Like, it would have been perfect. 4 chapters. There, make a movie or something, but what can you do? Yeah, I guess, yeah, I don't want to extend it for the sake of extending it or whatnot. Crazy, we only got 70 more chapters to adapt. That's the thing that kind of makes me puzzled, because there's still 26 episodes, if I'm not mistaken, right? Like 13 and 13. How are they gonna do it? Because they skipped a lot of stuff. You know, they sped through a lot. They skipped a lot. The only explanation is maybe the No Breaths from Hell stuff is going to be adapted in the end of this thing as well. Maybe like a handful of the last season's last episodes is going to be the No Breaths from Hell stuff. Personally, I thought it would have made more sense to adapt the 1,000-Year Blood War and then have a movie for the No Breaths from Hell stuff. Like, you know, to wrap everything up with Bleach. Like, boom, here's a movie based on these chapters. But maybe they might go a different route, because I didn't know that they only have 70 chapters. That's crazy, considering we had, what was it, over 200 chapters to adapt in, you know, 50 something episodes. Was it over 200? I think it was like, yeah. So that means that they've been running through and cutting through a lot, which even further supports my argument of Komamura deserved a little bit better. It just a little bit more time, man. A little bit more time. You know, I would have been fine with cutting out or cutting down on the time that we have with a lot of the zombie stuff. I felt like the zombie stuff lasted a lot longer than it needed to be, when a lot of those fights could have, especially that fight, could have lasted a bit longer. That's just my opinion on that. Means more original content. That's true. I just hope that we're not cutting out very important stuff. Again, I haven't been, you know, source checking, like, did they cut this? Did they cut this? But I'm hoping that they're not cutting out things that make things not make sense. But yeah, that also, I guess, does add the fact that, you know, if there's only 70 chapters, and one of the biggest things that fans had a problem was, like, yo, it rushed towards the end so much. If they can now improve on that and fix that, and pad that with really good stuff straight from the creator of what Kubo really wanted to do back in the day, before it, like, you know, his health really gave out or whatnot, that could mean that the anime is going to be the definitive. In fact, the way it's going, it's looking like the definitive way to experience the Bleach story is via the anime, especially for this final arc. Bar none, this final arc of Bleach, the definitive way so far to experience it is this anime. From the art, the animation, and all of the original scenes that we're getting, and the extended scenes. That's the minus again. I'm sorry, I know I gotta keep on. I'm beating a dead horse, or a dead dog. Komamura! The next few seasons are probably gonna be even more hype, because, well, we got 2 more seasons, right? I think it was supposed to be 50 something, so it would be 4 seasons in total. So we got 2 more seasons for the Bleach 1,000-Year Blood War. Gonna be really interesting to see how they play this up. And hopefully that's why as well Kubo hasn't been doing more chapters of, you know, because you think about it, Kubo put a lot of things on pause. Kubo put the Burn the Witch stuff on pause, and he only did 1 chapter of the No Breaths from Hell, when he could have done a lot more. So maybe Kubo's going to actually, how can I say this? Kubo's going to act, or he has been actually spending a lot of time adding stuff to the anime. So maybe that's why he's writing a lot of things. He's looking into how can he extend things, and maybe that's why he hasn't been giving us more on the other side of stuff with manga. Could be.
Damn, it feels like I'm drowning and I can't catch my balance. Trying to balance good and bad, this and that. Someone help me find the balance. But I know it's all inside my head. If I could master this, I'll be a better me. It's all in me, it's all on me. Hidden deep beneath, if I could find it, you will see it's simply who I need to be. Raise the veil. This is Timothy.
I'm gonna be honest, Bleach right now has shocked the world and has me feeling multiple different emotions. On one side of things, I'm excited, happy, hype. In general, I can't wait to talk about this Bleach latest episode, the first episode of Cour 3, and the 20th anniversary animation special that they released at the same time. But then on the flip side of things, I ain't gonna lie, I'm a little upset, I'm a little bit angry, and we're gonna dive into that as well, because right now, Bleach got the world in a stronghold. The 1,000-year Blood War, Studio Pierrot knows what they're doing, because when you can ignite multiple emotions all within one, you know you're doing your job. So let's talk a little bit of that Bleach 1,000-year Blood War greatness. First off, let's talk about that 20th anniversary special that they released, the animation piece. It was about 2 minutes long. Mainly it was 1 minute of animation and then a second minute of credits of everybody that participated in putting that together. It's similar to when they released that special of Naruto for the anniversary of the anime, and just in general, that was freaking brilliant. The art and animation looked great of them reanimating classic scenes from Naruto, and they did the same thing with Bleach, but with the style of the 1,000-year Blood War's art and animation, and it just made many fans, the same way Naruto fans were going crazy screaming, "Oh my god, remake Naruto in that animation." They made me, at the very least, and I'm sure a lot of fans as well, feel the same with that animation special, because oh my gosh, seeing some of those classic scenes from the very beginning, from Ichigo versus Grimmjow, a lot of Rukia stuff, just classic Ichigo in general, it looked so freaking fire and made me think like, oh, I wish it was a lot more simpler to just say, yeah, reanimate all of Bleach, because yeah, that's definitely possible, sure, but there's a lot more that goes into it. Of course, a production schedule, of course, all of the other series on Studio Pierrot's roster is not as easy as just greenlighting, yeah, we're gonna do 200 episodes of Bleach or 300 episodes of Bleach, which realistically it would be way less than the original 366 episodes once you remove a ton of filler. But regardless, that's a tall order, and I'm sure maybe down the road it would be a possibility, but for the foreseeable future, I'd imagine they're just going to be focusing in on the 1,000-year Blood War, and we can at the very least appreciate that they did this little special and what it could be. If one day they ever decided to reanimate Bleach, it would be freaking phenomenal, because this special just looked incredible. But again, I wouldn't hold your breath waiting for this to happen, because we're probably a long ways off from them putting such a big investment financially, time-wise, and in general with their staff to make something like that, because that's a tall order. Sure, they could do a little minute montage of epic moments or whatnot, but to create that as a full-blown thing, yeah, that'll probably take a while. Now, onward to the first episode of Cour 3 of Bleach's 1,000-year Blood War. Hands down, bar none, this episode was an incredible and impactful way to kick things off, returning to Bleach's anime, and there's just so much to talk about, because on one side of things, critically speaking, and just in general, talking about it as a whole, the episode was freaking phenomenal, insane. It was beautifully done. The art in just so many different places was like, oh my gosh. The animation was just like, oh my gosh. Between the battle of Squad Zero versus Box Elites, it was just like, okay, let's go, because we pick up from where we last left off, where last time Squad Zero was kind of, I don't want to say struggling, but they wasn't really getting the results that you would have expected of Squad Zero against anybody, because throughout the whole entirety of Bleach, we've always just heard whispers and legends of Squad Zero and how incredibly epic they are, and they were once, you know, Shinigami that they just elevated to be so incredible that they went up to the Soul Palace and all of these things. To finally see this team and how strong they are and whatnot, initially you're gonna think like, wow, you would assume that just, oh my gosh, they're about to clean house and ain't nobody gonna be able to stop them, even if we have this uprising of this Quincy king and his squad or whatnot. Me personally, I was thinking to myself, yo, Squad Zero ain't taking no L's, none, zero. And that's where a little bit of the, I don't want to say disappointment, because again, I read the manga, but maybe just my dissatisfaction of how these fights turned out with Sentomaru versus Uryu and some of Squad Zero, Zero, and of course Ichibe versus Juha Bak, however you want to pronounce his name. I'm still struggling with that, because I'm gonna be honest with you, just strictly speaking as a fan, putting the criticisms and all that aside, I wanted Squad Zero to clean Bak's clock. I wanted to see them absolutely dominate. I felt like they should have dominated, especially when Senjumaru had that combination of 3 and 1 to make sure that they really finally take dudes out. I was just like, come on son, what are we doing here? And likewise with Ichibe, I mean, homie just was on another level of greatness, between him activating his Bankai, even giving a little bit of the lore that prior to them being called Bankai, they had this whole other name. Bankai is more of a modernized version of calling their ultimate techniques. He stripped Bak of his name, and then in this one he made it that essentially all blackness in the world is under his control, is his. And he even gave Bak a new name after stripping him of his name. You watch, he's like, yo, you black ant now. It was just like, bruh, this is the intensity and the epicness that I expected to see from Squad Zero. So admittedly, as a fan, I was a bit disappointed when I saw both of them take L's against Bak and his elite squad, but more so even especially when Uryu got the W against Senjumaru. That one, I ain't gonna lie, that had me a little bit like, huh? Because I totally get that Uryu has been powered up by Bak. He had the cup of his, whatever the case may be, like, he's a lot more stronger now than he's ever been, but I still feel like, so Uryu powered up took out one of Squad Zero. I don't know, as a fan of Squad Zero and just in general as somebody that is a pretty big Bleach fan, I was just a bit disappointed from that regard of just like, bro, it's Squad Zero. But taking my fanboying out of Squad Zero and putting it to the side, man oh man, these battles just looked grandiose. I can't stress enough when Ichibe used his Bankai and the brush and was just throwing all the black ink everywhere. It just looked freaking phenomenal. And honestly, when Bak came with the whole thing of the 9 years, 900 years, essentially the resurrection of Bak, and how at this very moment it's what saved him essentially and got rid of all of the Bankai ink that was on him and restored his name from Black Ant to being your watch. It was like, huh, in the nick of time, right? Just right when it needed to happen, boom, he regained his eyes, and seeing Bak's updated visual with the like 3 pupils in his eyes, it was just madness. It was chaos. It was incredible. It was honestly greatness. And while yes, I do have my gripes in terms of I wanted to see Squad Zero win, ultimately the way everything was done was great. The choreography, the action, the intensity, just in general, it was like, this is what you come to Bleach's 1,000-year blood war to see. This is what you expect. You want to see just absolute insanity. And for the last piece of my fanboying of Squad Zero, I will say that ultimately, personally, as a fan of them, I think they would have won if it wasn't for plot protection, and ultimately, yeah, Ichigo gotta be the one to do something, you dig? There was also a couple other moments in the episode that were very noteworthy. For example, I believe Kyoraku was headed downward and we see somebody strapped to a chair, which, let's keep it real, you know who that is in the chair with all the binds around him. We saw him last at the end of his arc, because I'm pretty sure that Sosuke Aizen there, which I'm expecting to see a heck of a lot more moving forward, because obviously the situation is very dire, despite the fact that yes, Ichibe is still alive, because you can't kill greatness, bro. You can't take a goat down like that. He's been revived, but ultimately it will take way too long for his powers to be restored, and by the time that happens, it will be over, because essentially Bak has ascended to the Soul King's palace and essentially approaches the Soul King. And this is where it got very heavy for me, and I was just like, fam, what the heck? Because yes, I read the manga ways back, but a lot of this stuff I just don't remember anymore. Because then Bak drops a bombshell even further. It's like, bro, this episode was just hands down, bar none, every other second a shocker or a surprise. Because he pierces through the Soul King and drops the reveal that apparently the Soul King is Yhwach's father. I know many Bleach fans right now, minds are just completely blown, like, what? Honestly, it was just a crazy moment, and just in general, yet again established why Bleach right now is just absolutely on fire. The new opening was pretty awesome as well. Art and animation was great. Song was pretty dope. In general, just, I can't say nothing other than like, sure, as far as getting into it, into the fan wars, yes, I love Squad Zero, but the episode felt just brilliantly done. Every part of it, from the aesthetics to the story to the combat. I can't stress enough that Studio Pierrot is having a slam dunk grand slam of a time putting this thing together, because this is what battle shonen anime should look like and feel like moving forward. Like, even as somebody that read the manga way back in the day, I'm still at the edge of my seat like, oh my god, this is crazy. Let me know what you guys thought about the episode. How did you feel? What did you think about the 20th anniversary animation? Do you think one day we'll get a Bleach anime remake in that style? Your overall thoughts and expectations. That's all I have for this one. I'm Tim. As always, people, have an awesome day. Subscribe and hit that bell to get more. Thank you so much.
God, can you tell me? I really wanna know. God, can you tell me? I really wanna know. God, can you tell me? I really wanna know.
Okay, so tell me y'all caught what just happened. Please tell me I'm not the only one that caught what just happened with the latest episode of Bleach, Season 3, Episode 2, aka 28. Because this episode of Bleach really did something that it's kind of fascinating to even think about in terms of the main villain, Yhwach, and his battle against Ichigo and everything that transpired with the Soul King and whatnot. Like, I can't be the only one. Like, bro, this is absolutely crazy what just went down. Because for the most part, this episode of Bleach was pretty much action-packed. It was straight up Ichigo throwing hands with Bach and a lot of crazy insanity ensuing with them kind of having their final battle. This essentially is the beginning of the final fight of the Bleach series as a whole, because this is of course the final chapter of Bleach, the 1,000-Year Blood War. But the way it was done, the way it maneuvered, and the way it positioned Yhwach, the main villain of Bleach as it stands right now, is fascinating to say the least. Because we've seen throughout Bleach, up until of course the Fullbring arc prior to that was when Aizen was defeated, and we've seen how slowly but surely, as a main villain, as the antagonist of the entirety of Bleach up until that point, Aizen was crafted to be this intelligent, 10 steps ahead of the main protagonist type of dude. It was just like, we got it gradually. But I feel like this episode in general kind of emphasized and encompassed a lot of what we had gotten with Aizen as a villain, and it was kind of utilized to propel Yhwach into being a strategist, and a lot of the traits and qualities that we loved of Aizen and we appreciated and we praised of him being a villain. It was done very well with this episode and building Yhwach into being this mastermind villain that we accredited Aizen, and Aizen definitely was that. But yeah, what he did in this episode and what we saw in this episode, it was crazy. And before we continue, if you would hit that subscribe button and that bell, I'd greatly appreciate it. You get more anime and manga videos in your subscription box, and yeah, we all win. Because the episode started off very much so symbolic, very much so Tite Kubo-esque, of not really telling you exactly what's happening, but based off of the last episode, you kind of got to use some context clues, and even still it felt very abstract, because the last episode ends off with of course Bach proclaiming he's, you know, getting rid of the Soul King, and that the Soul King was his father. And so this episode picks up with us getting what seemingly is potentially a flashback of Bach when he was younger, and it was again very abstract, very Tite Kubo, just giving you art and letting you interpret some of it to a certain degree. Obviously it was basically Bach when he was younger and kind of showcasing him going from young to older and giving you an abstract idea of how he feels about the Soul King. Because you got to imagine, if the Soul King is Bach's indeed true father or whatnot, then what would make him kind of go to the lengths that he's going right now and do everything that he did? What would make him go even back in the 1,000-Year Blood War, the first war that we had? Why would Bach do any of this? Why would Bach be doing this right now if that is his father? Clearly there's some sort of bad blood between the two, and a part of me wishes it would have been a little bit more clearer in the beginning and it would have got cleared up. And I believe, because again, my memory, it's been so long since I read the manga, I can't remember if we get all the details, but it would have been interesting to get just a little bit more details, a little bit more breadcrumbs in the beginning of this episode when we're seeing a young Yhwach and understand what went wrong and what made him go rogue to go up against the Soul King right now. I mean, granted, later on in the episode, it kind of leans more into essentially the Quincy were casted out, and despite the fact that the Soul King could foresee things that were about to occur, he still allowed for what happened to the Quincy to inevitably happen. But at the same time, if the Quincy were going savagely against the Soul Reapers, then what could the Soul King do other than for whatever was about to transpire with the battle between between the Quincy and the Soul Reapers to occur. So it kind of seems to lean more into a revenge type of angle, but that's not even what I was talking about in the beginning of this video. Because while yes, that's a part of it, of setting things up, a Bak's character, this episode just demonstrated that this dude is a mastermind, and at the same time, he is absolutely broken. Because he's throwing down with Ichigo, and Ichigo is actually kind of giving a little bit of work. It seems as though Ichigo's actually getting the upper hand in certain regards, and we see that he's using in unison with Orihime, which shout outs to this episode, really giving you a lot of the characters that you love from Bleach being a part of this final fight already. From Orihime jumping in and healing Ichigo mid-attack, to seeing Yoruichi use some of that black girl magic, you dig? With a combo attack against Bak, seeing Rukia worried about him, although I ain't gonna lie, was it just me, or did it feel a little bit like Renji was on some, yo, why you worried about that fool? Renji right here, boy, you dig? I'm just saying, if you read the light novels and you know what happens in the future, Renji was kinda, yo, bro, what you got, bro? And I'm just saying, bro, what we doing here? But again, I just appreciated seeing all of the people, or a good chunk of the people of the cast of Bleach that we enjoy and love throughout the entirety of the series, being involved in this episode in one form or another, whether it just be support from afar, support from up close, or in unison combat techniques to try and take Bak down. And with all of that being said, it kind of was for naught. It seemed as though essentially Bak was just kind of playing with Ichigo and doing all of this to lead Ichigo to do what Bak wanted him to do to begin with. Because again, you would assume that, yo, Bak is throwing his all, he's trying to take him down, this is the Quincy rebellion, he ain't playing, but it seems as though he wasn't playing, but at the same time still playing possum. Because shortly after Ichigo drops Bak, and you're thinking like, wow, okay, Ichigo is all powered up, Bak starts monologuing, and he's basically like, bruh, this seems as though you've gotten powered up by training in the Soul Palace. That is cool, dog, but you know what? It still ain't enough, fam. Because he reveals that, yo, have you noticed I haven't been using my ocular powers? Remember, Bak has 3 pupils on one eye and 3 pupils on another, and it's not just for show. It's not just an aesthetic choice that Bak was like, yo, I just wanted to put on some contacts, you dig? Because it seems to be a part of his powers. Shortly after that, he showcases to Ichigo, yeah, when I start using these eyes, it's a different ball game. And eventually he peers behind Ichigo and puts his palm on Ichigo's face, and it looks like he was forcing Ichigo into that Bluebane look, and leads into something even more devastating. Because we know that Ichigo is a character with a very strong conscience. He doesn't like to do wrong, even if it's not by choice. He is very much so on the up and up and tries to do his best to do the right thing. So to have his hand forced in what Bak made him do in this episode is something that not only is maniacal, methodical, like Bak already is a force to be reckoned with. We've seen everything he's done thus far in the Quincy invasion, but to take it to the psychological level that he did with Ichigo is otherworldly. Because Bak reveals to them, look over there to the Soul King, look closely. He had already pierced the Soul King with his sword, which prompts Ichigo to go and remove the sword, which I was thinking to myself, bro, maybe when I was younger I wouldn't think all the way through, but like, you removing the sword is going to make the Soul King bleed out, so why would you, like, you know what I mean? But again, Ichigo is at the end of the day still, what, 17, something in that ballpark, so I cut him some slack, and at the same time it's a shocking moment, like, bro, I need to remove this immediately. And little does he know that, again, one of the things throughout this episode, we're seeing that Bak is just methodical, and this was all according to plan all along on some Aizen stuff. Because after removing the sword from the Soul King, Ichigo then suddenly seems to be under some sort of control, and he slices the Soul King in half, essentially finishing the job and destroying what appears to be potentially all of reality based on what was said prior to this. Because we know essentially the Soul King is the glue that holds everything together, and Bak basically made it that Ichigo is responsible for destroying everything because he did it with his own hands. Even if it wasn't by choice, he's still the one that sliced the Soul King in half. Therefore, yeah, I can only imagine what that's going to do to Ichigo's conscience, and I'm only going to imagine what is going to transpire next in terms of just how Ichigo maneuvers, and just in general seeing Bak being built up like this. It's crazy that in one episode it demonstrated that Bak is not the character that you think he is, in terms of he is not playing checkers, he is playing chess, and he's playing it from a different dimension altogether. Because just like that, essentially it was kind of like a checkmate moment, and it was almost as if he basically guided Ichigo's hands to playing the wrong position with his pieces. And overall, this episode, it was insanely good art and animation yet again. no need to stress. It was just beautifully done, especially the art. Studio Pierrot just, they know what they're doing. From all the shots of Ichigo when we get key frames, they look just gorgeous. They really did their thing. But let me know what you thought of this episode. How do you feel about Ichigo being the one to cut the Soul King down? Also, how do you feel about Ichibei saying while he stood behind that basically this is a battle that Ichigo and the humans can't win? So then why the heck did you send them there to begin with, dog? Like, there had to be another way, but I guess maybe it was a kind of stall for time thing. Although he did throw in that this is how peace happens, so there's that. And your expectations for the next episode. That's all I have for this one. I'm Tim. As always, people, have an awesome day. Subscribe and hit that bell to get more. Thank you so much.
You say I'm not your type, I'm not the kind of dude you're looking for in your life. Girl, you best believe me, one day you gon' need me. When you're mad out of sight and you need a night, I'm not the type.
Okay, Bleach fans just caught another major win after the latest episode of the Thousand Year Blood War, episode 29, or episode 3 of Bleach Thousand Year Blood War Cour 3, because oh my goodness, Studio Pierrot has just been pulling out all the stops and Tite Kubo's original additions to the Bleach anime that were not seen in the manga, have really just showcased this anime ain't no joke. This anime is not playing games, and it honestly showcases that, yes, while waiting a bajillion years, okay, it was a decade, but still it felt like a bajillion years, and a decade is a long time, for the Bleach anime to return with the Thousand Year Blood War, it was for the betterment, because I don't know if we get the same level of quality, the same level of dedication, the same level of original material had the Bleach anime never took that break way back in 2012. It just seems like the Bleach anime with this adaptation of the Thousand Year Blood War has just skyrocketed in terms of what is possible and capable of the big three anime. Because this episode in particular, even before it aired, was basically promoted as and delivered essentially original material that was not seen in the manga, but essentially the original creator Tite Kubo wanted to have included. Therefore, they allowed him, and he put his best foot forward into putting it into the anime, which I'm a little bit divided on these aspects, only because considering the limited amount of episodes that we have to adapt this entire war, with it being what, roughly 50 episodes for basically all 4 cours, I was kind of worried on whether or not they would be able to execute not only adapting the material faithfully and not rushing through things, but also adding in the additions that Kubo wanted that he never got the chance to put in his original manga. I was worried if they would be able to handle all of that, because that's a lot and that's a tall order. But it seems as though, even though yes, the Thousand Year Blood War has been at a breakneck fast paced, ultimately they're still allowing to deliver stuff that felt very much so well paced, balanced, and in general something for Bleach fans to be proud of and say, yo, our anime is winning and doing stuff that it deserves, straight up taking the W. Because this episode in particular can be broken down into 2, maybe 3 parts, but definitely more so leaning on 2 parts, because one part of the episode was basically emphasizing and pushing in the backstory of Ukitake, Jushiro, and his past and what led him to this, because it kind of was also a nice tying and a ribbon on top for this character that we've seen throughout all of Bleach. If there's anything you would know about this character, maybe you don't remember much of Bleach, but you always remember, oh, that was the dude that was always sick, that's the dude that was always spitting up blood, and there was always a health issue with him. So to kind of see it all come full circle and get his true backstory, thanks to Tite Kubo and Studio Pierrot collaborating to bring that forward, and beautiful, pristine quality art and animation, how can you not praise this adaptation? Because essentially we get Jushiro's backstory, how he met Ukitake, stuff with his parents, how he was ill as a child, and everything that transpired leading him to this very moment. Essentially, as a child, he was always extremely sick, and it seemed as though, you know, his lifespan would be short. However, his parents kept on praying to this deity, essentially what seemingly was the hand of the Soul King, Mimihagi. And while it definitely felt a little bit eerie because they were chanting like, yo, we give all our sons organs, just heal him, I was like, what? Ultimately, that seems to be the case, that his parents and him as a child had offered up his organs, his innards, in order to essentially be able to live on and not die thanks to an ailment that he had as a child. And the scene where his parents are basically tearing up and he wipes a tear off their eye, which leads into him having the interaction with Mimihagi, because Mimihagi also had the tear on their eye. Nicely done, nicely choreographed, nice transitions, all around just nice. No, seriously, they really just did a phenomenal phenomenal job in emphasizing that whole scene of it was essentially an offering that allowed Ukitake to continue living, but he was still very much so dealing with ailments, just it would allow him to live on with the ailments. And it's kind of crazy that it was essentially the hand of God, when you think about it, that allowed for Ukitake to make it this far. However, obviously due to the state of things and what just transpired in last week's episode of Bleach, where basically the Soul King has been annihilated because how Ichigo was essentially manipulated into cutting down the Soul King, now the balance of all worlds, Hueco Mundo, Soul Society, and the human living world are in absolute chaos, and they needed something to, at the very least for now, basically create a remedy that would hold everything together. Think like a stick of gum to kind of keep it glued. And Ukitake utilizes this, and essentially he sacrificed himself and everything that he was to basically summon Mimihagi, basically become the Soul King's hand that can hold together all of the realities. However, because Ukitake is still technically, you know, a Soul Reaper, he's still somewhat of a being, I almost said a human being, but you get what I'm saying, and his lifespan doesn't have a long lasting length. Ultimately, this is a temporary solution for an ongoing problem, that there is no Soul King to hold the fabrics of reality together. But nevertheless, it showed Ukitake's selflessness and just what he was willing to do for the people, and how much of a good person he was, because all of the anime original stuff really helped to build up and solidify the moment where he actually makes the sacrifice, because we get all the scenes from the past with him and Kyoraku, how he met him, how they were truly friends. Like throughout the Bleach anime, you've seen time and time again of them together, and him being sick and Kyoraku being there for him. You see truly that they had a camaraderie and a real friendship. It was genuine. So you add all of that together, and it honestly intensifies it and makes it emotional, even if you don't remember everything from Bleach, even if you're kind of a little bit hazy on some of the moments of them that they shared. You get to see again that they were friends all along. And shout outs massively, and this is why again I gotta stress that Bleach fans, the Bleach anime, and all parties involved take a massive W for this episode, because the anime original content really amounted to something great, something precious, something beautiful, and it intensified the moment. I don't know if everyone feels as strongly about Ukitake's sacrifice if we don't have those anime original moments to remind us about his character and kind of bridge the gap of who he was and what he's been through, and also just show his strong connection with another character that is going through something incredibly difficult as well, Kyoraku. Because as I started this review saying, there was a couple of different parts to this episode, and the other half of this episode, while essentially Ukitake is making this sacrifice to summon Mimihagi to hold the fabrics of reality, then you have Kyoraku basically trying to speak with the man, the myth, the legend, the god, Kami-sama, Sosuke Aizen. As Aizen is trapped in the chair, we see that Kyoraku came down there with every intention of, yo dog, we kind of need your help, because he had this giant box of keys, because remember, Aizen is no joke at all, so they had to make sure they strapped him down with all sorts of different locks, to the point where I don't even know how many keys there were in that box, but there was a catch. And I ain't gonna lie, Central 46 sometimes be on some next level stuff. Like, I get it that there is a crazy threat out there right now. Your watch, your bak, Yuhabaha, whatever you want to call him, is ridiculously destroying the Serate. But at a time like this, to make it even more complicated, complex, and put more on Shunsui's plate than he really needs right now, to basically say, yo dog, we know that Aizen is on some boo, you know what I'm saying? We can't really trust him. We can't play around here. So we're gonna let you go down there. We're gonna let you only open 3 locks from him. You just get to open 3, and the thing about it is that the main key, we want you to dig it into your heart, so that way if Aizen tries to pull a fast one and obliterate you, he will be stuck and sealed away for all eternity. And I'm like, yeah, that's kind of a smart idea, because at the end of the day, you don't want to make the mistake of freeing Aizen and he ends up helping to beat your watch, only to essentially give birth to an even grander threat than we have right now with your watch and all of the Sternritter. But I'm just saying, it reminds me of Naruto when the elders get involved and stuff like that. They always be on some next level, like, bro, do we really gotta put Kyoraku's freaking whole existence on the line for this? But I guess things are dire. I don't know. What do you think about Central 46's bull? Either way, as Kyoraku unlocks the lock to essentially Aizen's mouth for him to talk, and it's kind of crazy because he's been for years not even being able to move his mouth, so the average person that was sealed in there wouldn't even be able to open their mouth, wouldn't be able to talk, because bro, your mouth has been closed for 2 years. But it's Aizen, and with release releasing just one of the ties, one of the seals, he's able to talk and just showcases that this ain't no joke. This is a very dangerous situation, and maybe I might have to cut a little slack to Central 46, because at the end of the day, what we see him doing right there with Kyoraku and some of the Soul Reapers that he brought with him, scary, because Kyoraku only released 3 of the seals that were holding Aizen, and he was able to obliterate one of the Soul Reapers that was trying to run at him like nothing. He didn't even have to make a move. Even the blood splatter from dude that Aizen slashed up and destroyed there wasn't able to touch Aizen because he has a barrier around him. Like, don't think just because Aizen has been locked away for all these years in that chair that he's gotten soft or weak, or that he's not capable of being the god that he was. Let's not forget that prior to his defeat at the hands of Ichigo and Urahara, this man had swallowed up the Hogyoku. Like, this dude had the powers of God within him. I mean, his whole point and his whole plan was essentially that he wanted to do kind of what Bak is doing right now. Maybe it was for different motives and different purposes, but he wanted to get rid of the Soul King as well, and he looked at them as, how can you follow that thing that's in there? But you got to imagine, if Aizen is capable of doing all of this, and he still has like 20 locks, 20 different seals holding him back, what is this dude gonna be capable of if you release all the seals in general? Like, Central 46 try to have that little plan that, yeah, we're gonna put it in his heart, but it's Aizen. He'll rip that key right out of Kyoraku and bust up out of there. And honestly, that whole entire scene was magnificent. There was one portion, there was a couple times where I was like, Aizen's facial structure just looks slightly off character model in some of the close-up scenes. In particular, like the nose area was a little bit different, but for the most part, the whole entire scene was epic, straight coming from the manga. I loved it in the manga. The anime took it to a new level, like the 1,000-Year Blood War been doing. Big 1,000-Year Blood War energy. And in general, it's just showcasing the return of the GOAT. He's been locked away for quite some time. I mean, technically, the anime version of Aizen has been locked for like 12 years now, but it seems to be the case that, yeah, things are dire and we're going to need Aizen one way or another. I love how Kyoraku's words really meant nothing to Aizen, where he's like, yo, don't you want to breathe some of the air of the Soul Society? And Aizen is such a crafty, godlike being that he's like, oh, breathe the air of the Serite that is being annihilated by Bak as we speak. Yeah, that air, I gotcha. Like, dude is aware of everything that's been going on the surface this entire time, and he's sealed away. So when Aizen gets free and when he goes to fight against Bak, it's going to be one heck of a slobber knocker, folks. Shout out to Jim Ross. And then, as I said in the beginning, there could be, technically, you could slice this into a third, although it was a lot smaller than the other previous 2 parts, because essentially there's a scene where Ichigo and crew yet again are trying to basically catch the W, so to speak, and at the same time restore the Soul King. And I love Bak's just whole reaction to this situation, because he's like smiling like, oh, you think you're gonna do something, as Orihime essentially tries to utilize her powers to restore the Soul King, and it doesn't work. Her powers basically shatter right in front of her, and Bak is like, you thought a human is about to revive the Soul King? Are you nuts? It's bad out here, fam. Although I love, again, some of these anime only moments. I don't think that Chad really had any big moments in the manga, and we got to see, even if it was him throwing a punch, getting to see Ganju throwing sand, getting to see once again Yoruichi throwing down, and she looked beautiful. The art and animation, again, just wins after wins. Incredible scene, even if they weren't successful at restoring the Soul King. And then one other piece, as Bak is there fighting against them, Mimi Hagi shows up in the sky, and he is puzzled because his eyes, despite the fact that he could see every possible reality, couldn't foresee this. And I only got to imagine the fact that he's not able to see this is because that this is the hand of the Soul King. He probably cannot foresee future movements if the Soul King is involved. So essentially, if you think about it, Mimi Hagi or anything revolving around the Soul King has the power to change the future that Bak sees before his eyes. So if we had some way of utilizing that Mimi Hagi power or the Soul King's power in general and morphing it or fusing it into somebody, they probably could take down Bak, because he wouldn't be able to foresee their strategies or how they're going to come at him or their future in general. And with all that being said, fantastic episode. Like I said, Bleach once again outdoes the manga and the fandom is on fire. But let me know what you guys thought of this episode. What did you think about all the anime original scenes? How did you feel about Aizen yet again looking like a beast? Your thoughts on the whole situation with Ukitake and the anime original stuff with him, and eventually his leading into sacrificing himself to utilize the powers of Mimi Hagi to hold the fabric of reality together. That's all I have for this one, though. I'm Tim. As always, people, have an awesome day. Subscribe and hit that bell to get more. Thank you so much.
Got so many questions, wish I had the answers. If only God could hear me, then here's what I would ask him.
Yo, on some real stuff, drop a like if you wanted to smack the dog tar out of Uryu after watching this episode of Bleach Styles in Your Blood War Season 3, Episode 30 as a whole, because fam, oh fam, the traitor, the betrayer, the person that stabs you in Zabak is kind of like, wow. This episode of Bleach Styles in Your Blood War was yet again a prime example of just how incredible and amazing this anime has been as a journey, as a ride, and in general as just something that is like, holy cow, Studio Pierrot, Tite Kubo, you did your thing. Now, I want to say a lot of this episode was actually improvised in terms of Tite Kubo came in and added a bunch of original content. Leading up to this episode, they said like about a good 10 minutes or so, if not more, was supposed to be original material. And it definitely felt a lot more expansive in terms of the interactions between Ichigo and Uryu, as well as everything with Bak and his whole situation with his father, the Soul King, and even giving Bak's elites a little bit more of screen time and just seeing their interactions with Ganju, Chad, Orihime, and everything all around. It felt definitely like there was more to this whole situation opposed to in the manga. While it was cool, everything was really fast paced, and it's interesting to say because we have such a small amount of time, you know, we got a certain amount of episodes to get all of this done, and yet it felt like it was a lot of room to breathe, but at the same time not feeling like it missed a beat at all. And before we continue, if you would hit that subscribe button and that bell, it would definitely help you to understand more about the world of Bleach and anime and manga, because this episode continues from where the last one left off, where Mimi Hagi is holding it all together. Like, shout outs to Ukitake, because let's keep it all the way real, if it wasn't for the sacrifice that homie just made and his lifelong sacrifice, essentially, things right now would be over. It would literally be completely over if it wasn't for him utilizing Mimi Hagi to hold the Soul King together, at the very least for a period of time, even though it was kind of in vain because of what happens after. Nevertheless, you got to give it up for Ukitake, because you can only imagine the level of pain that that man is in right now as he was holding it together utilizing Mimi Hagi. But even so, Bak was definitely on a warpath trying to get things sorted, and I really wish they would dive just more into the personalization of Bak's past with the Soul King. Like, we got inklings, we got a little bit of insight. Apparently the Soul King is Yuhabaha's father. Great. I want to understand what led to this point. I would love to get, even if it was, you know, a couple of minutes of a flashback of them when he's younger, and interactions, or just in general their camaraderie, their talking, just something there to understand just what led to this, because clearly there's no love lost in terms of from Bak's side of things, where he's just genuinely trying to go straight for the jugular when it comes to the Soul King. I mean, for crying out loud, you gotta have the hand of the Soul King itself to stop Bak, because he's just trying to destroy and take everything that his father is as he's standing right in front of him. So I definitely would like to get more insight into why is Bak so much hell-bent on doing this. Is it strictly just because, yo dog, you never protected the Quincy, you let us get slaughtered despite the fact that you could see everything, which is still freaking awesome that Kubo wrote in that yes, Bak is completely hacked. He has this new 3-eye ability where he could see the future, past, present, all of that stuff, but at the same time it can't supersede his father. The Soul King still ultimately is kind of like a kryptonite, but then at the same time it's not too overpowered, because we see that if it's not for Yoruichi jumping in and a lot of these other characters kind of working in unison to stop Bak, then he would have had his way completely. So yes, Mimi Hagi is able to evade the third eye, so to speak, that Bak is utilizing, but at the same time there's still a little bit of wiggle room where, yeah, it's not completely overriding anything Bak can do. But I ain't gonna lie, it definitely felt like for a moment, even though of course I had read the manga a while back, dang, Yoruichi looks like, yo, maybe they're gonna do it, they're gonna save the Soul King. They start putting him back together utilizing Mimi Hagi and trying to essentially use the Soul King's, I guess you would say, corpse and the energy of Mimi Hagi, the hand of the Soul King, to create a new Soul King, which technically wouldn't even be an artificial Soul King. It would just basically be like revitalizing him, but at the same time just sealing him up. But that's where enter one of the top 5 betrayals in anime, where Uryu strikes, and I'm gonna keep it all the way real. There's so much that can be said, so much definitely I'd imagine that the Bleach fandom is feeling and what is felt of Uryu and his betrayal of Ichigo, the Soul Palace, everything to do with, you know, the good guys, so to speak. Because if it's not for Uryu shooting down Yoruichi while she's trying to connect the Soul King again, we probably would have been able to stop Bak right there. So that's definitely one of the biggest betrayals. But then at the same time, let's just say hypothetically speaking that Uryu didn't do that. He doesn't want to do none of this, and ultimately he tried to defy Bak right then and there. Of course Bak would have foreseen it. So things have to go according to whatever it is that Bak's future future is foreseen, but at the same time there's still like a gray area. Like imagine looking at a picture and there's like a little blotch on there that you can't see the full thing because of the Soul King's interruption. So yeah, I think that regardless on where his allegiance may lie, ultimately Uryu kind of has no choice, because Bach already seen that at the very least Uryu was going to get involved in some part of this thing. He just can't see the full thing because again, Mimihagi, the Soul King, is involved. But regardless, as a long-time Bleach watcher, if you've been watching Bleach for a long time, or just heck, if you've seen the whole thing, you're going to feel some type of way one way or another to see Uryu's treachery, the betrayal of Ichigo and friends, because it's like, bruh, what are you doing? You gotta imagine on Ichigo's side of things that there's just a massive amount of hatred and emotion and feelings in general towards Bach, because Bach is kind of responsible for what happened, of course, to his mother. You gotta imagine that Uryu's gonna feel some type of way as well. So the whole situation, I'll be honest, when I read the manga and even now watching the anime, it kind of feels like a half and half of almost unbelievable. Like, Uryu, what the heck are you doing? Like, sure, yo, Quincy's up, let's go, it's up, yo, but at the same time it's like, bruh, this dude is no good and he's a threat to literally all of existence. You know what I'm saying? Like, literally what he's doing right now and what you just essentially helped him and propelled him to be able to accomplish is destroying reality. So there's a part of me that is like, one, dog, you traitor, you darn traitor, you. But then at the same time, it's like, are you thinking all of this through, or is there some plan? Like, you gotta have some type of plan if you actually aren't completely just nut job evil at this point. But we get to see a little bit of a skirmish between the two, and I'm gonna keep it all the way real. I personally felt like Ichigo was holding back. Like, I feel if Ichigo really wanted to stop Uryu right then and there, no matter how much he's been boosted up, so to speak, from drinking from Bach's cup and all of that other stuff, I still personally don't feel like Uryu would have been able to take out Ichigo if Ichigo was truly going for it. Even after the fact of Uryu going into, you know, his new transformation, so to speak, I still personally feel, and maybe I'm just speaking from a fan standpoint, that Ichigo could have slaughtered him down if he truly wanted to. But at the same time, you gotta imagine, bro, Ichigo's fighting for his life. He's trying to help the Soul King not completely wipe out reality. He's trying to fight Bach. He's thinking about Orihime, Chad, and them, that they're there, but let's keep it real, they're there by a strand. And then of course one of his longtime friends and comrades is betraying him right before his eyes. So all of that you gotta take into account as to why Uryu is basically besting Ichigo throughout their entire exchange. I mean, bravo to Studio Pierrot, just giving us what I felt was a way more in-depth demonstration of everything. Props to Pierrot, props to Kubo, because it just felt like, oh, there was a lot more depth to it now opposed to when you read it in the manga. Like, I really feel like, oh, I got a better understanding of just everything that happened and what Ichigo's emotions might truly be. But as I said, during this whole encounter, of course, you also have Bach's elites getting involved, and I ain't gonna lie, it was nice to get a little tiny break of a moment, because everything is just extremely and extraordinarily serious, gritty, bloody, knuckle, all of that stuff. So when Ganju thought he had a moment of, yeah, you know, I buried them in quicksand, let's go, we gotta win, I was like, bruh, you really think you do that? Like, just, do you realize these are the same people that just took out the Royal Guards? You know what I'm saying? Squad Zero. You think that you with your little set, bruh. But it's definitely setting up for whatever's to come regarding the battle against them as well, because it's not just, of course, Bach, he has his elites with him. And as the episode continues, we get to the moment where seemingly Uryu is able to blast some arrows straight through Ichigo, sending him falling down, and you could definitely see the hurt, the betrayal all over Ichigo's face as he falls from the Soul Palace. And it definitely feels as though this is doing another transitional scene of basically, you know, the bad guys won yet again. So next time we get the encounter will probably be the grand finale and the final battle, unless you truly believe like, yo, this is it, there's no more episodes of Bleach and Bach won. But seriously, just that whole exchange and whatnot, art, animation, of course, they executed properly, and it just really was a demonstration to truly make you feel like, oh, this is really a true betrayal. I didn't get necessarily that complete feeling in the manga. I was more so just annoyed, like, Uryu, what are you doing here? With this one, you could kind of feel more of the emotion of the intensity of the situation at hand, and of course just seeing more of Bach just having it and finally having his way of breaking through and getting the Soul King's body and what it basically seemingly is about to do. Because of course by the end of the episode you see not only is Ichigo defeated, not only the Royal Guards had their way, but Bach seemingly got yet again what appears to be another ginormous power-up as he opens a bunch of different eyes, and it's not just like 3 pupils within his 2 eyeballs. Like, now it looks like he has a monstrosity, think Yu-Gi-Oh! 1,000 Eyes Restrict type of vibe. So not only we couldn't stop him before, but now Bach is even more so powered up than ever. Very much so a hard line to walk for any author that writes a story where you're making the villain already already was unstoppable, even more unstoppable. Let's see how Kubo gets through this one. But regardless, yet again, fantastic episode. A lot of emotion, a lot of beauty to it. The original scenes was just incredible. Uryu versus Ichigo was done so beautifully. Art and animation, can't stress enough. Studio Pierrot, they're just winning. Like, sure, there's not an abundance of Sakuga in the scenes, but the way they're positioning it and the way they're making sure that even if the fluidity isn't the craziest, it still looks absolutely gorgeous when Ichigo is striking on Uryu or Uryu's arrows is flying. Like, Studio Pierrot is using a lot of great filters and in general a lot of great techniques and technology to make sure that things are looking pretty. I just hope once again that we get more of an expansive look now that basically Bach has had his way. He defeated Ichigo, even though it kind of more so seems like he would like for Ichigo to follow him if anything. And I guess that's also a little bit of the duality and complexities of Bach's character, is that while he's fighting Ichigo, you can see there's maybe a slight level of confusion of, you're supposed to be riding with me, what are you even doing right now, dog? Let's not forget all that we learned from Everything But the Rain, the flashback stuff or whatnot, which probably even infuriates Bach even more because there's probably a level of, I don't want to say entirely, but definitely a small dose of ego within Bach. And if he's getting it from both angles, not only the father that didn't give him the love, but then also what he appears to look at like, you know, all Quincy are his children that are disobeying him. Like, there's a tall order of emotion that even Bach is feeling all at the same time, which leads him again to the biggest power-up of all, which I don't know, how do we even stop this, bro? Like, if Squad Zero couldn't get the job done, we got Ichibei waiting in the wings, just kicking back, trying to see how it's all gonna transpire. Ichigo just lost to Uryu, of all people. I'm sorry, bro. Like, Uryu's power-up to me has still, even to this point, felt a bit unbelievable. It's hard for me to really swallow that, oh, Uryu went from essentially, you know, maybe like a C or a lower B type of ranking warrior to homie is S-class, taking out Ichigo, took out one of Squad Zero. Like, bro, this is a crazy power-up. That upgrade via Bach has just been immense. But yeah, moving forward from this, I guess we just gotta wait and see how the heck are the good guys, so to speak, gonna be able to pull this off and outdo these people, because as it stands right now, it feels like they just went from, oh my god, the situation is dire, to, yeah, this is impossible. How the heck are you even gonna beat these guys? Like, now Bach has seemingly become truly the Soul King himself. I don't know. Let me know what you guys think about this though. I'm Tim. As always, people, have an awesome day.
What do I do? Where was I? Oh yeah, left rear, flat tire. My patience is getting thinner, my anger is getting higher, so I gotta move to a gas station, try to get air. My car's riding on the rim, I need to hurry get there. I pull up, hop out with the change for the pump. Ain't nothing coming out. What the fuck?
Okay, I think it's time we had an honest conversation about the Bleach 1000-Year Blood War anime in particular after 5 episodes of Cour 3, because this anime, it can't be stopped, it can't be touched. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm watching a few different series this season of anime. I'm watching, of course, Dragon Ball Daima. I'm peeping Dan Da Dan. I even got a couple of other little side anime I'm checking out. Ranma 1/2's remake, Yakuza Fiance. Like, I got a few anime in my bag this season, but bar none, hands down, bottom line, Bleach's 1000-Year Blood War is clearing every single anime that is coming in its path without a shadow of a doubt. I stand on this wholeheartedly, because episode 5 is another testament to just how awesome, how brilliant, how incredible, and how appropriate this anime feels. I feel like this anime almost is a demonstration of how shonen battle manga and shonen battle stories in general used to be written, opposed to the way they're kind of written right now. Like, when I'm watching Bleach's 1000-Year Blood War opposed to all the other anime that I just listed, with the exception of maybe Yakuza Fiance, is the fact that I feel like the writing in Bleach's 1000-Year Blood War is actually catered towards not only a younger demographic, but older people can appreciate it as well. And mind you that this was written way back in like 2015, 2016. All the stuff that you're watching on screen right now, like, this was from a previous generation of shonen battle series. But like, I'm comparing it to everything that I'm watching this season, and I genuinely feel like, wow, this is actually meant for somebody that is actually a mature adult. Down to even the music, where I'm hearing some of the OST and it sounds like some classical rock and roll. Like, just all around, Bleach's 1000-Year Blood War is just legitimately, I feel, really targeted towards people that want a little bit more of a mature experience. Yes, there's still a little bit of the comedy moments, like Hime's stomach growling after healing up a whole bunch of people, but for the most part, Bleach's 1000-Year Blood War is a demonstration that you can write a shonen battle series, you can deliver a shonen battle experience, and not have it feel like it's made for just kids. Like, this doesn't feel like it's made for kids at all, to be honest with you. Not that it's too gory, not that it's focusing in on like, oh, look how bloody this is, or look how hurt these people are. Like, it doesn't try to go for the low-hanging fruit. And I gotta stress that majority of that is due to Tite Kubo. Like, yes, Studio Pierrot are of course going to adapt it and make it as awesome looking as possible, and the pacing and all of the other extra things that the anime brings to the table. But for the most part, a lot of this is the experience that you're getting from Kubo's original story from the manga. Make sure to subscribe and hit that bell if you want more videos in the future. So as I started this video with saying, yo, Bleach's 1000-Year Blood War is really just him. Like, I almost this week was gonna skip out on reviewing the anime because I've been doing it consistently the last month or so, and I was like, maybe I'll take a break this week, I'm not sure. And then I watched the episode, I'm like, nope, gotta talk about it. Gotta talk about it. I need to talk about it. Because for starters, of course, the reintroduction of Aizen off the rip. You see Rukia there, which two of my favorite characters of the whole series, although I have a large roster of characters of Bleach that I love. But you got Aizen and Rukia damn near at the beginning of the episode, where Rukia's like, yo, what the heck are you doing here? Last time you was here, you played the whole Serite, did everyone dirty, and basically was about to become God. Like, what? And Aizen's just there ever so suave, like, congrats on being promoted to lieutenant. I'm just here in amazement. Like, for starters, bro, Aizen is somewhat free. I don't want to say completely free because he's still strapped to that damn chair, Sama, but Aizen is in the house, bro. So off rip, the episode already was just like, I adored it. I loved it. I was excited. I was like, yeah, here we go. Because obviously the Soul Reapers and the Serite in general have just been annihilated. Like, just keeping it real, Kubo really was not on no, like, oh, the good guys gotta win. Like, if you even just look at the situation right now, if it's not for Ukitake that is literally just ongoingly suffering there with Mimihagi spitting out of his body, like, we would really be completely done. The Soul Reapers, the Serite, the good guys, the Shinigami, so to speak, are literally on their last legs. So yes, even though Aizen was a malicious, maniacal creature, ultimately it is a warm welcome for me personally. I know the Soul Reapers don't feel the same way, but for me it's like, yes, we need him right now, because if it's not for Ukitake, all of reality and existence would be gone anyways. But you could definitely see that Kyoraku's decision is not boding well with the Soul Reapers and the Serite. Majority of them are like, bro, nah, what are we doing here, fam? What's going on right now? And rightfully so. Again, Aizen was a bad guy. Like, all the trickery that was used and how he just manipulated, and Momo, like, we don't gotta go down the roster. We know Aizen did a bunch of horrible things, but it is an interesting feeling. I almost wish I was a fly in the room there with everybody, because the tension is like, bruh, that's Aizen. Why? But I guess that's also even further to push the narrative and showcase, like, desperate times call for extremely desperate measures. And when Kyoraku says, like, yo, bringing in an evil to stop another evil isn't necessarily evil, I'm just saying, bruh. And I agree with him. Yes, right now we need any and everybody that can help us to come together and stop this dude. But the badassery was insane without completely going overboard, because Kubo could have easily make it like, all right, we get it, he's broken, he's hacked, he's overpowered, come on now. Like, it could have been really bad if Kubo didn't showcase some type of balance, that while Aizen is in that chair, which he says some of the most epic and awesome and just badass lines from that chair, but we also got to see that, yeah, he's still, you know, kind of at a very big disadvantage. Like, just think about it for a second. Kyoraku is basically hoping that Aizen saves the Serite while strapped to a chair and basically incapable of utilizing completely all of his powers. Like, that's a tall order there, buddy. But even more so when one of the Quincy end up shooting him with those bullets that kind of disrupt his reishi for a bit. It kind of balanced out that, yes, Aizen is insanely, ridiculously strong, that he's able to stop all those eyes from falling on top of them while still strapped to that chair, but he does take those blasts and is incapacitated for 5 or so minutes, which still is impressive, that taking direct shots from a Quincy that is powered up was not enough to completely obliterate him or anything. Like, Aizen is still him, but there's a balance. And this episode 100% also was like a reunion. Hey, we all got done dirty at one point or another when we was on our malicious ways, so let's all band together to stop this ultimate threat. It's kind of like the enemy of my enemy is my friend or my comrade, or we gonna work together to stomp this dude out. Because quickly that Quincy is betrayed by Baz B, some of the zombie girls, and basically a few of the Quincy that survived Bach's betrayal, which Bach was also a very dirty dude. Like, we talk about Aizen being bad, but look what he did to all of his people, fam. He betrayed them and sacrificed all these people just to get more power, and basically only picked his elite squad to get the benefits. And essentially we added even more power to our arsenal now in this war against Bach, because Basby and them said, yo, we're gonna lend our services, we're gonna work with you, we're not even gonna get in your way or anything like that, but it's at a cost. We're not just here to, you know, help out. We're not good guys. Basically, we want to go with you guys to the Soul Palace, because the Serete is creating a portal to get to the Soul Palace to try and take out Bach, and they want to go with them because they also want to get their hands on Bach for betraying them and leaving them out to dry, which is a big win for the Soul Reapers, because yeah, like I said, we can use any and everybody at this point to help out. And I love all the small conversations in this episode between Aizen and Kyoraku, as far as like just Kyoraku understanding the situation, and likewise with Aizen. Like it gets to a point where Aizen is even like, yo, you could kill me right now if you want to, and Kyoraku's like, if I could, I would. Stop playing with me, bro. You know you that dude. Stop it. And if we had more episodes, I gotta imagine that Studio Pierrot would have probably dived even further into Kyoraku's feelings, because you gotta imagine, like, he's also with a tall order on his desk as well. Homie just inherited the Serete from Captain Yamamoto, and he's right now probably being scorned and looked at as like, you traitor, for bringing Aizen to the table to help out, having to deal with Aizen and wondering if he's gonna betray him. Like, Kyoraku has a lot right now on his plate. And speaking of bringing characters back into the fold, it seems as though Zaraki is back in action. Zaraki Kenpachi is back healed up after everything that happened earlier in the war, and he's looking for Yachiru. So definitely it seems as though this episode really wanted to be like, okay, this is the get ready for the get back, bring in all the soldiers and warriors that are gonna be helping us out, and seeing Zaraki Kenpachi back, I'm ready for this, baby. He looks like he's upset. He looks like he's ready to get this show on the road. I'm here for it. We do get to see Ichigo again after last week's episode, which shout out to all of that original material. Like that whole battle with Ichigo and Uryu was not from the manga, from my understanding. Again, I can't remember everything. That was really dope to see that they added that. And this episode we see that basically he was rescued from that and ultimately healed up, or that he may have been healing everybody, but it's at a cost of she's hungry. Which shout outs to Kubo, he actually answered a question about why Orihime is always eating in every transitional scene, and basically it was like, that was my idea of good vibes, which I totally get it, Kubo. Good job. And we get the reintroduction of Kon after we haven't seen him in like 100 billion years, and that was a nice little break. The war has been so serious, like Bleach's 1,000-year blood war is no joke at all, that whenever we even get a moment of a joke or a smile or anything like that, it is very much so welcome. Like, come on, things have been way too serious. We need a joke from time to time, and having Kon after all this time, that was great. I love that moment as well. It felt nostalgic, it felt awesome, and it was just like breath of fresh air. And bruh, the end of the episode, I can't stress enough, was just absolutely fantastic. Yet again, like I said, it's the reunion of the people that got done dirty. Grimjow Jugajux is back in action. We see Grimjow for the first time ever. I gotta lie, I kind of almost jumped out of my chair when I saw that moment. It was like, what? So we got a lot on our arsenal, a lot of manpower now, although the bad guys are also very much so powered up, because the episode ended with Bach. Basically, he has completely absorbed the Soul King's powers, and he has all those eyes all over him, and his elite squad is there. And yeah, while we powered up on the good guy side of things, the Serete, Bach and his elites have also powered up as well. So it's gonna be one heck of a showdown, one heck of a slobber knocker, so to speak, and I'm here for it. This episode of Bleach was, for me personally, a 10 out of 10. Everything with Aizen, bringing a lot of these characters back into the fold and having them switch sides to help out on the good guy side of things. All the intimate moments between Kyoraku and Aizen, understanding just how strong Aizen really is, that they're expecting him to win the war while strapped into a chair. And overall, Bleach's 1,000-year blood war, you can't mess with it right now. It's just that damn good. Just know, I know, you know, keep it classy, never shady, and show love next time you wanna mock the crowd, baby. Okay, so the creator of Bleach, Tite Kubo, recently cleared up some rumors that have been going around for some time about the Bleach 1,000-year blood war. Also, we've had a few episodes of the blood war since I spoke about it that have been kind of crazy, we're gonna get into. And also the English dub for Bleach's 1,000-year blood war has been released. So there's been a lot of Bleach stuff to kind of get into. So I guess for starters, let's clear up something that Tite Kubo came out and said. Because for a while now, there have been some rumors circulating about the Bleach 1,000-year blood war, in particular regarding the anime original scenes that have been added, which have been amazing bonuses. Like, let's be honest, like most of us did not expect the amount of anime original stuff, especially considering the episode to manga adaptation schedule, whatnot, because again, when Bleach's Thousand Blood War was announced, it essentially indicated that it was going to be roughly 48 to 52 episodes, somewhere in that ballpark, and essentially it had a lot of people like, well, can they fit everything into all of that stuff, let alone the idea of anime original stuff being added. But it has been, for the most part, welcomed. Make sure to subscribe and hit that bell if you want more videos on anime and manga. Yeah, okay, it's anime original stuff, but not only does it build on things, but also it has gotten the approval of the original creator of Bleach, Tite Kubo. And I mean, even with some of the latest episodes, the anime original stuff again has been pretty freaking awesome. The fact that they extended on fight scenes. A few episodes ago we had the Uryu versus Ichigo fight that was extended, that was not from the manga. And then I want to say it was the second to latest episode 33 of Bleach Thousand Blood War Cour 3, where we had the Uryu versus Renji fight, where Uryu was going to town, and it was just a beautiful display, man. I ain't gonna lie. Shinzabi, Maru, everything about that battle just looked pristine, quality, and overall the choreography and the battle itself was just freaking fire. It was a real joy to see. And even though the outcome was that Uryu took the dub, we all know at the end of the day that Renji was kind of holding back a little bit for Ichigo's sake, because that's his boy from way back in the Serite days when they invaded the Soul Society to rescue Rukia or whatnot. So you could argue about the outcome of that battle, whether or not each party was holding back or whatnot. But regardless of what, it was anime original stuff that none of us expected to be in there, because again, it was like, how are we even gonna have this happen? But Kubo made it happen, and it's been great. However, some folks have thought for the longest time that the Bleach Thousand Blood War anime original stuff were ideas that Tite Kubo had from way back in the day when he was drawing the manga. And I say way back in the day, but you know, like 2015, 2016, when he was doing these parts of the manga, and that he basically was like, oh, I always wanted to do this, and now I'm implementing it. Which, to be fair, there were a lot of ideas you got to imagine that Kubo had to cut, because he was at that particular point towards the end of the serialization of the manga dealing with some health issues, and that was pretty much one of the reasons why towards the end of the manga it started to get real fast paced, and it felt like it blitzed through certain aspects. And a lot of fans was like, alright, so if there's anime original stuff, more than likely these are the ideas that Kubo had back then that he couldn't implement, and he's doing it now. Well, he came out and cleared the air and said, no, that is not the case at all. These are actually ideas that he is implementing right now for the anime. Basically, Piro was like, hey, we want to do, you know, extra stuff for the anime. We want to put something right here. Can you bring an idea? And Kubo just came up with it and brought forth. So these are not old ideas from back in the day that Kubo's been holding on to. These are brand new concepts that Kubo is coming up with as these episodes are being, you know, written and put together, which I ain't gonna lie, a part of me is like, yeah, those ideas probably would have been interesting if they were like, you know, oh man, this is what Kubo wanted to do back in the day. But regardless of what, if he's coming up with fresh ideas now, you got to imagine he's had a lot of time to think about this. You know what I'm saying? The Bleach manga ended in 2016. Thousand Year Blood War didn't get off the ground till 2022. So probably even some of those ideas that he had back then, he probably had better ideas now. He's had so much time to think about, oh, I could have done this better. And oh, even though I wanted to do it like this, actually, if I do it like this, it would make more sense. Oh, if we added this. So probably Kubo, yeah, he isn't, obviously based on what he said, not utilizing old ideas. He's using new ideas, but they're probably, I don't want to say better ideas, but more refined ideas and more refined new additions to the anime, and it's working out very well. Again, the anime original stuff with the battles we've gotten have been awesome, and overall, props to Kubo wherever those ideas are coming from, whether from the past or from now, because it's working. Again, that fight within the latest couple of episodes between Uryu and Renji was not in the manga, and it was fire. It was great. It was very nicely done. Outcome, I ain't gonna lie, it's making Uryu look like an absolute monster, considering the fact that first he took out a member of Squad Zero, then he just finished off Ichigo not that long ago and dropped him, and now Renji. You could throw in the argument that some of these people, I don't think Squad Zero member was holding back at all. She was really going for the win. But regardless of what, it seems as though Uryu is a very credible threat. So maybe that's also something that Kubo wanted to refine. Because back in the day, as a manga reader, for me, I really never believed in Uryu as far as like, oh, you know, he's this strong astronomically powerful dude. Like, I just didn't feel it. And even going into some of these episodes at first, I was kind of still with that mindset until like I started to see, wait a minute, so he took this dude out, oh, and again, a lot of that is due to the fact that these are probably better ideas or more refined ideas, more thought out ideas that he has now in 2024, 2023, whenever this was produced, opposed to back then he might have thought differently. So that's pretty dope. And then the latest episode felt almost like symbolic in a way, because essentially it starts off with Zaraki versus Pernita, which initially they think like, oh, that's the Hand of the Soul King. Why the heck would the Hand of the Soul King be working for Yhwach's crew or whatnot? Doesn't make sense. Zaraki, unfortunately, it seems as though he was set up to take that L at that particular moment, because obviously he tries, he gets a little bit dusted off to the side, and then Mayuri Kurotsuchi goes in, and I ain't gonna lie, still to this day in 2024, whenever Mayuri gets into a battle, I still always have this thought in the back of my mind of, this is gonna get really, really messy. This is gonna get very much so just grim for the opponent, because you know Mayuri, he's a mad scientist with it, the way he maneuvers. So even going into this, despite the fact that I read this way back in the day or whatnot, I'm still like, oh my gosh, if Puro really does what they've been doing, this is going to look incredible. And for the most part, it was just that, with him going up against Pernita, which starts off as like that little monster thing, and eventually he evolves into that hand, which a lot of these things with this episode felt, like I said earlier, symbolic of somewhat of a rebirth, reincarnation, however you want to call it. Because think about it, first Zaraki has his arm done in, then all of a sudden Pernita goes from just that little creature looking thing and turns into a hand. And let's not forget what just recently happened with Ukitake with the Hand of the Soul King as well. So it felt like a kind of almost a rebirth in a sense. And then the title was such a great play. I think it was Hold On To My Hand Baby, something like that. Like, it just felt very much so perfectly aligned the way things was maneuvering. And then I love the fact that Mayuri, even though he utilized his Bankai, he didn't do what even the other Soul Reapers thought he was going to do, of like, just, I'm going to poison everything and just annihilate all. Like, he actually went a different direction, which, come to think about it now, his Bankai, you know, the giant golden baby, I wonder if that at all inspired something from Demon Slayer. If you know, you know. It kind of made me think about it when I was like, And ultimately, the ending of that battle with Mayuri's Bankai essentially swallowing up Pernita, the Hand of the Soul King. Honestly, it felt almost unbelievable, and there's parts of the manga, like I always say, that I don't remember, so I'm not quite sure if that's the end of the battle or whatnot. Regardless of what, it's interesting that Zaraki couldn't take this dude out, and I think Zaraki still is healing up, so you gotta give him cut him a little bit of slack, you know what I'm saying? But ultimately, something Zaraki couldn't do, Mayuri comes in, seems as though he's getting it done, accomplished, but who knows what the next episode is going to bring forth. And regardless of what 1,000 Year Blood War, yet again, whether old ideas, new ideas, whatever the case may be, it is still freaking phenomenal. And yeah, I'm still really much so loving Bleach's 1,000 Year Blood War. You got, I think, 3 episodes of the dub as of November 23rd right now are out somewhere out there on the interwebs, so go watch it if you've been waiting for the English dub. And Bleach 1,000 Year Blood War still is him, you heard?
This is for my day ones. This is for my day ones. Come on.
Damn, so Bleach's 1,000 Year Blood War Season 3 came to an end. We got a little bit of some foresight into the future of Bleach's 1,000 Year Blood War, because I'm gonna be honest, I don't think, at the very least in totality, that the Bleach anime is going to go away entirely, completely after the end of the 4th Cour. Because you already know, in case you don't, that Bleach's 1,000 Year Blood War, as soon as it was announced, they gave it 4 cours, roughly 50 some odd episodes for the entirety of its run. And where we stand with it right now, as of the recording of this one, essentially there is 1 season, 1 cour left, roughly 12 to 13 episodes of Bleach's 1,000 Year Blood War to go. Season 3 wrapped itself up, and I ain't gonna lie, it was absolutely incredible. They just did a phenomenal job, something that we talked about here on the channel pretty extensively. In case you're not subscribed, in case you haven't hit that bell, you should definitely do so, because we talk about all sorts of different stuff in the world of anime and manga over in these parts right here. But yeah, there was just so much greatness that came from this thing, a lot in part due to the fact that Tite Kubo, original creator of the Bleach manga, he just added in so much new stuff, and he even announced a lot of stuff that is going to be new for the next season, the next part, the next cour, part 4. He already announced a lot of stuff, because yeah, there was so many times where damn near entire episodes of the Bleach 1,000 Year Blood War Season 3 were straight up original material. It wasn't like, oh, we're just gonna gonna stick close to the manga. We're not gonna, no, homie and Studio Puro banded together and were like, say less, we're gonna work together and create one of the most bomb seasons of all time, because I was just immensely impressed. Like, there was nothing more to be said as far as, like, if anybody had any type of down talk about this season of Bleach, the only thing I could think of that could actually even be, I don't want to say valid, but that could kind of be said in a more so negative fashion, I guess, would be, as far as like Bleach's 1,000-year Blood War, is the fact that with season 3, maybe you could say that, oh, it doesn't have immense amounts of Sakuga animation. And if that's your thing, if that's the only reason you watch anime, is that you need that fluidity, that Sakuga, then by all means, do you, fam. Who am I to stop you and jump in your way? But if you're not one of those people that are just stressing out over Sakuga and you're happy with beautiful art, decent to great animation, and overall a story that is just rocking, knocking, and kicking major air, then Bleach 1,000-year Blood War Cour 3 delivered incredibly. On top of the fact that it seems as though one of the things that the anime has done so great in comparison to the manga, and the manga did a decent job with it, didn't really go too hard with it, but I think a lot of it is due to, again, Tite Kubo adding in new input and the way they were structuring things, is that one of the characters that is supposed to be really important and really vital to things, and in the manga it didn't feel as valid, was really much so important and valid to everything that was happening and looked just like an incredible beast during this whole part, and that's Ishida Uryu. Ishida Uryu impressed me. I still can't even believe it. There was times where, I ain't gonna lie, I was like, they're doing too much. They're making it look like Ishida Uryu is just some god tier being that we never understood up until this point, because from the jump, from the beginning of Cour 3 of Bleach's 1,000-year Blood War, homie starts off with taking out one of Squad Zero. Mind you, this is Squad Zero. This is not no, run-of-the-mill Shinigami, run-of-the-mill Arankar, one of the low tier of any kind. This is one of Squad Zero, some of the Royal Guard, some of the strongest Shinigami in the history of the Serite and in the entirety of Bleach's 1,000-year Blood War. And that power-up that Uryu got from, Bach giving him some of his power early on, that was something that just took dude from the Ishida that we knew, the one that, he was kind of fighting little low tier battles in some of the parts of Bleach, and he never really was like the creme de la creme or anything like that, to taking out Squad Zero members. Like, let's not downplay something like that. Again, it's with a power up, with a buff. Like, imagine there's just some sort of mage behind him throwing him power or whatever, but either way, homie did his thing. Like, homie was just on some next level. Like, you cannot stop him, because then we go from that aspect where, again, he takes out Senjumaru, he took out Shorty and wiped her out, finishing the battle against the, Squad Zero. Then he goes in a battle against Ichigo, main character, dude that he's like a part of damn near every freaking race in the Bleach universe. He goes up against him, and granted, Ichigo wasn't going all out. Let's be honest here. Like, I'm not gonna jump in and say like, oh, no, this was 100% Ichigo. Ichigo clearly was like, I want to knock some sense into you. You know what I'm saying? Like, why are you working with Bach? What are we doing here, fam? But then ultimately, at the same time, he was not trying to like take him out the map. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't trying to wipe him out or anything like that. He was just trying to give him a little bit of a Mita chaos. Like, he was just trying to have him see the error of his ways, so to speak, because Ichigo was still flabbergasted throughout this, season of, why are you working with the bad guys? Like, these are people that were responsible for a lot of horrible things that happened to both of our lives. Like, what are you doing, fam? So I'll throw in that argument there that Ichigo wasn't going all out. But regardless of what, Uryu gave him some work, because if Ichigo's goal was, I gotta stop dude, I gotta get him to see the error of his ways, he failed. Like, Uryu still ultimately in that squabble, in that battle, was able to pierce through Ichigo and send him flying off the platform of the Royal Palace. So that is again another testament to, Uryu is not no joke. And then let's not forget something that Tite Kubo added in from out of nowhere, that is just, well, let me not say out of nowhere, but it was just an incredible anime original battle that I didn't see coming, and I was so grateful that we got it. Uryu versus Renji. Uryu versus Renji, didn't see that one coming. Uryu versus Renji, that was just, I couldn't even believe it. I was like, bro, what we doing here, fam? And once again, you could throw the argument that at the end of the day, maybe Renji wasn't giving it 100%, but I'll throw some pushback to that. Renji was damn near giving 99.9. Like, there was maybe a slight tiny bit of reluctance off the strength of alone that's my man's. You know what I'm saying? That's Ichigo's homie. I'm not gonna go too, but for the most part, we know how Renji is. If you've been watching Bleach, which there's hundreds of episodes of Bleach, you know for the most part, Renji, he'll go as far as like, I'll try not to take his head clean off. Like, that's probably the extent of Renji's holding back from Uryu. And Uryu, once again, was able to overcome and take out Renji. This is no joke to say that Cour 3, bar none, the most valuable player, the MVP of Bleach, Thousand Blood War Cour 3, is easily Ishida Uryu. Like, this was his story arc of this entire saga kind of condensed down, because obviously it starts off with, holy cow, he's a traitor, what the heck, he's fighting Squad Zero, he's going through all these battles, he's fighting his friends, and then by the end of it, because of the, I guess you would say, interference of Haschwald and Haschwald's ability to kind of see what's really going on, ultimately we see the reversal of, oh, all along this was just a ruse so that essentially Uryu could get close to Bach, and so on and so forth, essentially kind of, I don't want to say wrapping up Uryu's character arc entirely, but I think they did a phenomenal job. If that was all planned out from start to finish of, yo, we're gonna make this the Uryu season, they did a great job. Cour 3 of Bleach easily goes to Uryu. Don't get me wrong, there was a lot of other really awesome stuff that happened in the Cour. You had Zaraki Kenpachi throwing down, you have the return of Grimmjow, one of the fan favorite characters that people absolutely love. You had the return of one of my all-time favorite characters. If you don't know, now you know. The man, the myth, the legend, the man that from a chair was able to do greatness. And we're talking about, yes people, Sasuke Aizen. Homie was on another level, and it was just phenomenal to even see that. Yeah, it was a little bit of a dicey situation with Kyoraku having to go down there, and he had to get special permissions, and he had to put the key inside of his body. Like, there was a lot that Kyoraku had to do, and let's not even skip over the fact that Kyoraku is the new Captain Commander after what happened to, you know, Captain Commander Yamamoto in the last Cour. But aside from that big revelation, and also the big battle that he had against one of the freaking Quincy Supremes, one of, you know, Bach's elites, so to speak. But yo, Aizen's return and inclusion into things, and it kind of just being a catalyst to whatever the heck is to come for Aizen, because you could clearly see that Aizen still was restricted. He was able to do a lot of great things. He was able to tank a direct blow from homie, but ultimately he still was like demonstrating that no, like he was damn near gonna lift up the royal palace from being strapped down to a chair. Which also brings me to another thing, that homie was able to power up. Homie was able to get stronger than he was in the last couple of years. What has been like 17 months, I think, since the, you know, sealing of Aizen, of his defeat against Ichigo, whatnot, like a year and a half, whatever it was. Since then, he got 10 times stronger seemingly, and that's that he's been strapped to a chair. This is one of those cases where you look at him and you kind of want to almost compare him to, like, I don't want to say Frieza, because Aizen and Frieza are very different characters, very different motives, very different stories, all of that stuff, but only from the one aspect of dude doesn't have to train and still is a beast. Imagine if we had some sort of Aizen training arc. Imagine if we had some sort of part that showcases what Aizen can truly do if he actually put his full mind and in general his intentions into getting stronger, not just being strapped to a damn chair that they had him the last however long. Like, Sasuke Aizen is that dude, and Bleach Thousand Year Blood War Cour 3 demonstrated just another level of absolute greatness for Sasuke Aizen. And again, I don't want to skip over new Captain Commander Kyoraku and his battle against Lily with the sniper and all that stuff, and him having to kind of have those conversations and go back and forth in his mind with his Zanpakuto, the spirit within, and all of those epic things. Like, this was just another level of a great season of Bleach, and I honestly, in retrospect, have to look back and be very grateful for the long hiatus that Bleach had from, you know, the end where we didn't know if we would ever see Bleach's anime return with episode 366, if I'm not mistaken, back in 2012. All of those years, yeah, it was painful. Yeah, fans would have loved to have gotten it sooner, but I don't think you get this level of quality, this level of dedication. You know, Tite Kubo, when he ended the Bleach manga in 2016, homie was very much so physically and health-wise not too good. You know, he was going through a lot at that particular point. I don't think, you know, we get the anime, he does all of these things, you know, the extra anime original stuff, the inclusion of things that was not in the manga. I don't think any of that happens if Tite Kubo doesn't get that break. I don't think the amount of quality that's been put, the love and passion into the art and all of those aspects as well, I don't think that happens if Bleach doesn't go off air and fans year after year clamor and beg Studio Pierrot, please bring it back, please give us the anime. I don't think all of what happens and what Bleach's Thousand Year Blood War has been thus far with the first 3 cours even comes close to the level that we got if it isn't for all of those factors. So sometimes you got to be grateful for a bit of a break, even if it means that, yeah, we waited for quite some time, which leads me to Cour 4 and the future of Bleach's Thousand Year Blood War moving forward, because we know at the end of the day that there is still a lot more Bleach that can be animated outside of the end of the manga. Like, yes, there's still 12 to 13 more episodes, maybe an episode or 2 more. It just depends on how much they decide to do for this upcoming final season or whatnot. And that wraps up, or it's going to ideally wrap up, the entirety of the Bleach manga. Everything that we got in Bleach's original serialization, that should ideally be the closing, so to speak, of the tale of Bleach. However, we do know that there's a few extra, or quite a few different things that have not been animated, of course, and that come after the events of the end of the Bleach manga, or in between the end of the Bleach manga. We know there's a few different light novels. There's the Can't Fear Your Own World. There's, like, I want to say 2 to 3, maybe even 4 light novel series that need to be adapted, which that could go for episodes upon episodes. Alone, the Can't Fear Your Own World, I think, is like 3 different light novels, and that could possibly be a season or 2 of an anime. Then there's, of course, the Hell arc that has been started by Tite Kubo, that we got the 1 shot thus far that is still incomplete, and we possibly are going to get 1 more part, maybe even 2. That could be something, either another mini season of an anime. I'm still going to very much so strongly lean on they're going to aim for a film for that one. It just makes the most sense. I don't know when they would do that, because I think they might want to focus in more on some of the light novels first, while Kubo continues to do what he's going to do for the manga side of things. And also, of course, Studio Pierrot has some other properties that have been waiting for a while, you know, Boruto's Return, Black Clover. So we'll see how that goes, but regardless, there's more to come with Bleach. And recently, towards the end of the run of the anime, one of the voice actors came out and he said a couple of different things that got fans pretty excited. Let's read this real quick. On the flip side, Ishida's voice actor, you know, Uryu Ishida, Noriaki Sugiyama, teased that the final season is one that will not disappoint. As you may know, the conflict was a season that was packed with a lot of settings and episodes under the supervision of Kubo sensei. Meanwhile, the reason why Uryu joined the Quincy side was finally revealed, and the story ended at a turning point. As a reader of Bleach, I'm looking forward to seeing how many episodes the production team and the sensei have worked out in the 4th season. Also, when the scenes depicted in the original manga were animated, I think there were many new things that could be felt when they were made into videos, such as, I didn't know the world would expand so much, and I didn't know how the movements would look in video. The same goes for the 4th season, and there is no doubt that it will be a series that will not disappoint everyone. So I hope you look forward to the same superb quality as before. And I think even the voice actor for Ichigo Kurosaki also came out, the Japanese voice actor, and said that there's possibly going to be more for Bleach. Look out for the future of it, not just the end of the Blood War stuff. So there is a lot to come for Bleach, even if there's potentially a break after the end of the next cour. And I'm very much so looking forward to it. I think that Studio Pierrot has nailed how to take such an illustrious and huge property like Bleach and turn it into something that is of quality. Like, this is, of the big 3, I want to say, and I'm going to throw the argument that none of the others, in comparison to this in particular run that the Thousand Year Blood War has had for Bleach's anime, is of the same level, of the same quality, and just in general hitting the same like Bleach's Thousand Year Blood War. Like Naruto, of course, the anime wrapped up so many years ago now, and we had Boruto, and that went off air or whatnot, but there was not, you know, a consistent run of Naruto because it was a weekly release that you could compare to this. Likewise with One Piece. Like, One Piece has definitely leveled up a lot over the last few years in terms of the art and animation, but even so, in comparison to what's being done with Bleach, Bleach right now is in a league of its own, and I'm very much so happy to give it its praise and its props in general. Big ups to Bleach, and shout outs to Tite Kubo, because yeah, Cour 3, I don't think it would have been the same without all of that anime original stuff that he penned himself. Peace.
I must go, the time is now. I must go, it's time to get out.